Sloppy.
You're my superstar.
Yeah, less than 3.
Val, thank you for 2 months. You beautiful soul. Thank you for primer. Jolly, I'm stretching off screen. Oof, my bones. Always primer for cutie small streamers. Valk, I love you. Hope your day's been awesome. But I spend enough time here. I appreciate you. What the heck? Hi, Dion. I'm doing good. You got a new multi-seater mount. What'd you get, Jolly? Probably where I chat the most. My heart. My heart. That means you feel kind of comfy here, right? Feel a little comfy in my community? We'll fucking love to hear it. Alternatively, Carl, how's it going? It's going good. It's going good. Just getting started, just getting ready. Making sure all the things are on. I always forget something. Let's go down the alt. Hey, welcome back. The Shadowbringers' first Savage mount. Wait, it's a multi-seater? I thought most of the multi-seaters just came from, like, purchasing. Or recruit a friend. Also, hi, Ike. Welcome in. Change adventure play, gonna need judging? I will gladly. I will gladly. Never getting tired of Lahi. Me neither. I unironically love the song. I know it's a massive meme, but it's actually just such a bop. Hi, Avalon Roses. Welcome in. But is it on your Spotify playlist, though? Listen. 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 It's gonna go on. It'll be on there. My Spotify playlist is already like a jumbled mishmash of everything that I enjoy. So it's like adding in Lahi wouldn't even be that much of a departure from what my playlist is in and of itself. One of the reasons Raktika is my favorite zone in Shadowbringers. I need to find more reasons to spend more time in Raktika, because even the nighttime theme is so good. Wait, we should listen to the nighttime theme. Lahi nighttime, Raktika. Nighttime. Whoop. I wanted to listen to Tomorrow and Tomorrow because I fucking love that song as well, but A Hopeless Race. Such a vibe. Level a Gatherer. Actually, I got some news for you guys. I have been leveling. I have a level 56 miner and a level 51 goldsmith. I'm lost, guys. I'm lost. This game has my whole heart. This game has all my free time and my whole heart. It's been very hard to stay on top of editing, like stuff for YouTube, because I've been doing so much in the game. Also, Kuiper, I love you. Can we have a shout out for Kuiper? I really, really love Kuiper. Kuiper's amazing vibes. In the middle of Endwalker. How far in are you now, Kuiper? I think I saw in Free Company chat that people were saying you were doing your first, like, duty? Doing your actual first duty in Endwalker? What the heck? Thank you for the shout out. VR is great. I watched Riddick and got cuddles at the same time. God sent Waffle, that's so cozy. Find gathering more fun than crafting, to be honest, and I'm the reverse. And that's just more why I stand by... Oh god, I love when the piano comes in like that. I love this theme. Sorry, that's why I stand by. This game has something for everybody. Like, legitimately, this game has something for everybody. Whether it be triple triad, whether it be chocobo races, whether it be crafting. Like, there's so much good in this game, and there's so much fun in this game. You like gathering more too, to be honest. That's so shocking. I love the little crafting minigame. Cooking high quality items makes you sad. Fair. I don't hate gathering, but leveling it without leaves is a chore. So I leveled mine without the Ishgardian restoration thing, the diadem, diadem? I don't know what it's called, but somebody said that's one of the best ways to level, like after level 10 in Ishgard. Good you have a gatherer, because on Endwalker gathering tribes have insanely good story. I really enjoyed the Goldsmith story. The Goldsmith storyline was goofy. First duty dropped, Craigasm. Sorry, I'm a child, lol. But yes, just finished first dungeon. I'm officially level 81 MSQ. Oh my god, you're schmoovin', Kuiper? Just kidding. you play at about the same pace that I do. You leveled yours in Diadem, yeah. Maybe that's why you enjoy it more. I haven't stepped my foot into Diadem yet. Diadem, thank you. No time for crafting yet. So slowly. Kuiper, you just need to devote every minute of your free time to the video game like I do. I swear I'm not only a 14 streamer, and yet here we are. Here we are potentially playing 14 3 days this week. Ocean fishing is cute. I've heard a lot about ocean fishing, but I haven't done it yet. Oh, it wasn't out when you started leveling gatherers. Oof. Nice, Grand Company wants baby items today. Oh, I should do that at some point before I forget. Oh, actually, yeah. Coda, you could play a lot of you could experience so much of this game for free. Like, you can bawl your eyes out through Heavensward and still not pay $1 on the game. But then you'll probably want to, because the game will grab you by the heart and then you'll buy it, and then you'll pay for it, like me. I like how I'm just chatting on my starting screen. Let's like load up Final Fantasy. I can't believe I haven't done it yet. Let's get ready to play, shall we? I want to start with a little bit of the role quests. I want to do a little crumb of the healer role quests, like wet withal, as it were, and then we'll jump right into Coils of Bahamut. Right? I try so hard to play other things, but just thinking about 14, the meme. Exactly. Got it to about 50 during the 3.0 days. And between trying to level gatherers and my free company ghosting me at the time, I ended up quitting and not coming back other than like a month until Endwalker. The Endwalker hype got you. So since I've been watching a lot of Final Fantasy like little guides on how to level things on YouTube, it started recommending me a lot of things. And one thing the player base doesn't seem to understand is taking a break from a game like this, like an MMO, is totally healthy. You don't have to like quit entirely and just give up on the game forever. Like, take a little break. If you're feeling the burnout, stop playing for a little bit. Oh, we got some overlapping audio. Sorry, Rectica, we gotta ditch you. Bye. Hello? Hello, gammers? Hello? I guess I could have shown my face like so long ago. I was just sitting here chatting and drinking water. Avoid the burnout. Yes. I'm nowhere even close to burnout, but I know those people that have been playing like so much could do with a little bit of a break. Also, before I forget, we are gonna move to Ether, because I don't know how populated, or it's gonna go on Adamantoise. I did find the fancy Zangi. We're gonna move to Ether just to help with queues, because I don't know how populated Coils is for queuing up. So just to make it a little bit faster, we're gonna go to Ether. Took a couple months off when money was tough and no Endwalker, and came back for Island. I cannot wait to get my personal island. I'm Dragon. Okay, that's all. Have a good stream. Pixie, I love you. Hope you have a good day. Yes, Adamantors. Boop. I will say though, jumping to the little baby Dynamis server and getting the road to 80 has been incredible for leveling everything that I need to level. I think my monk is level 70 now, if I'm not mistaken. And I have like monk quests to catch up on. Forgot I'd have to travel back to Modwin. Well, not this time. Road to 80 is obscene. Doesn't it literally double your XP? So like I got Miner to 50 and Goldsmith to 50 in one day, like in a few hours, without even really knowing what I was doing. This morning, while I was getting ready, I watched a video on like how people recommend you level them, and I was like, oh my god. My mind was blown at all the different ways that you can do it between like Grand Company and collectibles and things like that. You will likely not get people via Duty Finder for Coils without potentially an hour plus in queue. So here's what we do. We queue up for it. We party up for it. Anyone that wants to come, and then we do the Shadowbringers. Oh shoot! Do we do the Shadowbringers role quests? What can we do that I won't be heartbroken if I have to skip a cutscene? We need to find something not devastating, because if a queue pops in the middle of my role quest, you'd have better luck with Party Finder. You think so? I've never run a Party Finder. I leveled my gatherers by helping my free company gathering all the stuff needed for quests. There you go. I've not done synced Coils, but I can come. I just have a garbage meeting in 2 hours. Rep in 2 hours. Coils is barren in terms of Duty Finder. Do we want to do Coils unsynced then? If it's really barren in Duty Finder? Side quests, you got fairy quests. I started the Manic Pixie thing for, I think it's for Tribal. We could do those. Cause remember we were trying to do them before, and it did not. The minute we jumped into it, we got cut out of it. I would recommend unsynced. I solo unsynced all Coils bar like one thing. Okay. Yeah, unsync. I'd also recommend unsync. Okay, let's just do it unsync just so I can experience it then. And we'll drag along, I think, Valora, because Valora's like a little 50 baby. I recommend unsync too, even for a first time experience. Okay, I would just like to see the content at this point. Do it for experiencing the story, but it's a clusterfuck of a raid, okay. And if it's really barren in the Duty Finder, then we'll just go. We'll do it together. Hi Becca, hi Rando, by the way. You'd likely get a group of angry mentors who might leave. Oh shit. Oh, 60 baby. You're schmoving up, Val. You're schmoving up. All right, let's do it unsync then. Meet in Adamantoise Ether. And we'll start getting people, whoever wants to blast through it unsync, and we'll do it that way. And then we can get into Shadowbringers role quests, maybe a dash of Manderville, maybe a dash of Postmo. We have so many options. Hi Towers, welcome back. How you doing? Where's Adamantoise? It's in Ether. Ether Adamantoise. How goes it? It goes very good. It goes very good. I had a very comfy morning. I stayed up too late. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god, the stress. Listen, so you guys know, or those that are subscribed to the YouTube channel know that I just uploaded the Doma Castle reaction. Oh my fucking god. 2 a.m. last night, I was finishing the thumbnail and I was finishing the description and the tags and all that nonsense. Ray, thanks for the lurk. I uploaded the wrong footage. I uploaded the wrong fucking footage. Right before I went to bed, I was thinking about the title of it, and I was like, I want to change the title a little bit. So I loaded it up, and then I just previewed the video for a second, and it was wrong. The audio was wrong. The part that I had put in was wrong. I was like, what's happening? What is this? What happened? And then I realized I uploaded the raw footage rather than the edited footage that I had like a little talk over intro portion to. And I was like, oh my God. Like I was literally, my computer was off. I was getting ready for bed. I was unwinding and I was like ready just to crash. And I went, oh my fucking God, I have to re-upload this goddamn video. I have to do all the tags again, the title and the description and everything. And oh my God. At least I realized if I had woken up this morning and the video went live and I realized it was the wrong footage, I would have like deceased. I would have been deceased. I would not have been able to handle it. Fuck. It almost feels like fate that I should happen to double check and like overthink the title, because otherwise I wouldn't have known, and I probably wouldn't have known until like midstream today, and then I would be like, oh my God, it was the wrong footage. Is this new One Piece game? No, this is my little gatherer glam, my little peasant, my little orphan. I know some of you are not gonna love it, but I love it. I dirtied up his little face, so he's all dusty looking, and I changed the majority of my glams to reflect it. So like, this is my minor. Oh shoot, my goldsmith isn't right now. I need to re-glam over it. Whoop. There it is. There's my goldsmith, my little working guy with his little hat and his little pants. So cute. Gunbreaker and Reaper are the same. Sage, also little orphan. Also little dusty orphan. And then for my red mage, I wanted to do kind of like a dust bunny aesthetic, but I also still wanted to keep it red. So this is what I opted for. This is the way I opted it. I went with the Spriggan outfit because I thought it was really fucking cute. I like the little ears. I wish I could have all the clothes in this game in real life. Same! Literally same. Minus the boots, I'm wearing the female version of Red Mage 80 gear, because to me the boots are just eh. Minus the boots? Oh! Do you know what the hat looks like? Can I preview your hat, even though you can't have the hat? Augmented Cripplurkers? Can I, what? I can't see the hat. I can't see the hat. Sage. Terra has a dirty preference for his little boy. I just wanted him to look like a little orphan, like a hard-working little orphan with a dusty ass face. He looks like a toddler, and I say that in the most respectful way. Did I just get clickbaited about an unread message? Yes, you did, Aromos. Fucking got him. Fucking got him. You can thank Mollyberry for that. Confession, I only spot check my videos and don't rewatch them back in full ever. I do watch mine back in full, Becca, but it's because of catharsis. It's because every video that I've been uploading lately, I'm fucking crying in it, and then I'm watching it, and then I'm crying again. It's purely because of catharsis. Aromos! Oh my God, with the 23 months. Aromos, I love you so much. I hope life has been treating you so well. I know you've been busy as fuck, but oh my God. Guys, Aromos is like one of my first little subscribers. I'm very shocked that Aromos doesn't have a first badge. I think they were my 11th subscriber or my 12th, and the first 10 get the first badge. So many night shifts. It's good to see you. Your Lalafell is a dirty orphan who's about to break it out into song like he's an Annie. That is the exact vibe that I was looking to encompass, Becca.
It's been
100%.
6 months since I saw a potato stream Sekiro, and now I have one of my favorite communities to visit.
Hike, I can't believe it's been 6 months. I can't believe it's been 6 months. Hike, thank you so much for the 6 months. You beautiful, beautiful boy, you. Looking at the non-dressed version of your character, I feel like the police are gonna knock on my door. Okay, listen. Lalafells are not actually children, despite me going for an orphan aesthetic. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. He isn't just in Annie, he is Annie. Listen here, you little shit. Listen here, you.
You're my superstar.
Avalon! What the heck with the fresh primer? Is that a fresh organic primer? Hello? Cruelty-free? Non-GMO? Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Orphan aesthetic. Not 2 words you would ever hear. Not 2 words you would ever hear like side by side ever, but it's what I went for. It's what I went for. I can't believe it has only been 6 months. Hike is one of those staples that feels like they've been here forever, but it's only been 6 months. Been watching the VODs, love your energy, so I'll stick around. What the heck? What the heck? You're gonna make me cry, that's so sweet. I consider myself to be like one of those uncles you see once a year at Thanksgiving at this point. Aromos, Okay, it's weird because I've been streaming for like 2 years now. My actual 2-year anniversary is December 25th. For Christmas, Twitch gave me affiliate. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. When I see like my long time like chatters come back, I swear I get like wispy. I feel like emotional, especially those that were around for like the longest time. I love seeing all the new faces, and I love watching the community transform and just get more comfy and all of that. But when I see an old school person come around, it's like I almost get choked up because it's so sweet. And the fact that you've been here so long just like warms my heart. I don't know how the whole Visco thing I am in. I'm more dead parents. No, not the dead parents aesthetic. No. Also have a new minion out. The little turtle. Is this your little turtle here? Oh yeah, I need to see your adventure plate as well. The little turtle. Yeah. Hello, little turtle.
You're
Izagi looking
Since it popped up early,
very
I guess I'll
attractive over
join
here.
the group.
Oh my god, thank you guys for fueling the hype train, by the way. Jolly, thank you for the 13 beautiful months. I resemble that remark. Not in this context, but IRL. Oh, the turtle's yours? Wait, which one is... Yours is on the ground near Izagi. Oh! Oh, little Reem. Hi, little Reem. Oh my god, she's got like an Alamau face. Alamau. Kind of scary. What is the turtle's name? Guido. I wonder why it has a name. Did you ever end up doing? Did I ever end up doing the second Subnautica game? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Did not love it as much as the first. Still thought it was great though. Still thought it was a very good game. Also, Sith, welcome in, guys. One of the coolest things about being on Final Fantasy XIV when I'm offline is when you guys just like randomly show up while I'm doing things. It's such a comfy feeling. Like I got not jump scared. I got like wholesome jump scared by Sith. Because I was like working on my little goldsmithing, I was like hammering away. All of a sudden, a big Elezen comes by and hugs me, and I was like, whoomst, whoomst, and it was Sith. Terra OBS is making my brain hurty. Echo, I'm sorry. What's happening? Can I try and emergency troubleshoot? What's going on? Your router is going? Call your ISP. I was bored, and then just like that, you were gone. I think a duty popped because you just vanished. Game capture no worky. Try a window capture. Some games are super janky and don't want to work with game capture, and you have to do a window capture instead and like name it specifically that. Speaking of window capture, I want to capture this window. Such devastation was my intention. This is cute. This is cute, Jolly. How are you liking Bun Girl? Are you still really in love with Bun Girl? If I wasn't so sleepy last night, I'd have popped in to say hi, rando. No problem. Never feel pressured. Just if I'm around and you see me and you want to come bug me, come bug me. Tara, I don't own my internet. Oh, right, it's the building in the right. Have your own personal router. Shit. How much are routers these days if you're buying them by yourselves? I feel like a decent one is something like 100, 150, but that still sucks. The outfit is your new tank glam. Got a warrior Fey weapon, and I'm enjoying it. I saw the Fey weapon there. They're so good. They're so good. Have I ever seen Izagi's plate? What a cute boy. What a cute boy this Izagi. That's about right for router. Yeah. Thankfully, my ISP just always provides it. And every time my internet starts shitting out, the first thing you do is just replace it with the newest model of router. So it's like, it's kind of good when you start having internet problems because then you just get a better router overall. Never finished the second Subnautica because my game file corrupted. Oh, 2/3 to 3/4 of the way through. That would kill my motivation, Danny. I feel you. Frick. It was a good game. I just liked the first one more. That's what I did initially, and it worked. But you hate that it'll capture your entire monitor. Capture any full screen application has only worked with one game so far. I think you can set up those window captures to only capture the game. You just have to name, like you have to take the drop down in OBS and name the executable Echo, and then it should only capture that game. Because I've done that with, I think I had to do that with Final Fantasy XIV previously, but now it just works. Yours cost 40 US, do you think? Didn't buy it though? Yeah. They can be cheap, but the good ones are usually like a bit over 100, I would say. Is it Adamantoise? Yes, it is. Oh, we should start partying up, actually. We should start partying up. Hi, Val! I love Val's little adventure plate. Finally made it reflect the Black Mage, not the Thaumaturge anymore. Tara, for the record, you can't look at my adventure plate until you finish 5.0. Heard. Thank you for the warning. I will never check Rando's adventure plate until I'm done 5.0. You have a spare though? It's a block without directional. Oh, without directional Wi-Fi antennas. Ooh. Sometimes those can be good. My router right now has no directional Wi-Fi antennas, but it just has strong ass Wi-Fi. Just want to fly by? Can't raid as filmed tonight? Absolutely. If you can't join the, we're just gonna do unsynced Coils just to get it done. If you can't join it, just reject my invite if I send you an invite. Boop, boop, boop-doo. Guys, thank you for the hype train, by the way. You sweet souls. Really appreciate all of you. When we get around to redoing the wiring, I'm gonna get a mesh router set. Hell yeah, Izagi. Gonna be so powerful. Gonna be so freaking powerful. Hi, Puff Puff. Welcome in. How you doing? Because of a Shadowbringer spoiler quote in your search info, and you didn't want Tara reading it? Jolly. That's so sweet. That's so sweet. I'm very bad for that, not because of game files corrupting, but I hate finishing games because then it's over and I get sad, so I'll avoid the last mission. Aromos, before I was a streamer, if I ever played a single player game, that was me. Because I fear conclusion. I fear finality, and so instead of completing the game, I just avoid the ending until I forget to play the game anymore. How's it going, gamers? It's going really good. Welcome in. Loving your tank glam just because of the dress. At first glance, I thought it was a red mage glam, but that's because I'm toxic, and I think anything red is red mage, like me, because I'm red. And so I just assume if it's red, it's red mage. Also, how devilish is it to be a red mage and have a non-red glam? Absolutely illegal. Oh. Pretty much always rush through the game. I'm not good at pacing it. That was me until I hit Shadowbringers. Once I hit Shadowbringers, I realized all the extra shit we were missing out on, and I was like, oh fuck, I gotta start dragging my heels a little bit. I gotta start experiencing some of this shit. Like just doing the Manderville quests, when we didn't do all of them, we did a little bit of them on, was that Friday? Was that last Friday we did it? It was the short stream, right? That was a blast. The Manderville quests are wild. Natsuki Aki, hello. Give us a little lolly ho. Who's this? Is this one of you guys? I know someone who has a blue mage with a red outfit. Red mage with a white outfit? White mage? Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. That's illegal. First playthrough of Red Dead, I didn't do any side quests at all. What? What? There's some really great ones in there. We are in Adamantoise Ether right now. My home server is Moduin though, on Dynamis. I wanted to do the thing where you switch the colors of the makes for glams. Blue, red mage, red, blue mage, white, black mage, black, white mage. No, you can't. That's absolutely. What is this hat? What is this hat? Let me look at you. What is that hat? Is this? It's red mage exclusive. Level 89. Oh my god. I need this. I need this. This is mandatory to be owned by me. This little hat, dude? What do you mean? Endwalker artifact armor, cannot wait. Cannot wait. What a God, I love red mage glam. Like red, not glam, but I love red mage fashion. Red mage is so nice looking. The Endwalker job specific equipment. God, it's so good. I like to think my Warrior of Light is perpetually annoyed by Hildebrand by begrudgingly comes questing for fear of what might happen if he's left alone. Aw. Is it buffering for anyone else? It might be. Let me check my numbers. Nope, it's not me. It's just you. Good hat, Nodders. I'll probably do the color swap white mage, black mage when both are leveled. You can't do that. You can't do that. I love this outfit. This is your blue, right? I love this outfit. And most of it's just blue mage. Blue mage aesthetic's so cool. I need to learn red mage just for the glam. Red mage is so much fun. Once you get used to the balancing act of the two different, like the white magic and the black magic, it's so much fun. I really, really love it. Easily a main job for me. It gives you an ad after it loads. Rip. Red mage super fun. Yo. This is the full set. What do you mean you're not using this coat? What do you mean? Thank you, Jolly. Whoop. Forgot we were playing a different game. What do you mean you're not using this coat? Mirage coat. Red mage, glam mage. Exactly, Sid. Omega coat is better. I do really like the Omega coat. Oh, what's this? What's that? Some mistletoe? Some mistletoe. Hang on. I can do the same thing. Beck had to wait on ads and a buffer. Coda, rest in peace. Oh, who could that be, I wonder? Is this you? Is your adventure plate safe for a sprout? Let me just examine you for now. In a full winter outfit. Hello, we love to see it. I kind of did that with my miner, but then I ended up just liking the colors in general, like the green and the red. It's safe? Okay, good. It's safe. Whoop. Let me see you. Be gay, do crime, head empty all the time. Love it. 10 out of 10. Love it. That quote is great. Love it. I love the be gay, do crime. Oh my god, speaking of, I was doing an alliance raid roulette the other night, and I've never seen more Hrothgars in my life. There was like 6 Hrothgars amongst the parties. And so I pointed it out, I was like, I've never seen so many Hrothgars in one place. And I think every single one of them was gay. And we're like, let's fucking go, gay raid, gay raid. It was a blast. I love the fucking community in this game. It's so good. When I played World of Warcraft, I would never even say hello to literally anyone. Even like in any sort of, what is it called? Roulettes? I don't know what they're called in WoW anymore because it's been forever, but you wouldn't say anything to anyone unless somebody fucked up. And that was it. And that was your interaction with other players in WoW. In Final Fantasy, it's like I walk up to people and then I poke them and then they pet me and then I run away. That's all I'm looking for. I was gonna make my quote, be crime, do gay, but didn't. Missed opportunity. I mean, there's no time like the present, right? Fact, love you. Hi, bye. Do you bail someone out if you know they're guilty? Moral question. No, because my like moral compass is too strong. If you've done something illegal, you're paying for the price. You're well. If it isn't the consequences of my own actions, literally, I will not. Even if they're like a good person, they're just gonna have to pay for what they did. That's just how I feel about it. I've been reluctant to respond to random messages, but I did and got chocolate and monies and told I was cute. It's a good ass community, dude. It's a good ass community. Also, Natsuki, is your adventure plate safe? Is it safe to look at you? I'm so scared of adventure plates. I think if you invite everyone, you'll have a full party at this point. One person can't come. Is safe? Okay. Valk said they can't come. Oh, guild mum. This is cute. Lalafells in shorts are so cute. I always want to wear long pants on my Lala, and then I always, well, these long pants are an exception. I like these ones. But then I always end up in shorts. Like this. My monk aesthetic I think is so cute. Also, yeah, my monk is 70. Holy shit. And my red mage as well is in like little short pants. I don't know, it's so cute. Candy from strangers is good, yes. In this game, yes. In this game, yes it is. Okay, so we can't invite Valk. Valk has to go right away. What about you? You want to come do Coils? You want to come do Coils? I'm gonna shoot you an invite. Just turn it down if you don't want to come do Coils. We're gonna do it unsynced. Boop. My dead parents aesthetic. What are we forming a party for? For Coils Unsynced, because I want to experience the story. Because I really loved Omega and I really loved Alexander, but people were saying that the Duty Finder's kind of dead for Coils, so we're just gonna do it Unsynced. Terra the man playing music is playing Crimbus music? Crimbus music? I know this dance is too fancy for this, but I don't have many dances. Opinions on Christmas music? I fucking love it. I eat that shit up. I'm unapologetic of my love of Christmas music. That probably answered it. Yeah, no, I eat that shit up. Never done Coils synced? I panicked for a second. Yeah, no, we're just gonna do it unsynced. Because people said even mentors will freak out in synced Coils. I don't think Coils is in the raid roulette since it's a higher difficulty relative to other normal raids. Gotcha. Christmas music is great. Well, I'm just such a sucker for Christmas in general. I did Savage ones and they hurt. Oof. Original Coils was the Savage of its time. Yeah, frick that. Hey there, little cutie. This isn't one of you guys, is it? Glazed Ichiban? Yeah. Several of the fights are basically Savage difficulty. Yeah, we're doing unsynced. We're going unsynced. I wish I liked Christmas music. It's one of the parts of Christmas you don't enjoy, honestly. Did you grow up watching like all the old school movies, like those horrible claymation Rudolph ones and things like that? Because I did. Whomst? Look at this cute little Lala. Hello. What is this hat? Archaeoskin cloche. That's cute. Gotta go home, but thank you. Valko's good to see you. Turn 9 is the only one I never managed to solo. With our group of, well, how many do we have? With our current group, I think we'll be fine. You bought Dote? Not only did I buy Dote. Not only did I buy Dote. I bought a couple things. I finally caved. I bought a few things. The OG animated Grinch movie still slaps. It goes so hard. It goes so hard. Your adventure plate is spoiler free if you can stand that I sound like a cynical ass in my search comment. But I'm also not on Mad right now. I'm on Adamantoys right now. I caved after watching people stream 14. I bought so many emotes. Same. It's just arguably mandatory. It's the true endgame. Emotes and fashion. Is there anyone around that is in chat and wants to come for the unsynced Coils? I don't know who Luluru is. Is this one of you guys? Because we'll fire our way into it. I think I have it unlocked already. Oh god, we gotta go, we gotta run, we gotta go, we gotta leave, guys, we gotta leave, you guys. Hang on, is everyone here? Is everyone in? I don't want to tell you what I just got whispered. What? I didn't do anything. I didn't do it. We're leaving. Oh my god, help! Binding Coils of Bahamut, turn 1, settings, unrestricted party, confirm. You'll come along, Capwell. What's your name? Are you nearby us here? We gotta go. What are you running from? A whisper I just received. I gotta go. Luluru, that's you, Cap? What did you do? Nothing. We just gotta go. We gotta leave. Turn 1. Here we go. Away we go. Such concern. Oh my, let me just say, I'm glad that chat is blocked. There's a reason why streamers should block their chat, and it's this. This is why. I rewrote A Night Before Christmas and Victory Day when I was like 10. I was a weirdly patriotic 10-year-old. Wait, that's so cute. I want to see Novel. Oh man. I'm concerned for little Lalafell. It's not as bad as I'm playing it up to be. It was just concerning. It was just concerning. Oh my god! Wait, can we go? Can we go? They sent another one. They sent another one. Help! That was you? Help! Get us out of here! Oh my god. That's hilarious. It's the shorts estimate. I guess I'm putting on full pants. I guess I'm putting on full pants. What the f— oh shoot, my BGM is off. BGM 89. Fuck. We have no music. Awkward dead silence intro. Imperial Exploratory Site. I haven't done these in so long. Let's see if I remember. I mean, we're unsynced. It should be fine. Oh, okay. Let's turn on this. Let's turn that back off. Master volume can probably go like 77. Yeah, that sounds fine. Reminder, they switched VAs in 3.0. Okay, wait. Before we dive into this, I have to pee. I have to pee really bad. I have to pee super bad. So we're gonna take a quick little pee break. Maybe get some water. If you haven't stood up today, stand up. Go do a quick little heck and stretch, and then we'll blast through this in 1 second because I have to pee so freaking bad. So I'll be right back. I love you guys. 1 sec. Boop. Oh. In here? Is this a thruster? It is. Here we go. Oh no! Come back! Come back! Come back! Goodbye, beautiful thruster. Farewell. Farewell on your journey through space. Live video, not pre-recorded or anything. Setting myself up for some kind of meme. Lobstera! Hey baby. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Guys, wait. Hang on, I want to do something. Okay, I'm back. I am back. Whew. Whew. I need a full— wait, is this Mog Station? How do I get— wait, this is a regular coat that you just dyed to look like this? Okay, I'm impressed. Okay, I'm impressed. It's level 90 stuff. I thought this was like the— what do they call it? The Saints something? Did I miss or— I landed. I hit my mark, Danny. I hit my mark. You were panicking. I was having a lovely chat with the lady in same glam next to me. Like literally having a casual chat with them, which is why I missed the first 3. Wait, Jolly, that's so cute. Okay, let's go. Let's do it. Let's get into it. Yeah! I have no idea where we're going. What's happening? I think I maybe overreacted to the tell I received, but it's still it was jump scare. It was a jump scare for me. The scars left by the calamity. Oh, it's Alize. Good old red Alphino. What, originally? Holy shit, how could you even tell them apart? I can scarce breathe for the surfeit of ether. Tell me, have you ever seen corrupted crystals such as these? Such crystals manifested across the realm when the course of the great river of ether was irrevocably altered 5 years ago. Behold, one of the objects that caused that alteration, a fragment of the lesser moon Dalamud. Ancient ally created Dalamud, or meteor, to use the Garlean name, to serve as a celestial prison for Bahamut. Its fall inflicted grievous wounds upon the land, wounds that have yet to heal, as is evident from the corrupted crystals. The red ribbon, that was basically, that's pretty much all. Someone was obsessed with dressing them in identical clothing. Monstrous. Your internet is having a small moment known as dying. Uh-oh, Jolly. Are they talking about things like you're a baby with one brain cell? It's Alf. No. Yeah. Are they being sassy? It's Alizé. Amazing. Dalamud's internal defenses still function in spite of everything, a testament to the ingenuity of the Alligans. The Garleans seek to appropriate their advanced technology. I'm certain of it. We are about to come face to face with secrets that have long lain buried within the sands of time. Great dangers may lie beyond, but we have come too far to turn back. The truth of the calamity is within reach. I'm coming! I'm coming! Answers is such a good theme that it almost makes me cry. What is the theme that's currently playing? It's not Answers, is it? Let's do it! I'm going in! Answers is playing? It's ads, you guys! We must defeat ads! It's a, shoot, how do you pronounce that again? Light motif of Answers. Oh! I got parallelogrammed. Help! Red hair tie and the gems at her collarbone are pink instead of green. And I believe they part their hair differently, right? One is like, red Alphino is, I think, to the right, and blue Alphino is to the left. Is that a wing? Gods preserve. Dark wings that would engulf the very heavens. These could only belong to Bahamut, the primal who laid Eorzea to waste 5 years ago. At Cartano, my grandfather sought to imprison Bahamut anew by invoking the power of the 12. Alas, the dreadworm proved too powerful, and he soon broke free of his confines. Yet instead of resuming the destruction he had begun, Bahamut vanished, whither to no one knew until this day. But I do not understand. If Bahamut is truly a primal, how is it that he retains his physical form? Did grandfather defeat him, or is there some other explanation? We must press on if we're to learn the truth. Their hair is mirrored, yeah. Yeah, one is right, one is left. Yeah. I'm so glad they got better outfits, like, later on. Whoomst? Wait a second. Wait. Am I crazy in saying that looked kind of like Louis Soir? I only caught like a brief glimpse of it because I was reading chat. I got like peripheral view. Am I insane? I maybe saw wrong. I saw wrong. It was like, I barely saw it. A smiley face. A smile better suits a spoiler, as it were. No music has ever made you cry, but Answers almost does it every time. Jolly out here just crying. Oh damn, the Bahamut Coils. We're doing it unsynced, Crystals. Crystals, I love you. Ah! The internet went out. Coda, I'm praying for you. I'm praying for you, fam. Hi, Ice Lord. Howdy Moo, how you doing? Hey, Cursals. Have you made any progress in the MSQ by any chance? I'm curious where you're at. Doing good, doing good. Sweats. You're gonna be like level 90 still in post Heavensward. I love the design of this area, but I'm lost. I hope we're going the right way. Looks like we are. Listen. Listen here, you. Ooh! Lulu said, so this is Cap in chat. By the way, thanks for allowing me to come along. In truth, I haven't been able to finish this raid completely. Let's go! That means we kind of have one more little Coils newbie who's gonna experience the full story. Let's take it go. Oh, I think we went the wrong way. There's a treasure coffer! Hiya! We completely went the wrong way. Help! Help! ARR was a weird time. They were doing their best, Golsiv. Look. Look here, you. They were doing the best that they could with what they could at the time. This music's so dramatic. We're like, relax. I wanted to switch to Monk, and then I realized we're inside of duty. Of course I can't switch to Monk. Hi, Kyo! Welcome in. So we let Terra solo boss? Okay. I'm going in. I vote Vel gets to help because Vel's level 60. Come on, Vel, let's do it. We're gonna win. I'm pressing my buttons. Easy clap. The music of it. Oh, there's another one. The music of ARR still slaps though. I like a lot of it. Even like the boss battle theme isn't the worst thing ever. Did it just mitosis? I think it did. I thought there was one and it split. The flying weird snake serpent dinosaur thingy. Perfectly normal. We did it! Is there any good glams from Coils? Very important question. Little purple necklace. This would actually be cute for a black mage. For Valora's black mage. All classes. Valora. What is this again? An earring? Purple. Purple. Vel, get the purple. Take the purple things. Everything else, I don't want in my inventory. It's Vel's problem. What would be cute? The little purple necklace and little purple earrings. Because you can glam over your jewelry as well, Vel. To be honest, I've never beat these coils either. I've been doing them unsynced by myself. And you got stuck on one. People are saying there's one boss that even they can't beat. Solo. So Crystals, if you're around and you want to just come with us to go through them, by all means. Boop. Everything is just landing in my inventory. You are no longer the treasure box when I'm here. That's why it's good to have you along, Vel. There's one that's rough, even unsynced. Is it the third, like as early as the third coil? I'm scared. I swear I just heard Pepsi Man in that victory music. I swear you can't. No Pepsi Man here. Was thinking 9? Okay, probably 9. Listen, I'm just here for the story. If we get the odd challenge, I'm here for that as well. But I'm here for the story. Yeah. Oh. The size difference is amazing. I love being Lala. I still am slightly tempted to start my my true fashion era by switching to a bun boy, but I still just love being small. One thing that I do is like I literally walk around towns, like especially like Gridania when I'm waiting for a queue. I'll poke people that are just standing there, and 9 times out of 10 I'll be like poking their little leg, and 9 times out of 10 they'll look like they're AFK, but then suddenly they look down at you and then they pet you, especially if you're a Lala, and I'm like, good. There was one time somebody messaged me, they're like, what's up, little guy? And I was like, I'm just looking for pets. I was like, it's what sustains me. And they were like, understandable, here you go. And then they pet me a bunch of times. Probably 9, now that I think about it. I trust your opinion. Fun boys are best boys, but Aura master race. Definitely not biased. I think there's a little bit of bias. I think there's a crumb of bias coming out. Danny, we're specifically going back in time for this, just for the story. We are definitely over-leveled for this, 100%. Being Bun Boy is fun, though. I think I'll just hit a point where I'm perpetually switching between Bun Boy and Lala, because I love them both. And disadvantages, but mostly advantages. Part of the reason why I went for an orphan aesthetic and like dirty up my face is because I was doing the poking thing where I would poke random person and then they kneel down and they pet me, and then they just gave me 200,000 gil. They just opened up a trade with me and gave me 200,000 gil. I was like, is it because I look like I'm homeless? Do they think I'm homeless so they gave me money? All I wanted was pets, not money. But then I realized I could harness that if I make myself look more homeless. Whoop. Your internet is not liking what we're doing. You can survive, Jolly. I believe in you. End stage Fantasia addiction. Welcome, sibling. Our support group meets weekly. I'm gonna have to wait for them to go on sale and then buy a batch of them. Every time you say orphan aesthetic, my soul splits into another Horcrux. Maybe I should say like, maybe I shouldn't say orphan aesthetic. Maybe 1920s destitute child. We'll go with that. Does that sound better? I've never played any Final Fantasy other than a bit of 7 and a bit of Crystal Chronicles. Neither really spoke to me. I was young, it might be different now. Oh, for me, after what I've experienced in 14, Danny, it's definitely different for me. I haven't played any of the Final Fantasies. I can guarantee you I'm going to be going back in time and playing them. Maybe not every single one, because some of them are very, very dated, but I know I'll be playing a handful of them for sure. Hi, Sweetling! Oh, take me away? There we go. Child chimney sweep! Yes, Ike! Is there really not quest? For the first 4, there was quest exclusive, but I did them off stream already. Because I accidentally talked to Red Alphino. I can't remember what the town was, but I accidentally talked to them and unlocked the quest, and I was like, shit. So I missed that part of story on stream. It's the Sonic level. Live and learn. 14 is its own beast while managing to be a love letter to all the others. Yeah. The number of times you guys have said, oh, this is a reference to this dungeon, this mob is a reference to, this boss is a reference to. The whole game is just references to the other Final Fantasies, so it makes me want to play them even more. At least food and earnings for end year aesthetic. No! Every time you said say Red Alphino, I could just feel Alize seething somewhere. I should illustrate. I fucking love Alize. I love Alize ever since the was it Goblin or Kobold? I think it was a Goblin. Ever since the small child moment, I've loved Alize. Fashionable child miner. I like that one. Gabu. Ever since the Gabu incident. Yep. I fucking love her. She worked her way into my heart with that. I just want to echo what somebody said earlier. A Realm Reborn does have great music. Is this music as good as Alex's? No, but it's a different vibe. Going through the Alex series felt like attending a rave, like a nerdy rave. This music has very like serious tones to it. It feels very dire. I still vote for Street Urchin. Street Urchin is perfect. Street Urchin is perfect. Love it. Shadowbringers references the Final Fantasy XIV in the extra trials. Got you. Little match boy. Originally, it was like newspaper salesman. Extra, read all about it. But it's been evolving a little bit since then. I basically want a series of looks for no matter what I'm playing. Like my casters will probably be using the Spriggan outfit. It'll probably be looking something like this. My melee DPSs are probably going to be some variation of newspaper salesman. And then for ranged DPSs, I don't think I have a set glam yet, but it's a work in progress, as is endgame fashion. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hi world! Hi world, how are you? Thank you for the biddies. I love seeing the steam coming out of Terra's ears when someone uses Roman numerals. You guys are monsters. How many times do I have to tell you I cannot read Roman numerals and you guys keep using them? I like stifle every single time. You were even looking at chat. It's because I was actively reading something, world. You snuck it in. You snuck it in, you did. I had a professor who would argue that child labor was great. He was the best. Other than that, very wrong take. Do you know what we need to do, you guys? Maybe next week. Maybe next week. I need to do the Stormblood raids. The Stormblood Alliance raids. I need to do them. And it's because there is a necklace in there called, oh shoot. It's like Red Bill, something Red Bill, and it's a scarf. And my only problem with this Spriggan outfit is that there's a lot of dead space in the clothing, and the scarf takes up a lot of that space, and it's just a cute little red scarf, and I think it would be perfect right here. That's from Heavensward raids. Oh, okay, so we need to do that. From the Heavensward 24-man raids. The Red Bill scarf, that's what it's called. Yes, and I need that. To flesh out this look, I need it. Mandatory. Mandatory fashion. No, Carl, no, it's not. I absolutely know it's not. Sweetling, I love you. Hope your day's been awesome, by the way. Next. Wait, these come in batches of 5 at a time? I thought they always came in 4s. A Realm Reborn was a different time. 5, 4, 4. Got it. I distance myself from Carl's opinion. Same, relatable. Hi, Soma. Soma, welcome in. How you doing? Oh, what's this? What's going on in here? What happened? Hello? Oh. Because of Realm Reborn, yeah. We forgive A Realm Reborn because it was the precursor to everything great that came after it. But A Realm Reborn was a time. I'm so excited that Volora just got out of A Realm Reborn. They're stepping their little toes into Heavensward, and I'm like, hell yes. Pretty good, just got foods. What's on the menu? What's on the menu? Carl, a really good way to do that on the internet, if you want to include satire, is /S or /J. They're like tone tags Or like something like that. Or just say in brackets, I'm joking. Got some Burger King. Wait, the Chimkin burgers? I am a slut for the chicken burgers from Burger King. They're so good. It's so good. Is that actually what you bought? Food that's not a bad idea. Please feed yourself if you haven't eaten anything today. Also med check. Also hydrate check. Just general self-care check. Have you stretched? Have you stood up? Have you walked around? So yeah, elevator raid. Well, that one was quick. No, let me out. Let me out. Vel's inventory will be horrible. Echo, thank you for the hydrate. Too late, I'm already canceled. Tumblr's knocking on my door. It happens quick. It really happens in the blink of an eye. Coils 5. Boop. If anyone needs to step off of Mr. Terra's wild ride, just say the word, by the way. Hydrating for everyone. Wholesome. This one used to be rough. Did they nerf it or are we just overpowered now? Maybe I should like maybe I should pay like a smidge attention. I've mostly just been reading chat. Oh, we're just overpowered, okay. Oh shit! It's his claw. The little beret. Hang on, this little outfit is so cute. The little beret. Oh my god, that's so precious. In 14, there's a few wild rides I want to be on, if you get what I mean. Oh boy. Like Xenos? Is that what we're talking about? The claw, exactly, Sid. This is going rather more smoothly than I expected. It is indeed convenient to have a hero on hand. Gods, that the cavern should open up again, even at this depth. Ha, this resembles a finger. No, the whole thing is a claw. Hello? Stellar, hello. We're just doing it unsynced for the story. And so it should. This is Bahamut's hand. As with the wings, it seems to be frozen. And for that I count my blessings. But again, I find myself wondering, how is it able to retain physical form? I had assumed that Bahamut's reversion to ether was the cause of the widespread changes to the realm, but if he is still here, then that theory no longer holds. What was it, then, that brought about the realm's sudden regeneration? There is still so much we do not know about Cartano. I haven't the slightest inkling how deep these caverns run, but we must continue. Sits back and lets Terra read voice act for me. You're a scammer, Vel. You're a scammer. That's a dead guy's hand. Not any dead guy. Bahamut. The creature that came about and destroyed the world. Let Terra take the lead here. Yeah! I'm going in. I'm going in. Hello, friends and foes. Hi, laugh foes. That's ominous. Oh, it's the recruiter friend. The recruiter friend mount. What the hell is it called? Midgar? No, not Midgarsimer. Twin Tanya, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say that the whole time. Hee-yah. Oh, my camera angle's way too low for this shit. Are you kidding me? Oh. Phase change? Oh, oh. What the People are getting one shot! What the what's happening? Wait, people are getting one shot! Oh no! I guess I could have been resurrecting people, but I was more so just shook that it was even happening. We have no one that can res. Do your best, you two. Oh my god. I'm Tanya, and I'm Tanya, and we're Twin Tanya for ukobsales.com. No way, goals of get out. Dragon targeted the resers first. It knew. Strategic. Vel, Black Mage res me. Black Mage res. Okay, listen, Lav. I was stunned. I was stunned emotionally. Vel, do not bully me. Do not bully me. Oh my god, Izagi, how did you live? I'm like sweating. I'm like sweating. The arena is a ring of is a death line. I see how you're supposed to survive it now. Also, I should just release, shouldn't I? But I kind of want to watch. No, I'm gonna watch. Dive bombs aren't killing you. The knockback into the wall did. Got it. And the warning is, you see which angle Twin Tanya lands down on, and then you can tell who's getting targeted. We eat. We eat. Katie, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you so much. Thanks for hanging around here. We eat. I like the way the TTS said we. Hello? Tanya? Hello? I feel like there's gonna be a jump scare. It's just gonna suddenly target and one-shot something. We eat. You can do it! You can do it! Hey! Good shit. Hey, I'm alive, just like that, easy. I literally only survived. Hey, you did better than me. No, I don't want the weakness. Get out of here, you. So, I guess I should pay a little bit of attention then, hey? Or is this one unique in the one-shot bullshittery? Oh? Where did it spit me? What? What's happening? Where did it spit me out? Coils is really good in my opinion. I'm doing it for the story. Already I'm super fucking intrigued. The fact that Bahamut's body is still here is very what the fuckery. Activate the lift. Yes? Terra, oh no, I tripped. Guess I'll lie here forever now, literally. Help, all senior Terras need life alert. Pay attention, jaw drops, god tier gamer. Lab, don't bully me. It is one of the harder coils, okay. Lift your spirits, man. This contraption, is it used to control the saturation of ether? I suppose there's only one way to find out.
Sloppy.
Jolly, thank you for the hydrate stretch and sloppy.
You're my superstar.
Puff with the fresh, non-GMO, cruelty-free Prime Gaming. Hello? Hello? Puff, thank you so much for the primer. Hello? I appreciate you so much. The way your guy has to look up to see anything more than blonde boy's kneecaps. Shh. I'm vertically challenged. Do not bully me. All right? The dragon you vanquished earlier. Doubtless you noticed the peculiar contraption about its neck. Oh, I noticed. It was likely a receptor of some description, used to enslave the creature. Ancient Allag possessed the means to control dragons, it would seem. The Ishgardians would kill for this knowledge, though to be sure, it could as easily be brought to bear against them. An army of dragons could turn the tide of any battle, as the Garleans once learned to their sorrow. I would not be the least bit surprised if they now sought to exploit its power. Whatever their plans, this serves as another reminder of the might of the Alligans. One cannot help but wonder how so advanced a civilization came to fall. That is the pressing question, right? Where the fuck did they go? I don't think we've gotten any true explanation other than just they were ridiculously futuristic and then just fucking gone. It's not like the Calamity wiped them out, because I think they were long gone even before that Calamity. Or like this one. The 7th? 8th Calamity? I don't remember. 7th Umbral? I don't remember. I'm travel sized? Yeah, I'm pocket sized. Terra, they went 6 feet under. Haven't you been listening? They tripped and now they can't get up. Also, Alisaie is a girl, and she doesn't take kindly for being mistaken to her brother. Ask Astinian. Gods be good. I just love how before Coils, you meet Alisaie at like level 20 or something like that. Well, you don't meet her. Hello? This is Bahamut's head. Sorry, I'm stopping my tangent because this is fucking insane. Why? How? I swear I hear a heartbeat. And that enormous crystal, it pulsates as if it were a heart. Then the primal that had awakened was Bahamut all this time? No, this cannot be true. This would mean that grandfather died for naught. Confound it. We do not know enough to strike at it now. We must withdraw. Who is that? No, it can't be. Grandfather? Is it truly you? How? What? What the What in the world is going on in the Coils of Bahamut? No, don't leave me again, please. Grandfather! Wah! I am shooketh. I am shooketh. I know. We can do more, no more for now. Whoa. Questions and answers. So that was Louisoix that we saw. But how? Why? What? I saw the other person. It kind of looked like... I'm going to be so dumb in saying this, but it kind of looked like Regula von Hydrus, but I don't think it was that. I think it was a Garlean, though. The helmet looked very, very Garlean aesthetic. Oh. I see a wholesome Terra in chat here. Hi, Suvu! Suvu, I didn't see you sneak in. I was busy being mind blown by the fucking head of Bahamut. What the fuck is going on? Can I go down there? Oh, man. I have so many questions. I have so many questions. Bruh. I saw it was cute, and yes, this is something. I actually got chills when we saw Louisoix's face, because literally how? So many questions. So many questions. Beautifully done season finale. Quel surprise. Before the next set, I need you to sit in the new mount. Okay. What if we kissed under Bahamut's severed head? Vel, I love you. But this looks like... How did we come to be in northern Thanalan of all places? Oh, but such details matter little. Grandfather's alive, sir. Bahamut did not defeat him. But why won't he return to us? I don't understand. This expedition has yielded more questions than it did answers. The only question it answered was, yes, it was Louis Soir. That's it. It's just open up a whole fucking worm. A can worm. Worm of cans? Can of worms? That's the one. So many questions, such little legs, literally. I did this way too late in the story, but it was still worth it. So chat repeatedly reminded me, well, not reminded me, but said, Terra, do Coils' story before you get to like post Shadowbringer stuff, because it's important. Worm of cans. Shut the hell up, you guys. Shut the hell up. They were like, Terra, do Coils. Do Coils. It touches on some stuff that's very important. I was like, okay, fine. Also answered which primal stirred shit up at the end of 2.0. Mm-hmm. Fair. Let's get to banning some phrases. Do we have a new swarm of bots? Oh, we have a new swarm of bots. Let's go. It's been a while. It's been a while since we've had Twitch bots. Doge hype. At any rate, we would both be better for a rest. Let us return to the Waking Sands and reflect upon... Pray return to the Waking Sands. And reflect on what we've seen. Thank you, sir. Without you, none of this would have been possible. I think... No, I have no theories. Head empty. Brain too smooth. I don't think they would do time travel shenanigans again. I don't think they would do it a second time. Well, isn't this cute? Isn't this a cute little Scooty mobile? Full of lalas. We've opened a worm of cans here, Carl. DVZ car, you're not wrong. I know it's probably a music spoiler, so I muted it. I was vibing though, I was vibing. The magic school bus, beep beep. All right, can we just jump into the next Coils, or is there somebody I need to talk? Oh, pray return to the Waking Sands. Vel, wait, it's full of lalas. Yes, Cap. Thank you for hopping in here too. It's literally full of, oh, look at the little ears on the back of my coat. Oop. Huh? Oh. The way my camera moved, I thought a cutscene started playing. Oh boy, oh boy. All right. Literally taking the kids to soccer practice, literally. All right, I want off Mr. Jolly's wild ride. I gotta go to the Waking Sands. Let me out. Let me out. Can I teleport out? Oh, I literally can. Wait, I don't want to go to New Gridania. Seat 2 is knees to chest. Aww. You look like you're scared. Wait, Vel. You look like you've been kidnapped. Also, what is that shark? You literally look like you've been kidnapped and you're like huddling in the corner, scared for your life. How bad is their driving? Their driving's fine. They're doing a great job. That shark is from ocean fishing? All right, I gotta start leveling up my fishing, clearly. Wait, are you driving us to the Waking Sands? Oh my God, you're literally driving us to the Waking Sands. That's great. Oh, taxi! Take me to the Waking Sands, please and thank you. Crazy bun driving, yup. I want to listen to the music. I can listen to a crumb of it. I can have a little spoiler music as a treat. I deserve it. The shark was the first mount I got outside of MSQ, so I have a weird attachment to it. I mean, its movements look great, as I just saw. Sith, do you want to come for the rest of Coils? Do you want to come with us? Do you want to come? I will dote on you. Whoop. Yes, you do? All right, get in here. Get your little bum in here. To the Waking Suns! Why is this person just Manderville top? Manderville dancing. Ocean fishing. This is, you must be a masturbator to unlock it. Thus, you must be a masturbator. Oh, I'm a great masturbator, let me tell you. Wait a minute. Hang on. Phrasing? This reminds me of having to taxi my boyfriend around because he didn't unlock flying. Vel, that being said, as you're in Heavensward, I volunteer as tribute to taxi you since you used my wait. Allie? Did I miss her? Allie? Allie bestie, where are you? I volunteer as tribute to taxi you around if I'm free. Because there are some zones in Heavensward that, like, it's not good when you don't have flying. It's really bad. Eorzea? No. Fuck, was she outside? I followed you since you left that cutscene in Northern Thanalan. You just noticed me. I had a HUD turned off in my defense. Also, I'm really dumb and blind. Some zones in Heavensward, all but 2. Yeah. They're bad. Where's Allie? Oh, she hiding? You're not Allie. You're not Eorzea! You're Aline! What a scam you are. Have I played Red Dead Online? I have not. I keep having to taxi people around Dynamis because I transferred an alt instead of making a new one. No. Also, Hatters, welcome in. How you doing? Bro, where's Allie? Am I dumb? Can somebody help me? Didn't she say come back to the Waking Sands? She should be in a side room inside the Waking Sands. Are you sure? Is she not next to Eorzea? Oh, she might be. Pray enter the Waking Sands. I literally saw Eorzea. All right, everyone shut up. She's right there. I literally saw Eorzea and was like, nah, it's fine. Eorzea's pledge. Full glad am I for thy safe return. Lady Eorzea hath apprised me of thy many experiences. As thou wilt doubtless be aware, Master Louisoix was my lady's grandsire. Gravely concerned was I for her safety, but 'twould seem I need not have been so. With all my heart I do thank thee for watching over her. But come, thou must speak with Mistress Eorzea upon that which transpired within the binding coil. May it serve to bring us closer to the truth of the calamity. God, fucking Eorzea speak. Terra blind them. I still need to commission that Terra blind emote so badly. With the amount of blind moments I have, holy shit. This is the wrong thing? Stop. This is the right thing. It's Eorzea's pledge. Do not tell me this is the wrong thing. I will scream. I'm fantastic, thank you. How much questing have you done? We haven't done any questing yet. We've been sidetracked, Bellum. Oh, talking about the high gay I redeemed. Okay. Wait, it's right. I think Jolly was talking about the redeem they redeemed. Shall we begin then? Eorzea, I understand you have a report of your own to share with us. Aye, my lady. Even as thou didst emerge from the depths, an etheric disturbance betokening primal activity was observed. In Mordona was it marked first. By comparison of time and magnitude, we have since deduced its origin, the Cartano Flats. Strange. There have been no reports of primal activity in that region. It could only have been Bahamut. That would certainly explain how we came to be in Northern Thanalan. Somehow, the cavern took us all the way from Vilbrand to the heart of Aldenard. 'Twould seem so, my lady. It is all but certain, then. After Bahamut disappeared 5 years ago, he hid himself deep beneath Cartano and has since lain dormant, regenerating! Aye, my lady. Taken together with thine own account of Bahamut's continued presence, the land's slowness to heal and the disorder of the etheric currents do point to one conclusion. Bahamut stirreth. If left unchecked, the primal shall drink of Eorzea's life force till he doth waken to rain ruin upon the land. Rest assured, I do not mean to give up, sir. Bahamut may still live, but so too does grandfather. For the past 5 years, he's been keeping vigil over his nemesis, making certain that the primal does not escape. Master Louis Swad doth yet live. I durst not hope, and thou art certain 'twas no mere manifestation of thine all too sorely felt grief. I know how desperate this may sound, Eorzea, but I saw him with my own 2 eyes, as did Sir. But he vanished deeper into the labyrinth before we had the chance to speak. 2 more like fragments of Dalamud pierced the earth when the lesser moon fell. One we have seen. If we can but find the other 2, I am certain that we will find grandfather as well. If thou so believest, my lady, then I too shall have faith. If it please you, I shall notify the grand companies of this development. All Eorzea must stand united if we are to avert a repeat of the calamity. That will not be necessary, Eorzea. Being the great conciliator that he is, Alphino will seek to unite Eorzea of his own accord. If rumors are true, that endeavor is already well underway. So let us leave the diplomacy to the diplomat, while we continue our investigation of Bahamut. I swear to you, no matter what it takes, we will find my grandfather and uncover the truth of the calamity. Sir, you have heard me swear to do these things, but without your strength, I cannot hope to make good on my word. The danger to Eorzea is not past. For the sake of all who abide here, I pray that you will ever be our sword in the darkness. Of course. Of course. Terrabellum. Your brain blanked and you redeemed it. You just defaulted to the high gay energy, Jolly. Sounds so much fun. It really is, Hatters. We already had one Baja Blast. We had one Brain Blast moment. Hi, Spaz! 1 is good. 1 is good. 1 is more than enough. Okay, love you. Thank you for the Burger King, hashtag not sponsored, Burger King Chimkin sandwich. One brain Baja Blast moment, exactly. Chimkin? Damn jealous. He was, Spess was talking, he's like, I'm getting off work early, and I'm near a Burger King. Do you want a Burger King? And I was like, yes, I fucking do. Yes, I fucking do. And then Soma came in here talking about Burger King, and then my like desire for it only grew. Another turn in the coil. Yes, I fucking do. Literally. Burger. It was meant to be? It was. A crystal-choked abyss lieth beneath the Cartno Flats, the unholy cradle of an elder primal, and by thy hand were truths great and terrible wrested from those once celestial depths. Yet, as is oft the case, an answer doth breed a profusion of questions, and the unknown doth beckon with irresistible allure. Ne'er have the mysteries of the Red Moon lain so neatly within our grasp. Lady Eorzea hath oh my god, Eorzea speak kills me. Lady Eorzea hath sent word of her coming. 'Tis time once more to brave the precipice and leap unflinching into the jagged wound that doth gape beneath the land. Choke me, Crystal. The abyss. Pimp, I love you. Hope your day's great. Baja blasting is one of the best parts of summoner rotation. Oh my god! Summoners literally get to Baja blast. Wow. That's it, I'm switching back to summoner. I gotta catch up. Mine apologies. I trust I have not kept you waiting over long. Eorzea needs some ranch for that word salad. 100%. Sir, I am both delighted and reassured to have you at my side once more. I would not waste your time with trivialities. Let us proceed directly to the discussion of that which we have learned, and that which we hope to learn anon. Initially, it was evidence of a new primal that led us to delve into the cavern beneath Castrum Occidens, and to explore the subterranean scars left after the fall of Dalamud. As you will well recall, what we found was a vast, largely intact fragment of the fallen satellite, and within the depths of that structure we discovered not the new primal we had expected, but the broken form of Bahamut himself. Yet even this great revelation would soon be overshadowed by the appearance of my own dear grandfather.
I have since shared our sundry findings with Rambros, preeminent scholar of the Sons of St. Koinok, and he, in turn, did kindly furnish me with his theory concerning the Elder Primal's Allagan prison. 'Twould seem that Dalamud was constructed to gather unto itself the rays of the sun, and thence channel this radiant bounty unto the Crystal Tower. The ancients saw great potential in Bahamut's capacity to manipulate energies of otherwise unmanageable magnitude. 'Twas for this reason that they did bind him with the red moon to serve as its living core. Wait a second. There's a term. I can't remember what it's some sort of dome. There's a term for harnessing the sun's power so purely, and the Allagans were, how did the Allagans die, dude? What the fuck? They were literally harvesting the sun's power through Bahamut and their, like, moon that they made. Dyson sphere. Thank you, Ike. Dyson sphere is the word I was thinking of. The Allagans basically made a Dyson sphere. Huh? There's a secret to how they died. Stop asking. Izagi, okay. You guys know I'm not legitimately asking, so don't legitimately answer, but like, fuck. If they were at the point where they were basically making the equivalent of Dyson sphere technologies, it baffles my brain that they are gone. Living at its core. I mean, you did the Crystal Tower. Listen, I did the Crystal Tower eons ago, Ike. I don't remember shit. I don't remember shit other than Catboy trapped himself in there. Do you remember the sight that greeted us at the culmination of our journey? The colossal devices that surrounded and seemed to cradle the incomplete form of the Elder Primal. From the information provided to us by the Sons of St. Koinok, we have learned that these contraptions were termed internment hulks, and that each bore the designation Ragnarok class. The purpose of these hulks is believed to be twofold. First, they are meant to act as binding coils, rendering Bahamut incapable of escape. And second, they are meant to feed him. Perversely, the selfsame energy which prevents him from moving also serves to sustain his corporeal manifestation. Bahamut is permitted neither to die nor to truly live. He merely is allowed to be. That seems like the best way to, like, disable a primal like this. Because removing them from the equation means they can just be resummoned, right? I keep hearing Muhammad and fully accepting that this is Muslim fanfiction. It is not. It is not. Hey, Terra, tell me, how many great empires do you know IRL that... Jolly, that's a fair fucking counterpoint. I miss Bahatia. Though thy not appreciate them, spring rising words in RP for the world of soothing in the ears, which twiggling near the partner who is soothing them, words of lovely interest, while wiggling ears while looking in the crystal eyes while surprised every day you wear. Suvu, get out! Suvu, get out. How dare you make me read that? Don't you think Bahamut would make a good power regulator for our moon battery? Allagans, probably. I can see it, Rando. I can see it. Izagi right now literally panicking. At the end of the Crystal Tower, it is explained that Dalamud, when launched, created so much power that it spilled over to Eorzea in huge catastrophe and caused umbral calamity. Diod, thank you for catching me up on what Crystal Tower told us, because I actually forgot about that. So the creation of the launching of Dalamud literally forced a catastrophe, a calamity, sorry, because whoopsies, you might say. I'm currently fighting the urge to tell this guy that I asked a moral Canadian whether I should bail you out. He said no. Consequences, actions, etc., etc. Allagans literally pokeballed Bahamut and decided, you know what? Bahatary power. Yeah. Seems a bit cruel, but it makes sense. For century upon century was the Elder Primal thus imprisoned, bound about in fetters so subtle. Oh!
Just for fucking fun.
I love you, Lab. Thank you for the biddies. Where was I? Bound in fetters so subtle in their workings, and yet so adamant, that though his cell be destroyed, Bahamut lieth yet at the mercy of his long-departed captors. It has long been held that the primals require the prayers of their faithful followers to exist, yet none alive worship Bahamut. Could it be, then, that the Allagans found a way to simulate to simulate prayer itself? What the fuck does that even mean?
It seems the only logical explanation. I would postulate, therefore, that the regenerative mechanisms in question also supply something akin to the power of prayer. Consequently, if all the internment hulks were to be rendered inactive, Bahamut should dissolve into the ether. They've got mechanical prayer sustaining him. What the fuck? Seems I need to get back into RP in-game. Just so hard to find another one in Eorzea. Aren't there, like, worlds that are, like, mostly full of RPers? I thought I heard that Crystal, like, the data center, had a fuck ton of RPers. It's more that Zandy was like, I want to open a hole for the cloud of darkness to come here through. Turn the moon on to max. Turn the moon on to max. Oh my god. Can we set the Baja battery to like full blast? Allegan's got to make everything into technology. Yeah, you're in Crystal and your DC has a lot of RP. That's the one. Free company on Zodiac. I'm a part in. There you go. Upon the evidence of thy previous foray, we determined that the Elder Primal is sustained by 3 such binding coils. Thus did we commence to scour the realm, and found in the Twelveswood an as yet unexplored fragment of the Lesser Moon bearing a most familiar etheric signature. And after conducting a preliminary investigation, we believe we have discovered a point which this North Shroud fragment and the second of the internment hulks can be entered. As Eorzea's sword in the darkness, I would have you once more lead the charge. I will, of course, be there at your side. Once you have made your preparations, head to the Fallgourd float and make yourself known to my assistant, Serpent Lieutenant Anel. The fallen fragment is not far from the settlement, and her position provides a convenient rendezvous point. The Baja battery, Baja blasted down to the Baja bottom and Baja broke. Get out, Jolly. I only read Baja bottom. Nice. I will break these Allegan fetters, for they bind my grandfather as surely as they bind Bahamut. How can... Rhetorical question. How can Louis Swa be alive? Some sort of fuckery is going on. Some sort of severe fuckery is happening. Spoilers, that's how. A smile better suits a spoiler. Also, I didn't show this off yet. Important expenditure. Extremely important expenditure. It's because someone in chat named Non enabled me. They gifted a bunch of subs and were like, buy the fat cat. I was like, say less. Say less. Does your mount have a name? We have not named it. It's called the Fatter Cat by default. Love the red glam I have. Thank you. Notice that my face is dirty now, Suvu? I changed up all my aesthetics to match dirty face. To look like little hardworking, what, chimney sweep is what we decided on was the aesthetic. Little chimney sweep boy. He's cute. 99% of 14. Some sort of fuckery is going on. The other 1% is Hildebrand. You go all Les Miserables. Les Mis indeed. I've actually never seen Les Mis. Unimportant what? Excuse me? Nothing? Nothing? Hey Tara, have you read the mount description? No! I haven't read the mount description for Fatter Cat. Sir Terrabellum, I've been expecting you. My name is Anel. I've been accorded the rank of lieutenant within the... Vato Kato! Kyo with the primer! Kyo, thank you so much for the 3 months. It was a pleasure having you. Oh, come on. Even I have seen Les Mis. Spaz! Spaz, let's watch Les Mis! Spaz fucking loves musicals. So he'll be like, hell yes, please. Don't read it. Koji is evil for this one. Oh no. Don't tell me it's depressing. You cannot. You gotta watch Newsies now? If it's the street urchin Lalafell vibe, let's go. I read the book first. Read it. Read the cat lore. Okay, fine. I've been accorded the rank of lieutenant within the Order of the Twin Adder, that I may better assist Lady Alisaie with her endeavors here in the Twelveswood. Such authority has allowed me to act without interference from the local soldiery and to conduct a preliminary investigation of the Alder Springs fragment. From what we have seen of the exterior, the structure shares many common features with the one you explored in La Nocia, and likely plays host to a similar complement of guardians. But I fear words alone will do little to prepare you for what lies ahead. Pray seek out my comrade to the south and west. He is charged with observing all that occurs in the vicinity of the fragment, and will be placed to show you the thing if nothing less. I love how you guys are all just like sitting around here. It's cute as heck. It's cute as heck. You guys are precious. All right, let's read Fat Cat. Sorry, Fatter Cat. Fatter Cat. Seeing as how this pursy pussy can defy the very laws of physics by propelling itself high into the firmament, it is very likely that the creature is either a void sent using a bloated cat's corpse as its corporeal vessel, or a deceased pet reanimated by one well-versed in the necromantic arts. What? What? Holy shit, dude. Cat is dead. Cat is dead. Disparage indeed. Full disparage. Izagi, stop having such attractive outfits. Stop this. Go make me act up. All right, let's go. Wait, Vel. Vel, come with me. Come on, little fellow sprout. Get on the chocobo. It's not even a glam. I should just start calling them outfits. Just your outfits in general. I know it's not always a glam. I'm using the word glam as a placeholder for outfit, and I know it's not appropriate. So I should just start saying outfit. Cause sweating over here. Gonna make me act up, honestly. Whee! Boop. I like red chocobo. Eh. Cats already act like they woke up dead 10 years ago. Not my cat. My cat's got zoomies, dude. The heavy hatchling minion description says, it would be foolish to believe that a chocobo could achieve this size dining on greens alone, regardless of how many hundreds of bushels were devoured in a single sitting. Chicken bones found beneath the chick's bedding suggest he may have a taste for his succulent cousins. I hate that you told me that. I hate that you told me that. That's horrible. My Maine Coon wakes up like that. He's only a year old. Oh no. By the way, did you change your hair? I did change my hair to look more like greasy. I picked a hair that was more like wet and damp looking because I wanted to look like a hard-working little Lala. He just knows how to sleep deep ass sleep. Holy shit. What business brings you to this broken land? Unless you fancy being ground to bloody pulp under the granite fists of wandering golem, I suggest you bugger off. Oh, my apologies, sir. Lady Alize did send word of your impending arrival, but 'twould seem I've grown rather too accustomed to shooing away curious sellswords or reckless explorers. Behold, if you will, one of the fallen shards of the Red Mood Dalamud. Our initial survey uncovered no evidence of the Empire's presence, which, while fortunate in itself, meant that the approach to the fragment had yet to be cleared. After much effort, however, we succeeded in carving out a semblance of a path which should grant you access to the entrance, and that, I'm afraid, is where our progress ended. The interior, well, assuming that the architecture of this hulk resembles the first, the master controls you seek will be located in the bottommost layer, past all the ingenious and deadly defenses of which the ancient Alligans seemed so indecently fond. If you would know more, I'm afraid there is nothing for it but to brave the depths of the fragment yourself. Lady Alize will soon be arriving at Folgord. Pray do not tarry on your way back to the lieutenant's post. I imagine our young mistress will be most eager to commence the expedition. The road ahead promises peril aplenty, and I would humbly suggest that this is not the occasion to stint on preparation or provisions. May the 12 watch over you. Back to an L. Come on, Vel. You said I was gonna leave you here, and I almost did. All aboard to Panama City. It's been so long since I heard the Chocobo theme because I have so many other mounts. You jump scared me, Val. You jump scared me with that laugh. The 14 minion descriptions are like weirdly dark Pokedex entries. Dude, like, oh shit, what's the Pokemon? Driftbloom? I think it's Driftbloom that's like a little balloon Pokemon, and it tries to carry children to the underworld, or like to their death or something, but is too light. Is too light of a little balloon. Hi, Yumi! Yumi, welcome in. The one that steals children, tries to steal children, but is too light. It's same vibes. It's same vibes. Master Terrabellum, I trust the private's explanation was worth the journey. Not really. He was just like, there's the hole. Simply securing an approach to the fragment's entrance proved a monumental task. I dare not to think what defeating its inner defenses will entail. If there is aught I might do to aid you. Nah, we're good. We're unsynced. We're fine. Meeting less than 10 minutes of Vlah. Gotta drop out for probably an hour. Izagi, thanks for hanging out with us. We'll have made it through 2 coils by the time you're back with my current rate. Izagi, love you. Be safe in your meeting. The Tonberry one is great. I love Tonberries. They're so cute. They're just like little lizard boys with knives. In the Pokedex, it does steal children, but you have to read those with a grain of salt. Got you. Ah, Lady Alice. Oh, my apologies. Master Alphino. Has there been... Obviously, it's Blue Alphino. You could tell because of the gems. Eorzea informed me of the impending expedition. I merely came to exchange a few words with my fellow scion before he disappeared into the depths of the second coil. Sir, though I would strenuously deny it were she present, my sister's admiration and affection of our grandsire exceeds even my own. Upon the matter of his legacy, therefore, Eorzea is wont to go above and beyond the call of duty. In our grandfather's absence, she has made the salvation of Eorzea her personal crusade. 'Twas that which prompted her to brave the perils of the first coil, yet the fact that she risks her life in this manner is not the greatest of my concerns. No, it is her subsequent fixation upon my grandfather's shade that worries me most. This quest is to rid the world of Bahamut, must not become a quest to save a man long dead. My sister must needs have a better reason to fight. A time will come when the fate of the realm rests upon our shoulders, and when it does, we must be strong in our resolve, and certain of the stakes for which we risk all. There's a wide difference between fighting for the good of Eorzea and fighting for the love of a man who died for the good of Eorzea. Eorzea must choose her own path. She cannot rely on grandfather to choose it for her, for he is gone. I'm glad that it is you with whom she makes this journey. I love Alphino, dude. Alphino, best boy. If Eorzea is to discover a deeper purpose, then where better to find one than at the side of Eorzea's greatest champion? 'Twas thereat that I found mine after all. I love him so much. But 'tis past time I was gone. Fair fortune in your endeavor, sir. Alfie was pretty insufferable through A Realm Reborn, and I guess in just being near us and being around us the whole time, let Alfie's character progression go in such a good way, and I just love him to death. He's such a good character. His growth in particular is what really makes me love him. Son, stories go that it grabs the hands of small children and drags them away to the afterlife. It dislikes heavy children. Ultra Sun, its round body is stuffed with souls and expands each time it leads someone away. Yumi, that's so scary. That's so scary. Post-error humbled him a lot. It really did, Avalon. Ah, Lieutenant Nanel, was it? I would appreciate you making no mention of my presence here to my sister. He learned how to make a fire and decided to be less insufferable. Holy shit, that's pretty accurate. Oh my god, that's pretty accurate. Lady Eorzea is due to arrive at any moment. I shall abide in confident expectation of your triumphant return. Ready for second coil! While merely a clockwork toy crafted to resemble the twisted survivors of Nim, owners of similar creations claim waking up to find their wind-up tonberries propped upon their propped upon their chests, wooden knives pressed firmly against their throats. That's what the Tonberry mini says, Jolly? I don't want a Tonberry mini anymore. I don't want it anymore. I'm good now. I'm all gone. All gone. Let's go. More coils. Second coil, turn 1. Whew. Basically, if you have a level 90 character, you can take a friend through something really... Yes, the unsynced parties. Yes. Really handy if you're going new through content. Like, right now, we wanted to experience the story of Coils, but people warned me that the duty finder for Coils is pretty dead, because they're pretty hard, synced, so we're just doing them unsynced to experience the story. Ghost-type Pokemon have really scary entries. I still love them, though. They're so cute. Isn't the new, like, dog Pokemon? I remember watching the trailer for the new ghost dog Pokemon, and how the person in, like, the trailer or the teaser or whatever you want to call it, like, literally slowly dies. It was very concerning. Weird, this is inside a coil, huh? I didn't even notice what was happening, Jolly. I wasn't even looking. I was off on my rant about ghost Pokemons. How strange. Why could we not see all this before? I suppose it is only to be expected that corrupted crystals should accompany a disturbance of this magnitude. After all, the fragment likely pierced the ground to a depth many hundred yalms. The swirling ether leaking from the wound must warp the very air, creating a veil that hides these formations from view. Well, it's not as if we expected this to be a straightforward task. Let's tread carefully, shall we, sir? 'Tis imperative that we win through the depths of this structure and disable the mechanism that powers Bahamut's regeneration. Of course, if we should chance to encounter my grandfather upon the way, I shall not let him go again, not while there is hope that he may yet be saved. But mayhap we should put such thoughts from our minds until after we have successfully gained entrance to the place. That opening up ahead appears to have a suitable point of ingress. Mad Slayer! Hello? Hello, Raiders? Welcome, you guys. How you guys doing? How was stream? Thank you for shout out. Rocket League! How was Rocket League? Were you winning? Were you winning, son? Guys, press the follow button for Mad Slayer. I adore him. He's such good vibes. You'll have a good time there, I promise. I promise. Amazing vibes. Hi, Bree. Hi, Cougar. Hi, Slayer. How you guys doing today? How was Rocket League? Tell me everything. And if it's your first time meeting me, my name is Terra. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream 4 days a week. Sometimes we do horror. Sometimes we do drinking streams. But lately, we have an absolute Final Fantasy XIV fixation. Loving it so much. Loving it so much. Crying every other day, and it's fantastic. I love it. Pure emotional masochism. I'm back, but this time from raiding. How did raid go, Hatters? Love your face? I love your face, sir. I love your face. Not that it's a competition, but I think I'm winning. I think I love your face more. Also, Suvu, if you're going to bed, have a wonderful time. Right now, we're backtracking a little bit in some 14 content. We're checking out the Coils of Bahamut, which has had some mind-blowing story already, and we're barely in it. But yeah, welcome in, you guys. Welcome in. Love ya. He's a good face. He's a pretty good face. Pretty 10 out of 10. All right, we're ready. Let's go! Yeah! Yeah! I should have switched to Monk so I could just punch everything. I want to punch all the things. You're my superstar. Sable! Sable! Sable Queen! Hello? Sable Queen? Thank you for the 3 months of T1. What the heck? Appreciate you. Lurk off to do some hood rat shit. Let's fucking go, Slayer. Thank you so much again for the raid. Enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your post-stream shenanigans. Love you, dude. Love you. Sable, how you doing? Thank you so much for 3 months. He's playing? He's playing. Oh! Ew! Is gross plant. Ew, why is it like that? You're a summoner now? You brought Bahamut to the Bahamut fight. Good, how am I? I'm really good. I'm really good. Hiya! Severity? Hello? Thank you for the follow. Hello there. How you doing? I forgot I took this week off. What? Izagi? Did you, like, book vacation time and then forgot you booked vacation time? What happened? Yeah, I'm good. How are you? I'm really good. I'm really good. Did you come in on the Mad Slayer X raid by chance? Given that your name is so similar? Wait, look at these little earrings. Wait, what is this? Little lantern looking earrings? What is this one? Little bracelets? Oh, I can't even see the bracelets on me. Never mind. What in the world was that creature? Disgusting hatters. I forgot I took this week off. Yes, booked vacation time, forgot, and entered a meeting I didn't need to. Was somebody like, Izagi? Hello? What are you doing in here? Why are you here? Aren't you on vacation? Like, how did you come to that realization? No, I was just looking at people who were streaming 14 and I chose you. Let's go. Let's go. How far in are you? Like what class, what job? Are you done the story? Are you an emotional vampire? Because if you are, you've come to the right place. I love me my emotional vampires. Whoop. This section of Coils is in your... It's in my Wondrous Tales! Did I do it? What happened? I should reset my shit. Hello, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Emotional Vampires Unite. Oh, he did via DMs. You can invite me back? Shit. Wait. Whoever's not ready, don't ready. We're gonna invite Izagi. Hi. Welcome in. How you doing? If people just want to do old content for the story, they tend to unsync it. Yes, that's why we're unsyncing for Coils, just so we can experience the story. Hello, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in, you guys. Good to have you. Izagi, where are you? There you are. Come here, you. Bring your little booty into this party. What is this? Little vagabond looking? Little pirate? This one's really cute. This is precious. You look like you're gonna bite my ankles. Well, although you'll bite my face because I'm short enough. But you look like you're gonna bite their ankles and steal their money. It's very cute. Doing great. How are you? Doing fantastic. Doing fantastic. Loving the Bahamut Coils story so far. I can't get over how much good story have been in the raids so far. The Omega story was fantastic. The Alex series story was fantastic. And we're really early into the Coils story, and my jaw already on the floor. Whoop, let's go. Coils turn 2. Whew. Welcome back, Jolly. Terry, your emotes are adorable. Thank you. Thank you. I really need to commission some more. Like we need a blind emote so bad because of how frequently I just don't see things and I'm blind as hell. Oh, you haven't finished Omega? Highly recommend you do. Oh, highly recommend you do. Loved it. Loved the Omega. The Omega series is why I'm going back and doing the other raids. I originally wasn't going to, but here we are. Zimmy, are you stealing my headphones? Zimmy, buddy. Zimmy, come here, you little cat. What are you doing? What are you doing, you little booger? He's trying to steal my headphones. That armor. No, it can't. Oh shit, what did I miss? Fuck. I fucking missed something because my cat. This bitch. Zimmy, you made me miss something, buddy. Booger. In my opinion, do Omega before post Shadowbringers content. Omega is so good. Just do Omega in general. It's so good. Such a good story. Nice, I'm getting to Shadowbringers. Currently waiting on Tsukiyomi Q. Crimson Queen. This is not the safest place for you. I am currently doing Coils, so it's fine right now. But we might do a little bit of Shadowbringers MSQ. A little bit after this. I will warn you. I will warn you before we get there. But it's so good to have you for now anyways. But yeah, we are definitely in Shadowbringers and definitely loving it. I'm gonna head out, possibly pay a guy's bail. you know, see you, Terra. It was nice to pop in. Good to see you, Kona. Hope you have a good day. Also, I'm done with MSQ, just bad at unlocking raids. You definitely should. There's so much, they're so much fun, and B, the story is fantastic in every one that I've done. Be on your guard, sir. Though it defies all reason that he should live, I know of only one who wears such armor. He whom the Empire raised as high as the Black Wolf himself, the legatus of the 7th Legion. I speak of the madman who brought the Meteor Project to fruition. We face the White Raven, Nael van Darnus. Darn it? Harbinger of the 7th Umbral Era. I don't recognize this character. Nael van Darnus. Ah, that was the name of the fool who perished upon the eve of the promised Age of Glory. It should not be uttered within these hallowed halls. He's very flamboyant. Oh, what a bow. Oh! Sorry, I got jump scared. Out of love for his loyal servant, the one true deity named me Nael Deus of Darnus. The one true deity? Bahamut! He speaks of Bahamut. O Lord Bahamut, thy name is as sweet water to parched lips. How my heart swells at thy sacred touch. This blessed sanctum is the domain of my God and his beloved children. Seek to defile its glory, and you will answer to me. Whoop! Dream on! Nael is one of the ones that helped bring about the disaster that ended 1.0. Okay, I don't know a lot of 1.0 lore, other than what Chad has told me. I need opinions, no context, just pick one. Binding of Isaac or Hollow Knight. Binding of Isaac. Binding of Isaac. Hollow Knight. Both. Both. How about both? This is the man who brought Dalamud down in 1.0. Oh, what a fucker. I'm gonna Summoner main, so I think Bahamut is cool. Summoner gets some flashy ass moves. Terra, please. Sorry, I'm no help. How is this possible? From what Alphino has told me, Nael was slain on the eve of the calamity. Whatever the truth of the matter, we must be on our guard. There can be no reasoning with the worshippers of a primal. My fear, that I just want to say out real quickly, judging by Nael's reaction, my fear is that if Louisoix did live, it's possible that he was tempered by Bahamut and has been tending to Bahamut the whole time. That is my fear. But I think there's other fuckery going on. Obviously, don't answer the question, don't answer the theory, but like, that's my fear. We all like a little bit of Baha ass blasting. Okay, this I am truly sorry for. Can't believe you made me read it. Can't believe you made me read it. Let's go! Yeah! Ooh! We on an elevator? I forgot to switch to monk so I could punch everything. Summoner mains unite. I played Summoner up until about close to 60, I want to say. And then I tried Red Mage and I just fell head over heels in love with Red Mage. I did really enjoy Summoner, but God, do I love Red Mage. Or Res Mage, as it is so lovingly called. I think it's because I'm a recovering healer main from previous MMOs. So having the tools like Vercure and Verraise in my arsenal and be able to, especially Verraises, be able to wrap and throw them out is just so cool. Hello, music. Hello, music. Anytime something goes wrong in this game, it's Alligans or Asians. Or both. A Gorgon. Kind of looks like the Ananta before the Ananta. Was it Red Mage or was it Zurantia? Probably a bit of both. Probably a bit of both, Avalon. You're not allowed to call me out like that. Honestly, I love Astrologian for heals. Use Bard Dancer for your secondary. My spread has ended up being Red Mage, Monk, weirdly enough. Feels like a pretty big far cry from Red Mage. Sage for healing and Gunbreaker for tanking. Gunbreaker just so aesthetically cool. Hi. Yeah. Sage, okay, Puff, I had to watch, I think 2 separate Sage explanation videos to understand how the class worked. But once it clicked, it really clicked. I really like Sage. Took a while to click, mostly because all of their abilities have such confusing names, like Phlegma Balls, and like Diagnosis, Prognosis, Eucrasia, Eucrasian Diagnosis. It's all confusing at first glance, but then it makes sense when it clicks. Give him the beepus, exactly. Can't figure out Sage, but Astro is easy for me. Astro, I love having an Astro in my party. I love getting the cards. When you see that card pop up, especially like in a dungeon, I'm like, pop all my buttons! Do all my DPS! I only figured out Sage after mapping all the skills to their closest white mage equivalent. You probably had to watch like a translation guide for it, right, Ike? Of like a skill translation between what the Sage ability was and the white mage ability was by comparison. I'm gonna take another quick little break. I've been drinking too much coffee and too much water. I have to pee really bad. Dog food time? Izagi, it's perfect. We're gonna take a quick little like 3-minute break here. I'll probably roll like 90 seconds of ads to try and prevent pre-rolls to anyone new coming in. So if you see an ad, don't worry, you're not missing anything other than just BRB screen. And we'll see you guys in just a couple minutes. I recommend getting up, getting some water, stretching a little bit, move around your house a little bit, just for a bit. I would die for an Icarus equivalent on astrology. Oh, Icarus on Sage is so nice. But before I get sidetracked, I gotta go pee. And I'm gonna run some ads. See you guys in just a minute. Let's move over to the side. I hate it here. Why am I like this? I am touching myself and therefore I die. Okay, makes sense. Yep, smile. Where is he? Where's the DJ? That gave me such bad heebie fucking jeebies. That is probably still to this date one of my favorite redeems. It's an absolute mess the way it's set up, but it works. Most of the time, it works. It's just good that you are not allergic to the He's Fun stickers. You'd be red as a beet by now. Yup. Huh? Sir? Sir? What happened?
What a horse. Thanks.
Sir?
Sir? What a... Eats shit, crawls out of the back of his thing, gets back on his thing and goes, oh, what a horse you have there. If it's not legal, you can't do it, okay? Wait, did I turn this man into a hat? Please tell me you guys saw that. He glitched out so bad. Maybe I'll come. I am back. DJ Music Man, love the reaction. God, Frick, the first time that I met DJ Music Man, absolutely terrifying. Absolutely nightmare fuel. Monk! Thank you. Aiki, you the MVP. You the MVP, thank you. Izaki's back. Perfect timing. Let's go. Second coil. I need that emote. Is that store-bought? I need that emote. I will waste more money. I will waste more money. What is that emote? I swear me mum. Terrabellum. Got up to get a warmer hoodie and cat stole your chair. Sorry. Post Endwalker content. Or just buy off market board. Heard. Okay. Okay, good. That means I gotta get an Endwalker. Special 90 post Endwalker dungeon. Got it. Got it, got it, got it. Guys, what did we just do? We did turn 2. Okay, we're on turn 3. Boop. You were sitting in the cat's chair? Exactly, exactly. Also, I saw that Jolly in party chat asked if everyone in our party is Maelstrom. I want to pose the same question to chat. Which grand company did you choose first? Because I know you can always swap. But which grand company did you choose first and why? I'll go first. I went with Maelstrom because pirates. And because I love Merlwyb. I love Merlwyb a lot. I respectfully admire Merlwyb. Twin Serpents ride or die? And why is Twin Serpents? Twin Adder, because you're from Gridania. I am also from Gridania because of my starting class. Probably have to go with this run. Got some stuff to do IRL. Sith, no problem. Thanks for coming with us for a bit. Boop, boop. There we go. Maelstrom made more sense for your main, aesthetically. Have a different grind company for each alt based on their character and personality. God, that's so cute. Immortal Flames, because Roban. Tina, understandable. Understandable. Maelstrom because Merlwyb and city layout. I love because it's because Merlwyb. Same rando. Chose Immortal Flames because Ul'dah was the hub in 1.0. Wait, it was only Ul'dah as the main hub way back then? Oh, you chose Immortal Flames because you love the desert motive. Okay, Diod. Okay, I see you. And you're actually from Ul'dah. Did you go with Immortal Flames? Oh no, you went Twin Adders, but you're from Ul'dah. Oops. Is somebody still AFK? Party was withdrawn. Wait, does somebody need to drop? What's happening? What's going on in here? The market location in Ul'dah was best in 1.0. I would say arguably Limsa has the best market location now. Limsa being Hookersville is a 2.0 and later thing. Got you. Gridania hometown +1. Gotcha. Ready check. That's a good way to find out who's not ready. I'm gonna unhide my chat for 1 second because I want you guys to see this. Great googly moogly, it's all gone to shit. Sith, that's amazing. That's amazing. Most of my characters are from Gridania or Limsa, but Ul'dah holds a special place in my heart since it was where your first 14 character was from. For me, that's Gridania. Oh, who's not ready? How do we see from that list? Oh, it's Vel! Vel is AFK. Hello, Vel. Well, I don't want to ditch Vel. Vel, we can't leave you behind. You're also going through this for the first time. We're just gonna poke Vel until they're back. Ul'dah is full of tiny capitalists. Not a fan. It's me. I am a tiny capitalist. No, I'm not. I'm a poor chimney sweep. A poor destitute Lala. I have a couple other of those text macros too. Speaking of capitalists in Ul'dah, if you haven't done the goldsmith, like if you haven't leveled goldsmith, A, I recommend you do it because crafting is useful in general, and B, pay attention to the goldsmith story. It was really cute. I'm glad that I was just gonna blast through it kind of absentmindedly because I was like, how good could a crafter story be? But I actually really enjoyed it and it was really cute. And there's a Lala in there that is good bean. Very good bean. The crafter stories are all pretty good. See, the miner one, I was lukewarm about. I started like spacing out while doing it because it wasn't holding my attention. But the goldsmith one was really good. The Anemos fit. Is this your machinist? Is this your machine? A warrior. Okay. Okay. We're toast. Wait, here's another Sith copy paste. Whoop. We're toast. Botanist story I found really hard to care about. Maybe it's the gatherers. Maybe it's the gatherers that got shafted on their story. Goldsmith story is real nice. Others I found good are culinarian, smith, and armor is your favorite. Okay, gotcha. At some point I'm gonna be an omnicrafter. I can feel it in my bones. So I'll make sure I pay attention to all of the crafting stories. Carpenter Quest had such weird specific lore. I loved it. The man knows his wood. Giggity. What is the hang on, what is the context of this one, Sith? I'm gonna need you to explain this one for me. I thought this was a farm party? Moo? I'd like the cow. But what's happening? What is happening with this? What's with all the cowboy Lalafels? They're cute. They're cute spes. That's what's happening. It's never a farm party. Oh. I will poke you. I'm not afraid to poke you. We're gonna do another one. See if Belle's back yet. Valora? I'm gonna slash user Valora and see if they said anything. Nope, last thing they said was Oshara. Vel, where are you? What? Oh, you weren't ready. Now we're ready. We were waiting on you. Away we go. Fun fact, Terra/Doze will do a basic falling asleep animation while standing and sitting, but if you use it on a bed, you will actually sleep in it. Yes! Yes, I've seen the sleeping animation for the Lalas. It's very cute. You got coffee and kind of chased your cat around? Nah, that's a worthy cause. The Fisher story is the only gathering one you like. I'm not picking up Fisher yet, but I will pick it up eventually, so I'll make sure I pay attention to Fisher as well. I'm reminded of the passages beneath Castromocydons. We must have traveled quite some distance below the surface. More of the same tunnels. 12 be good. Surely they cannot continue all the way down from the upper floors. 'Tis difficult to see inside, but I have a terrible feeling those corridors house more of the dreadful guardians you've already faced. It is said that the Alligans excelled in the creation of chimerical beasts, and that the Red Moon teemed with 1,000 fantastical monstrosities, all to prevent the enemies of the ancient empire from releasing the Elder Primal. Also, hi! Welcome and thanks for the follow. A very fitting name for what we're currently working on. I wonder, the creatures that prowl these halls, could they be beloved children of which Niall spoke? Well, this is yet another mystery to ponder upon our return. Shall we continue onwards? Yes. It's me. I'm the fisherman. Felt like good timing it was. God, I love Monk. Has anyone like seriously played Monk? A few people warned me that the rotation feels clunky, but I think the better wording is that the rotation is challenging, and I think that's why I'm really enjoying it. Oh. Wait, everyone's leaving me. What do you guys, where are you guys going? You've dabbled, played Monk through all of MSQ, and did you enjoy it as much as I do? It was a lot of fun. Correct, challenging. Yeah, challenging is definitely a good word for it. After about 2 weeks, it was fun. The rotation I found beautiful, if a bit hard. Same. Largely my experience. I wouldn't do it in a raid because it's too much. I've been taking it just in duty finder things. That's how it's level 70 already. Been having an absolute blast with it. Got your monk to 70 so you could get the trailer glam, but you like it. I really do. Alt is monk at 65, so I don't know the higher level stuff. I really like, at level 60 you get access to the beast chakras, and that's what I was like, okay, this class is really fun. Once I got beast chakras and those big hitting abilities, I was like, ooh, all right, here we go. Played Shadowbringers monk, got intimidated by Endwalker changes, haven't picked it up again yet. I highly recommend you do. Mind you, I'm not an Endwalker. Love doing PvP as monk. Why is that? I need to get back into my PvP. Ooh. I need to get back into my PvP dailies. So make a convincing argument. They're super overpowered in PvP? Say less. Say less. Monk is deadly on PvP. You can push people? Say less. I can push people off stuff. It gets even better because with levels, those beast skills get upgraded. Oh, hell yeah. Let's do it. Hi-ya! Oh, I'm bound? I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Boy, oh boy, I sure do love ignoring mechanics. I forgot I'm on Bard. Were you pressing your Black Mage stuff? That's one of the big changes. No Beast Chakras in Shadowbringers Monk. Oh, so Beast Chakras are new? They're really satisfying, Ike. They're really satisfying. Also, I just looked up in chat on something I missed. Avalon saying Fisher requires me to have a bunch of bait and it throws off my inventory management. I'm gonna open something for 3 seconds. I'm gonna give you guys only 3 seconds to look at it. I know you're gonna yell at me. We're not allowed to talk about it. All right, I just wanna, just 3 seconds is all you get. That's all you get. 1, 2, 3, boom, it's gone. Don't come for me, okay? Don't come for me. Don't come for me. Don't say anything. That was my Chocobo saddlebag. Don't say anything to me. Rocks? I'm crying. Streamer inventory. I actually cleaned up like my other inventory. This is all that's in my main inventory right now. A fuck ton of food, some cards that I need to sell, and like that's it. That's it. That's not bad. It was worse. It was worse before last night. Sith, better get going. Thank you for letting me tag along. Enjoy the rest of Coils. I will be. Sith, it was a pleasure having you. Have a good day. I didn't need to see anything. I said shame before you opened it because I knew. I'm being bullied. I am being bullied unfairly. Here we go, turn 4. My Chocobo's dying. Help it. Clean the bag. No, I will not. My inventory is so organized because of my OCD. The second page is all for my Fisher list. My issue is I'm a hoarder and I don't know what's going to be important. I feel like if I throw something out, it's gone forever and I'm dead. I'm dead forever because it's gone. And there's no possible way that I could just simply go mine it back. It pales in comparison to mine. Yo. How is it this deep beneath here? What? This makes no sense. You have 4 things in your inventory? Literally, how, Ike? What is your secret? The Red Moon. That surely cannot be Dalamud. How? Where are we? The final resting place of Nael van Darnus. This is a grave for the undeserving. And for the crime of trespassing upon my god's sanctuary, this place shall serve as your grave too. Oh boy. No! Oh, this was before she red maged. They're beautiful. And it's not just because they only have white hair. It's not just because they only have white hair, I promise. It's mostly because of the white hair. It's mostly because of the white hair. I have a few ridiculous stacks in my inventory due to an achievement farm I'm working on, but otherwise auto-sort less than 2 pages at all times. I just need to start eating some of my food. Like all the MSQ food that I've been getting, I just need to start eating it. And that'll clean up so much of my inventory. I have like too much random food. White hair, any other color. It's my one weakness. Silver, white hair on an anime character. Oh, I'm in love instantly. The real challenge starts when you get a bunch of relic weapons and they take a bunch of space. Oh. I want to get Monk's A Realm Reborn relic because I've heard it's awful and I want to do it. I should bring my bun boy over, say less. I think Nael was blonde. What color? What color you see here? That's clearly white. Come on. Okay. In the hour of his failure, Nael van Darnus felt the currents of ether begin to bear away his essence. But before oblivion could claim the last of him, a divine will reached out and I was born. Then did the words of my God resound in my ears. Bring unto mine enemies crushing defeat, that they might know despair without end. Claim thee thus the victory which thou wert once denied. Hello? 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 That doesn't look healthy. Pepper! Pepper, thanks so much for raid!
Such devastation!
Well timed, Keo. Well timed. Pepper, thank you so much for raid. I'm just gonna pause the dialogue for a second. Hello, raiders. Welcome in. Pepper, how was your stream? Oh my god, you were playing Detroit Become Human. Yes. Yes, Pepper. Hell yes. How was Detroit Become Human? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How was it? You love it? I love that game. That game's fantastic. Baha just decided to make a man into a woman and vibe with that. Yeah. And now it's a monster. Stream was really good. Love that game. It's your second run through. What kind of playthrough are you doing? If it's your second time, what are you aiming for? What are you shooting for? How is Shadowbringers become weepy? Studs. We're taking a little break from MSQ to do Coils. Coils have been really fucking good though. Doing Peaceful Good Ending. That's the first one that I did. Loved it. How many stab wounds? 0. I'm okay. I'm okay right now. But raiders, welcome in. If it is your first time meeting me, my name is Terra. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream 4 days a week. We do horror streams, we sometimes do drinking streams, and we do everything else in between. Right now, I am so beyond fixated on 14. This game is amazing. Exclamation mark. If a mod could do exclamation mark Final Fantasy XIV for the meme, because it's free and you could play up to level 60, and I recommend you do because I love this game so fucking much. I don't know when I just became a walking, breathing ad for Final Fantasy XIV, but here we are. Shit! It forced me out of the cutscene! I'm sure it wasn't that important. Yeah. Did I miss anything big? Did I miss anything big? Will it have showed it in this chat? 'Twould seem that little remained of Nael's essence when Bahamut plucked him from the brink of oblivion, and the result was this strange simulacrum. Nevertheless, her aura bespeaks great power. She channels the rage of the Elder Primal herself. I'm sure much else wasn't important other than that. You saw her transform, that's it. Thank you. Heavensward, that's when. Yup. You really are obsessed. Pepper, I'm in too deep. I'm lost in the sauce. I can't get out. Help me. I can't get out. I'm madly in love. The community's so good. The game is so good. Everything is so good. When are you gonna play, Pepper? No, I won't force you. But it is great. Okay, here we go. We fight Dragon Mommy. It's a game worthy of obsession, so much so. Hiya! I said hiya? There we go. Yeah. I lost aggro. Phase change. I'm gonna die. Help. Oh, okay. It's a big meteor. Oh, it's summoned ads. And they're dead. It's not my style of game, sorry. And I know it's not for everyone. Comfort, don't worry. Don't apologize for that. I was mostly memeing. Oh, I don't know what this is. But I got my Riddle of Earth, so it'll be fine. Oh, it's dropping multiple on me. It's fine, it's fine. Turn 12 has a 9-minute cutscene that you will not want to talk to chat or you'll miss it. It will time you out. Okay, turn 12. Turn 12 in particular, I'm just gonna be solely focused. Oh no, Val! Goodbye, Val. I'll miss you most of all. Oh, Jesus! That debris burst hurts. 10 seconds to Mega Flare. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Oh my god, she's a red mage. What in the Ver flashbang was that bullshit? Help! I'm frightened. Holy shit, a bunch of people died. Woo! Okay. The music? There's a 10-minute idle timeout when you zone into duty, sadly. Okay, good to know. Hello, are we doing this unsynced? Yes, we are, Panda, just for the story. Demon Boy legit said Final Flash. Actually, it was Demon Girl, but you're right. Also, how the heck do I learn Scholar? I was told I automatically get it when I have Summoner. You have to go to the guild, I believe, in Limsa for Scholar. But yes, you do. That is factual. Nail hurts. Yeah, how did so many people get insta-killed? It was crazy. The Arcanist Guild, that's what it is. Oh, the wall, they got pushed into it. That comes down and knocks you into the insta-kill barrier. Gotcha. I'm sorry, Dragon Mommy. I didn't mean to. Will you forgive me? Poor creature. Would that you had never been born. You had surrendered your physical form and collapsed into ether, but Bahamut denied you death and imprisoned what little was left of you in an ethereal shell resembling what, I wonder? Images from your memory, perhaps? But that shell is now broken, and your primal deity seems disinclined to sustain your existence. My primal deity? I kneel to no icon. What need have I to beg the favor of such filth? I am Nail Van Darnus, Legatus of the 7th Legion? We smacked the tempering out of her. No, a moment. My thoughts are clouded, and this body is not mine own. Could it be that you spoke the truth? Was I ensorcelled by the Lesser Moon's ancient prisoner? That will not happen again. You speak as if Bahamut no longer controlled you, but that's impossible. Once a primal ensnares a mind, it cannot be freed. Unless Bahamut simply relinquished his claim, what need has he of a broken spirit bound for an ethereal realm? Oh, that I should fall prey to the very influence I sought to purge from the land. The irony is galling. But I do not assume that all my actions were chosen for me. It was my will that the Meteor Project be resurrected. Mine, and none other. Imprisoned my hizzle. Stop. Guys, don't bully me. Guys, do not bully me. What the hell? Have to head out. Thanks for letting me join. This was fun. It was a pleasure having you, pup. Yet it seems that my grand designs were destined to fail. Even the ungentle release of death was denied me. Nail, please. You must tell us more of the calamity. I must know the truth of what has befallen the world, and what has become of my grandfather, Archon Louisoix. You are Louisoix's grandchild. Ah, the fates are generous with their cruelty. Continue on, if you would have your answers. They await you at the terminus of your path. But know that this path leads only to despair. The light of truth was ever harsh and unforgiving. Why do you say this? Grandfather will be freed once we put a stop to Bahamut's restoration, will he not? What are you not telling us? Steel yourself, child. Only unbending resolve and merciless strength can conquer what lies ahead. The weak can do naught but weep under the pall of their own misery, as did the frail child I once was. Silence, chattering raven. Your wretched wings are broken, and you shall soar no more. My crimson moon, your brilliance sears mine eyes. Holy shit. Looks like you're going to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo. Jesus Christ. Are you even a streamer if you're not bullied by chat? No. It's part of the territory. This terrabullying must stop. We will actively bully you. Bahamizzle. I recognize that voice, sir, but never would he say such words. Come, let us finish what we came to do. All will be put aright when the final hulk lies dormant. Grandfather will be himself again, I'm sure of it. Oh, Alize, you naive fool. You're gonna make me cry, aren't you? Oh boy, it's more than just the head now. It's got part of its wings and its chest. Bahamut regenerates more swiftly than I had anticipated. Let us hope that disabling this coil will serve to slow the process. Okay, back. Welcome back, Pepper. Territory. Faux shizzle my imprisoned Bahamizzle. Jolly, get out. Jolly, out with you. The display seems different, but the controls appear to mimic the mechanism we found in the Lenosian Hulk. It shouldn't pose a problem. Dragon joke. He's Bahamut. You would. Sir, forgive me. The moment I beheld Nail's transformation, hope wilted in my heart. I did not believe you could stand against the manifestation of Bahamut's power. For all your fabled strength and skill, I felt certain then that I was going to lose you, just as I lost my grandfather. Even he, a man for whom naught seemed impossible, was humbled before Bahamut's might. 659! How you doing? Also, hi, Prey. Love ya. How you doing? Terrabizzle. And yet, look at how far we've come. 'Tis incredible the feats of which we are capable, our boundless potential. 'Twas this capacity for greatness, I believe, that grandfather so dearly wished to protect. With all that has occurred, I have come to understand that much at least. Grambo Louis Swizzle. I hate it here, dude. I hate it here. 'Tis done. Shall we make our way back to the surface and gather our thoughts? We have seen much that will benefit from Eorzea's learned perspective. How are you alive? Ooh! Yeah, I think Louisoix is much the same as Nail was. Or Nile, I don't know how to pronounce her name. Grandfather, it is you! Then why? Abandon this quest, Alize. I will not countenance further sabotage from the Coils. Sabotage? But we must disable the Coils if we're to prevent Bahamut's revival. Your defiance seals your fate. No. No, you're not who I thought you were. My grandfather would never. Granddaddy going sicko mode. Primal grandpa. Tempered grandpa. Well, I don't know if tempered is quite the right word. Time to beat up grandpa. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? Foolish girl. How could the White Raven allow herself to be bested by such sniveling opponents? Listen well. We all exist at the pleasure of one divine will. And the word of Lord Bahamut is absolute. Scurry back into your holes, vermin. You have been granted this one reprieve, but should you be so foolish as to crawl into my lord's domain again, I will crush the life from you myself. That light in grandfather's eyes. He has suffered the same fate as Niall. My grandsire is no more. That was naught but a phantom that profanes his noble memory. This mockery must be expunged. I will not rest until I free grandfather's soul from Bahamut's tyranny. Do you hear me, Bahamut? Your time is at an end. Eorzea, my family, will be avenged. Grandpa's in Ohio, you did not. How does this work? Are other people in the story with you? Technically, yes. Technically, yes, they are. But also, no. And then you all do the raid? Yes. Also, when I got home, I found the spoon I had in the sink laying on the floor. How did this happen, pray? How did this happen? Alize's resolve. Oh! Alfie's getting involved. Sibling rivalry. Well, more like she's gonna get a scolding. Truly, it is wonderful to escape that stifling air and to return to Northern Thanalan again, it would appear. I must thank you, sir. Were it not for your bravery, I strongly doubt I would be standing here now. Ah, but you need not tarry on my account. The danger has passed. Pray go on ahead and apprise Eorzea of all that has occurred. I will join you anon. My thoughts are yet unruly, and I would rest here a while. Pray return to the waking Sandus. Rip Tempizzled Louis Swizzle. Jolly get out. Taffy happened the little shit. The little lovable shit.
You're my superstar.
Thanks to @McGillNet for my sub gift. I love you, Terra.
I love you too, Becky. 19 months, let's fucking go. Becky, I love you so much. Hope your day's been awesome. Yeah, Izagi put it well, Spess, in terms of how the raids work in a group setting. Used a ticket, didn't you? Yes, I did. I still have some tickets. I'm glad I was holding on to them. Terra, do you know you can expand the inventory? How? Oh. Ooh. Hey, that's cool. I like that. Hey, that's cool. Thanks for the tip, Evelyn. Appreciate you. Do open all? Wait, not expanded? Open all? Character config, item settings.
Yay.
I'm impressed.
People are pressing a lot of buttons. Give me
Am
1
I
second.
wowed? Yeah.
Nice. 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 Appreciate it. What's going on here? What's going on here? Pepper, thank you for gifting Evelyn and 659 subs. Pepper, I love you so much. Thank you for all the support. Seriously, it's so much and it's so appreciated. Love you. I love you. What else I missed? Had a vet appointment today for blood work. Should have results tomorrow, and they said otherwise he seems totally healthy, and all the workers there loved him. Let's fucking go.
Train serotonin.
Pepper, thank you for the 300 bits. Guys, thanks for kicking up a hype train. And Spess, stop tier 3 subbing to me. You stinky boy. Love you. He made friends with a big boxer doggo. It was so sweet. Precious. Serotonin. Sweet serotonin. The triumphant hero doth return. Thine eyes speak of the dread task's completion. The second coil now lieth dormant. Yet I sense the tidings thou bearest are not altogether glad. Pray tell me, what ill have... Now miho! Jolly, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate you. Yet I sense the tidings thou bearest are not altogether glad. Pray tell me, what ill hath cast the shadow which befalleth now across thy brow?
Sloppy.
I need a permanent Eorzea translator. Imagine if somebody modded the game and just changed all of Eorzea's dialogue to like normal dialogue. What? That would be so offensive. An old foe and an old friend. So, 'twas but the ethereal shadow of Master Louisoix that Lady Alisaie beheld, an unnatural conjuration in thrall to the Elder Primal. That the fiend should deign to choose him of all men, even in full knowledge of the shade's true nature, I would be hard-pressed to weather such a confrontation. Super simplified to like, it gon' rain! That would be so good, actually. Gotta be a part of these hype trains while I can. Jolly, it's really appreciated. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much for the hype twain. So happy with that vet. The one I used to go to that Sned worked at merged with a bigger vet. Did not like the changes. Oof. It's good to have a vet that you're comfortable with, especially when they're like looking after your like furry children, we'll say. Hey, sup? It's Eorzea. Get your ass back to the Waken Sands. That would be so good. Dion, how do we get that? Oh my god, you guys!
Someone said hype train.
Hello? Someone said hype train? Yes, they did. Pepper, thank you for the gifted to Panda. Lab, thank you for the 100 bits. Guys, thank you for all the support. It's because you guys' support that I get to do what I do, and it means the world. So thank you. Thank you, guys. Jolly, oh no. What is this game? Oh, listen to Jolly. Listen to Jolly, actually. Izagi, thank you for the biddies. Yet what agonies must the young mistress have endured? Such torment did she ne'er deserve. Mayhap 'twere better if Lady Alisaie did absent herself from the future forays unto the coils. I've come too far to surrender to grief, Eorzea. Right, Alphina. She was so sweet, listened to my concerns, and was so good with him. He gave us a scare for a minute, but I think you'll be okay. Let's go, Becky. I'm so relieved to hear that. My lady, I am resolved to defeat these fiends, and naught shall sway me from my path. Now let us peer more deeply into the well of our discoveries. As you wish, my lady. By your leave, I would speak of the Coil's late guardian, Niall Van Darnus. Van Darnus was the legatus of the Garlean Empire who strove to bring about Eorzea's final destruction, only to fall even as the sixth sun did set. If thou hast heard tales of the White Raven, then it is of he of whom they speak. Aye, he, I say, for Niall was certainly no maid. The noble house of Van Darnus, as we discovered all too late, had long safeguarded the wisdom of ancient Alec. 'Twas thus that the legatus came to learn the true nature of Dalamud, and seek to employ the Red Moon as a weapon against Eorzea. But the Crystal Tower, and the mechanisms required to command the satellite, yet lay hidden beneath the ground, compelling Niall to construct a far less subtle mechanism. And in this first faltering attempt to communicate with Dalamud, he did likely rouse the satellite's slumbering prisoner. Thenceforth did the White Raven's soul belong to Bahamut. A Riange voice, mine milkshake bringeth all yon gentlefolk to mine yard. As is their wont, Avalon. There was 2 Dalmatian puppies in there? Stop. I don't know. I can't say for certain the last time I saw a Dalmatian, like a real life Dalmatian, with mine eyes. It's been a fucking minute. I forgot Dalmatians exist. He was fortunate indeed to acquire so powerful a thrall by chance. 'Tis little wonder he was so loath to part with it. Why let a simple thing like death deprive one of so useful a pawn? Though we may accuse him of bungling Van Darnas's resurrection, I dare say Bahamut was as content to have a handmaiden as a manservant. I only hope that the 2 thralls we encountered were the extent of his flock. Yet I cannot help but dwell on Niall's words, those beloved children of whom he spoke. I assumed at first that he referred to the moon's beastly guardians, but should Bahamut have enslaved other mortals, we must needs remove this source of worship. Otherwise, our efforts to disable the coils shall be for naught. Forgive me mine indelicacy, my lady. Thou art wise indeed to speak of expunging the primal's thralls, but canst thou truly pursue a course which would cost thee thine own grandsire? My heart and my mind are as one on this matter. Grandfather's salvation can be won but by a single method, the destruction of Bahamut, and aught that might serve to sustain him. Sir, while Urianger and I endeavor to ascertain the existence of any further thralls, I suggest you grant yourself a moment's respite. Rest assured that I will contact you the moment I have need of your immutable talents. That we have achieved so much, I owe to you. I fear, however, that our trials have barely begun. With mine eyes. He's catching the Urianger speak. Avalon, in the Discord, I did a self call out. I was whispering somebody to do duty roulettes together, and they weren't ready yet, so I sent them an Urianger. I sent them an Urianger blip, and the Discord roasted me for it. Understandably so. Is it that good? Dude, 619, this game has grabbed me by the fucking heart. It's so good. It's so good. I recommend, you lose nothing for trying out the free trial, right? And you can do it for as long as you want with no time gate or anything like that. I highly recommend it. Though time had dulled the pain of thy passing, I find that I am wounded afresh. Master Louis Sois, what good shall come of this unending search for knowledge and truth? Long have I believed the pursuit of such treasures to be the duty of every true Charlayan. Yet, when each new revelation serveth only to leap further anguish upon those whom we would fain to protect, must we truly reach for more? So, you have found your resolve, dear sister. Will you now find a use for the secret, for the key that only you and I holds? Given our familial propensity for curiosity, you would do well to remember that keys may serve to seal doors as well as unlock them, and Bahamut is a most unwelcome guest to whom the doors should never have been opened. Guys, thank you so much for the hype train, by the way. I appreciate your faces. I appreciate your support so much. It literally means the world to me. Keeps that. It's Derpy! What is that? Hype, huh? Do I have that one? Oh, what a good emote. If you in the least enjoy stories in video games, this game is a gem. Yes. Vouch for the game too. There's something for every type of gamer. I like it for different reasons than my friends, and I have a blast. Yep. Vel actually got hooked on the game for completely different reasons than I got hooked on the game. And now it's making me go back and re-experience it all, and it's great. Me, I'm here for the story, I'm here for MSQ, and I'm here for, like, emotional moments. Vel's like, I'm out here crafting, I'm out here fishing, I'm out here gathering, and she's having a fucking blast with it. And it's what made me pick up crafting, and I've been really enjoying it.
Emotional damage.
For the record, there's a video out there from the Endwalker launch of Timothy Watson, the Urianger voice, reading that milkshake line plus more. That's fire. That's fire, Avalon. Urianger went mad. Prayeth I do not spy thy visage over yonder and decide to fucketh thy shit up. Thine shit up. There you go. Fragments of Truth. Yes. Has the best gathering and crafting systems. I love that crafting in this game is actually crafting. And yes, I understand most endgame people just run a macro that they use a website to find out like the perfect way to do something. I understand some crafters like to do that. Me, however, I like playing the little crafting mini game and actually perfecting the balance between quality and actual craft. It's really fun. The milkshake line was from KupoCon last year. So fucking good. Funky, when did you sneak in here? Funky, hi, welcome in. The funniest thing is that the camera is glitching so bad. He's still in photo on the Zoom panel. It's just an Eorzea mood. It's trying its best. It's trying its best. People, hey. Man is wont to cast light wherever secrets lie hid in darkness, though that which he illuminateth seldom bringeth him joy. So it is with such unhappy truths as Bahamut's immense shadow doth conceal. Yet ever onward forgeth Mistress Eorzea, undeterred by the burden of knowledge that weigheth heavy on her heart. 'Tis a perilous path she hath chosen, and a painful one. I prithee, sir, remain by her side as her valiant blade, that she might see her quest to its conclusion. Trini, I've been lurky. Before I go to bed, I have one request from the Terra. Trini. Is it a forehead kiss? Mwah. Here's your forehead kiss. Have a good night, Trini. Thanks for hanging out. You will love the expert crafting that is unmacroable? Yes, I will. Yes, I will, Dion. Thank you. You're welcome. Eorzea would cry trying to figure out how her camera works. My cat is staring at you on my screen, Tara. Good. I'm trying to up my animal viewership. Put your pets in front of the screen. Let them watch the Terra. They love me. Sir, it is well that you are here. Confirm spoiler free. Give me this. Give me this.
Forgive me, but this was the best thing I have ever seen on the internet. Like, truly, I think it's the best thing. Tim, are you familiar with the song? I can't believe I'm doing this. Are you familiar with the song, My Milkshake Brings All the Boys to the Yard?
Alex.
Are you familiar with that song?
I'm sorry to say I'm not.
Okay.
I probably should
It's
be,
okay.
but I'm not.
You don't really need to be. The song will speak for itself. If you could read this in Orionje's voice, I swear the world will be a better place. So you might want to stretch that out.
Mine milkshake bringeth all yon gentlefolk to mine yard, and lo, they reply, 'Tis better than thine. Verily, 'tis better than thine. I could apprentice thee, but I would levy a fee.
Oh my!
If that's not turned into a YouTube video with like sound in a very
Yes!
short while.
That was incredible.
Mine milkshake bringeth all yon gentlefolk to mine yard, and lo, they reply, 'Tis better than thine. Verily, 'tis better than thine. I could apprentice thee, but I would levy a fee.
That was so good. Thank you for sharing. That was so good. I think it was made even better because he had no idea what he was signing up for. He's like, "Oh, no, I haven't heard of it. Sorry." And it's still just delivered. Wow, no idea what's going on right now, but I love this. Theo, welcome in. Chaos is going on. I could apprentice thee, but I'd levy a fee. Was the best part? Yep. Fire. Absolute fire. Thanks for sharing. My lady, how might I serve you this day? I have met with some difficulty in my mission, Eorzea, and I should be grateful for your counsel. As you know, Bahamut's physical form is regenerating beneath the Cardinal Flats even as we speak. If we are to prevent his return, we must needs disable the 2 remaining internment hulks that sustain him. Every moment of our mission is delayed. The realm is pushed closer to the brink of destruction. Alas, though I have determined the locations of the fragments of Dalamud leading to the hulks, I have been unable to find a way to enter them. and gaining admittance is but the first step in your perilous undertaking. When last thou descended into Bahamut's subterranean fastness, thou didst discover, didst thou not, that the dread Primal had bound the shade of Nile Van Darnus unto his will. What the heck? You guys are being so generous today. Stop this. Guys, thank you. Seriously. Thank you for the 5 gifted. What the heck? And such good beans got the gifteds too. Thanks for great streams, Tara. Thanks for popping in here. It really means the world. Gosh, you guys are gonna make me emotional. Stop this. Thank you for the hydrate. Milkshakes brings all the subs to the yarn. In for a lot of that dialogue, by the way. Oh, I'm excited. Oh, God. And though thou didst consign the fallen legatus to blessed oblivion, thou mayst recall that the piteous wretch was not alone. Doubt not, but that Bahamut's other thralls shall seek to hinder thy passage. Sable Queen! Thank you for the 100 biddies. Appreciate you. You can say his name, Eorzea. I have not forgotten that my grandfather is waiting for us. Jacob! What are you up to today, Tara? We're going through the Coils unsynced just to experience the story, and it's been fucking great. It's been fucking great. A Realm Reborn may be kind of scuffed, but shit, at least the Coils came out of it. My lady, I would remind you, as I must oft remind myself, that the man whom we both loved and revered is no more. What remaineth is but a shade, which defileth his memory. The vile verbiage that spilleth from his lips must not be heeded, for it cometh not from your grandsire, but from Bahamut himself. You need not worry, Eorzea. Come what may, I will not stray from the course. I will not let grandfather's sacrifice be in vain. But mere words will not take us whither we must go. As I said, I have been unable to find a way to enter the fragments of Dalamud. My lady, might I suggest that you visit the fragments again in Sir's company? Full oft hath the warrior of light set events in motion by virtue of his presence alone. 'Tis possible that he may do so again. I, the while, shall search for answers of mine own. By our efforts combined, full sure am I that the path shall be revealed to us ere long. Goofy ass names. Were it anyone else, I should question the wisdom of such advice. Yet I cannot deny that what you say about Sir is true. Very well, I shall do as you suggest. Backsari was making dinner for Maya, you cute ass couple. What'd you make for Din Din, Yumi? Oh my gosh, I didn't realize this was Alize. It's Red Alphino. It's Red Alphino, Evelyn. Assuming you have no objections, of course. Good. Now, we seek entry to 2 fragments of Dalamud. One lies at the Burning Wall in eastern Thanalan, and the other at the Singing Shards in Mordona. I have left an assistant at each location with instructions to continue searching for a means of ingress. It is not impossible that they could have found something useful to us. Let us begin by visiting my man at the Burning Wall. Dex, I think it was. Tacos! I want tacos. Not tonight. I forget what I'm having for supper tonight. But next time Spez asks me. Next time Spez asks me what I want. No, it's gonna be tacos. Holy shit. How dare you unlock such a deep craving in me with one word. You're also making tacos for dinner? Motherfucker, I didn't get the memo. I didn't know it was taco day. What a scam. You skipped all your cutscenes so you can watch yours? The power of being at the same part in the story as me, Belle. I always want tacos. Me too, Becky. Taco Tuesday! I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm a stinky idiot. Last night was pork chops. Wait, last night was also pork chops for us, but Spess made katsudon out of it with panko breading, and he deep fried it. Ooh! Homemade katsu sauce. Ooh! Oh god, it was so good. Bloated corpse cat, shut the hell up. Do not take fat cat away from me, Val. Do not do this. Made tonkatsu. Yes, we did. Twas so good. It sounds like heaven. It was so, so good. It was his first time trying the recipe as well, and he fucking crushed it. Oh! Manderville man? Are you a Manderville man? In that fancy outfit, sir? Oh my god, Terry, you got the fat cat? Because Non gave me a lot of money, Becky. They enabled me. I say, are you not Master Terrabellum, my lady's most faithful companion? Sinus, sir, at your service. And may I say, what an honor it is to meet you. How goes the survey, Dex? My lady, it shames me to say that I have found no viable path to the fragment. Though it stands before our very eyes, the way thither has thus far proven impassable. I hate thither. If they could take one word out of this game, I would have it be thither. God fucking damn it. When the fragment fell and pierced the land, it caused a prodigious amount of ether to spew forth. 'Twas this that gave rise to the land's twisted lay, which seems destined to thwart our efforts. Even were an opening to exist, I fear that we would struggle to reach it. We cannot give up. Keep trying. So near and yet so far. Well, it avails us not to stand here and stare at the thing. Let us away to Mordona and try the other fragment. Perhaps Sinus has fared better. Wither, thither, and yawn. I hate it. Uri assistant, literally. Robbie Rotten looking ass. You're not wrong. That man's hand is the size of your torso. He is a row. He is a row, Becky. They're big boas and ladies. Terry, you need to work on those tongue skills. I've been working. Sweetling, you don't know me. You don't know my life. I've been working, okay? Upon that note, my lady, there is something I must tell you. I am sorry to report that I lost contact with my brother just over a bell ago. As you know, the Singing Shards are home to many fell creatures, ogres among them. While I do not wish to cause you undue alarm, I fear something unspeakable may have happened to Dex. What? Why didn't you... Give me strength. We must hurry to my assistant's aid, sir. I would pay money for a word add-on or similar to help you write like Eorzea. God, how painful it would be. Rescue Alize's assistant in Mortona. Duolingo Eorzea version. Oh, get me out. Get me out, dude. How do you even use thither correctly? Thither they slither, over hither, before we wither. Can we ban Jolly? Can we just like really quickly, like as a treat, can we have a little ban Jolly? Read the cat description again. Pimp has to see it. Where is it? Minion guide. Nope, mount guide. For those that missed it earlier, this is the description for the fatter cat. Seeing as how this pursy pussy can defy the very laws of physics by propelling itself high into the firmament, it is very likely that the creature is either a void sent using a bloated cat's corpse as its corporeal vessel, or a deceased pet reanimated by one well versed in the necromantic arts. Dead cat. It is dead cat. Bloated dead cat. Pussy. Pursy pussy, no less. That's pretty metal. It's fucking cursed as well. Hunting log? Hold up, hunting log? This takes priority over anything else. Filling out my hunting log. You love it even more now. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Disparage. I love the disparage emote so much. I have to kill 6 of them? I didn't sign up to kill 6. What the fuck is this? Clickbait ass title? Hey, I'm going for it random. I was waiting for someone to mention it, but 90% of people do not read titles, so I'm not shook that it took this long. You can get cool rings from the hunting logs? Ooh. For fashion? It's worth it. There we go. Do. Hello, Alize's assistant. How you doing, bud? You like the store description? Music? You like the store description better? If it's too long to paste, but in the cat's name is Chubbs. Oh, that's cute as fuck. So we didn't get to name our cat. Its name is Chubbs. I'm down for that. Thank you, adventurer. For a moment there, I feared my bones were to be ground up and used to bake bread. Ogres baking bread? I would pay to see that. That's cute as fuck. I'm relieved to see that you're unharmed. It was wrong of me to press such a dangerous task upon you. My lady, your worries are wasted on me. 'Twas nothing at all, I assure you. If it please you, I shall report on my findings. As you can see, though the tip of the fragment is exposed, the rest is encased in rock and crystal, rendering it impossible to enter the structure. We might try excavating the area around the fragment, but that is like to take time, and there is really no telling how deep we may need to dig before we find a suitable point of ingress. As such, I am forced to conclude that gaining entry to this fragment is unrealistic. Forgive me, my lady. Confound it. We're losing precious time. What are we to do now? He's not crying? I've been lied to? Hi, Mac. 'Tis I, Eorzea. Glad tidings have I for thee, my lady. For a blessing, a way hath been found by which thou mayest enter the remaining fragments of Bahamut. Pray escort Mistress Eorzea to the ceruleum processing plant in northern Thanalan. There, all shall be made clear. I want to read that thing that Pimp dropped. Eorzea's found a way! Then we must go to him at once. Do you find yourself staring at your fat cat and dreaming of something greater? Something... Let me mount up. Fatter. Well, dream no more. This magnificent beast is so large, so wobbly, that both the earth and the very firmament tremble as it trundles. Whence did it come? Don't worry about it. What's important is that, equipped with a saddle blanket lovingly knitted by an elderly woman who fondly dubbed it Chubbs, this fantastical feline is ready for an adventure as your majestic steed. I like how they're like, where's it from? Don't ask. Don't worry about that. Because it's literally a dead body. That just gives further, like, credence to the claim that it's a floating dead body. Oh no, I hate this. Oh no, I hate this. I would die for Chubbs. I would die for Chubbs and also would kill for Chubbs. Same though. Look at its lifeless eye. Stop! I don't like this narrative. Oh my god. I don't like this narrative at all. Why is it dead? Because it is, Sweetling. Because it is. I can deny it all I want. Boom, 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 boom. Mine apologies for summoning you thus from afar, my lady, but 'tis here that your journey may finally begin. I did wonder. To my knowledge, there are no fragments in northern Thanalan. Nor are you mistaken, my lady. Yet a pathway doth exist, one which you yourself have made use of in the past. At the conclusion of your several forays into the binding coil, 'twas at the crystal formation which lieth to the north of this place that you did emerge, was it not? Yes, an ethereal stream bore us back to the surface. That much I had surmised. Are you suggesting that we can use it to return underground? And even if that were possible, would it not simply bear us back to those places which we've already explored? Hi, Froggo! Welcome in! It need not, my lady. Pray allow me to explain. Upon the evidence of your experience, it seemeth plain that two internment hulks may share the selfsame ethereal egress. From this, we did infer that the others may be connected in like wise. Thus did we labor long to verify the existence of further tributaries of the selfsame stream, in which task we were at length successful. 'Twas then but a matter of arriving at a solution to the problem of traveling to an unattuned destination. That one might reach what we may call the headwater, we propose to employ a modified aetherite, which serveth to amplify such ripples as do originate from said source. By focusing one's essence upon these ripples, it should be impossible to make the journey. Yet be fairly warned, my lady, as with all untried modes of ethereal travel, this method entaileth considerable danger. Merely to attempt the voyage could cost you your life. That is a risk I'm willing to take. You're brilliant, Eorzea. But I am curious. Did you have assistance in forming this plan? I could not help noticing your repeated use of the word we, unless you have taken to using the majestic plural in our absence. Focusing? Rando, no. Nay, my lady. As you have correctly surmised, I was not alone in this endeavor. Meaning there are others who are aware of our mission. Well, it cannot be helped now. Preventing Bahamut's return is what matters. If some secrecy must be sacrificed to achieve our goal, then so be it. Med check. Thank you for the med check, lab. Guys, drink water. Drink water, take your meds, have a snack. No, you can't show off the piggy in my presence. I want the piggy. I also really like the sheep. The sheep may be cute, but it's not Fat Cat. And Fat Cat is just so... It loafs. Does sheep loaf? No. Cat loafs. Eh. Hey, Terra Chat. You're up to level 26? You're schmoovin' Islua. Are you having fun? At least the Shiba is alive. Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Piggy is Shadowbringers tribal quests. Okay, I gotta get there. You joined a free company. Oh. So that must be the modified Aetheryte. But what are the Immortal Flames doing here? Those men may be sworn flames of Ul'dah, but they are first and foremost faithful retainers of the House Levelier. Blue Alfie! Alphino! So it was you who was helping Eorzea. Who else could it have been, dear sister? Lest you worry, I have no intention of making the details of your venture public. Like you, I would prefer to avoid causing a panic. But given that which is at stake, namely, the survival of the realm, one must be willing to accept help when it is offered. Would you not agree? I came home, recorded something, hated my face, so we'll go again another day. Bravery right there, folks. You did your best. You did your best, Mac. I think you mean Blue Alize? Rando showing their favoritism. Most people don't care if you say guild. No, they totally don't. Most people that play Final Fantasy have at least had a foray into World of Warcraft and other MMOs that use the term guild. You gotta create the content to be a content creator. Isn't that such a scam, Mac? Let me just be a content creator without the creation part. At the very least, do not be cross with Eorzea. 'Twas at my behest that he kept silent. We will speak later. Pray forgive me, my lady, but knowing full well your intent, I judged it meet that Master Alphino be informed. Though your grandsire hath become Bahamut's thrall, his noble blood courseth yet through both of your veins, but if he needs be struck down... Do you hear that, Alphino? I mean to strike down grandfather, and when I have done so, I shall banish Bahamut to the ether. Nothing you say will sway me from my course. I will protect Eorzea, and I will uphold grandfather's legacy. Should Blue Alize be nicer? The April says, that's a tough one. And over here is the World of Warcraft foyer. Rando. Rando really woke up and chose Bully Terra. I don't mind it. So far, Raynor is your favorite? Raynor is... Shit. It's been so long. It's been so long. Raynor sounds so familiar, though. Grandfather's legacy. So you still do not know what you yourself desire. Your actions are still driven by borrowed resolve. Borrowed resolve? What does that have to do with anything? Protecting Eorzea was grandfather's goal, and we made it ours. Both of us. That is why we came here, unless you have forgotten. Gods forbid I should ever forget, Alize. But you misunderstood. I do not question your resolve, only whence it came. If it were your own, you would be able to tell me precisely why you desire so fervently to protect Eorzea. Yet you cannot, for it is not your resolve, but grandfather's. You may struggle... Cat walked in the way. Hang on. You may struggle to see the difference, but borrowed resolve shall never be as strong as that which springs forth from within. I bully out of love, Terra. I know, Rando. I don't mind. Rainer is the captain of the Yellow Jackets. Oh, from Twin Adders. We all decided to bully you today, Terra. Just like any day. I love it. It's always bully Terra Clock. Yes, it is. I wouldn't know. I haven't played any other Final Fantasy. Same, bestie. Same. That's why I'm going to go back for them. Rainer is a footnote character from Limsa. Had to look it up. Gotcha. How could we not when we wouldn't even know there was a stream today until 3... Jolly really said straight for the throat. Jolly really said, I'm going straight for the throat. I swear I'll get back to posting schedules on Sundays, guys. I promise it'll happen. I've just been weird. Fully recommend FF10. That's one of the titans, is it not? Like in terms of Final Fantasy games. I feel like 7, 10, 8, and I feel like those are the big ones. Maybe 6? 6 is a little bit older though, isn't it? Oh, 9 as well. 9 as well. But let us speak of this another time. For now, preventing Bahamut's return is all that matters. To be plain, I have no objection to striking down whatever is left of Grandfather. Know, however, that I will be accompanying you this time. As a son of House Levelier, I would be present for his final moments. Very well. You may join us on one condition. I make the decisions. He's lying. I don't want people getting their hopes up and back. 10 was first on the PS2 and first voiced. It was the first voiced Final Fantasy. Damn. Usually 7, 8, 9 are the most common. 10 to a lesser extent. It was rather polarizing. 4 and 6 are the main ones for Gen X rather than Millennials. Got you. Which one would you play to start with? Would you start at the beginning with Pixel Remaster? I don't think I would start at the beginning. I think I would want to hit some of the Titans. Probably somewhere in the 7, 8, 9, 10 range is what I would hit first. Because if I'm gonna like take a step backwards in terms of when they came out, I would want something that's really gonna like hook me into the series. Not that 14 hasn't done a great job of that, but just like 14 also has the social aspect, which I fucking love about it. But I don't know. It would be between those 4, I would say. We could always take it to a poll as well. That's probably the easiest way. If it please, milady, the name's Erkenrad. Our preparations are just about complete. Lyric Suffering, Warlord, enjoy your supper. Christmas season is near, and we forgot our chestnuts, so we settled with Terrabellum roasting on an open fire. Every stream on the Terrabellum stream. When you're ready to embark on your mission, just give me the word. I'll be waiting for you at the cerulean processing plant. That was quite the deep bow, my lady. 8 pushed the absolute limit of PS1 cutscenes. 7 is probably the most popular FF game, not counting 14. Are the 7 remakes worth it? Because they're also like $1 billion. They're so expensive. Pay no heed to my brother. You can rely on me. We have come far together, you and I, and together we shall see our journey to its end. I love Canticle, dude. That theme, so perfect. It has mystery. It has emotion. It's so good. Don't recommend playing the 7 remake without playing 7. Okay. I'm down for that. To play the OG 7. I've been waiting for you, Master Terrabellum. I'm pleased to say that the Aetheryte's primed and ready. As you know, the remaining internment hulks are connected to the fragments in Eastern Thanalan and Mordona. It's to the former that we'll be sending you first. Now you'll be starting inside the hulk, meaning you won't have to cover so much ground. The drawback being that you'll be fighting for your life from the moment you get there. Best be prepared. You guys are so cute up there! Oh my god. Best be prepared for anything, for milady's sake, if not your own. And that's about all I can tell you. When your preparations are in order, just give me the word and I'll send you on your way. I may even throw in a prayer for your speedy return just to be on the safe side. You guys are so cute up there sitting on the ledge. I've been here for days, sir. Bella, I'm sorry. Bella, I'm so sorry. But we're ready! Maybe we'll do a ready check because I've been people chatting a lot. Ready check! Oh, wait. I spelled ready wrong. There it is. I'm mad about the 7 remake being stupid expensive. I saw one like on sale. I think it was like 15% off and it was like $1 billion. Without spoiling, there are differences in the remake I feel you need to have played the original to appreciate. Got you. Finds a little Valalafell skeleton lying outside, turned to dust. Nice, we're all ready. Let's go. Wait, Valalafell? Like Valora Lalafell? That's one of the cutest things I've heard all day. Valalafell. Love it. Final coil, turn 1, let's go! Let's go! New coil, new style. This little fashionista. This little fashionista. That's a gambler coat, isn't it? I really like that coat. I think I have, I don't know, the demo or something of 7 Remake Part 1. Should really go back and play 6, 4. Aesthetically, speaking as someone that has like no idea of what the stories are or anything, I think 6 I have some of the most interest in, because isn't 6 really like the birth of Magitech in the Final Fantasy series? And Magitech's so cool. So this is how it looks on the inside. This internment hulk still functions. The teleportation was a success. We are come to the right place. 6 also has Kafka in it? Stop. There is no telling how much further Bahamut has regenerated since we last beheld him. Let us make haste to the main bridge and deactivate the coil. 6 and 12 are a lot like 14 setting wise. That's an easy segue. That's an easy segue for me. There were receptacles in these in the previous Hulk. You know what we could do? I could literally dedicate a channel to this. I could dedicate just a channel in the Discord to an ongoing vote for which of the Final Fantasies we play first. And just leave it in there. And then people can slowly vote over time. And then by the time we're ready to take on one of the Final Fantasies, we'll have like an amassed vote. Rather than a short time period, it'll just be like over like weeks or months or however long we're in 14's story for. Oh, that sounds great. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Those held chimerical beasts, but only the Alligans know what other abominations may be sleeping within. They may well be part of Dalamud's internal defenses. We must stay on our guard at all times. They're so cute. I love the twins. They're so cute. Yeah! I'm going in. Come down here. Come down here so I can strike you. Hi, Bargy. Bargy, welcome in.
Emotional damage.
Oof. Also, Bargy, congrats on the gift sub. Your gay winter boots are here? Hello, I'm jealous. I need cuter winter boots. My current winter boots are fine, but they're not cute enough. Dude, I didn't even like take a second to admire this scenery. This is sick. Gonna set the messenger on fire for their dickery. What happened, Mac? What happened? What's wrong? Bro, what was wrong with the Alligans? What is this shit? It's like a Coral model, but grosser. Here we go! Yeah! Oh shit, ads. Oh, he's invulnerable. I was really just wailing away on him while he was invulnerable. Monk rotation hard, okay? Don't judge me. I was really focused on my rotation. I hate it here. Wow, Riddle of Fire has a short cooldown. Oh, it happened again. Oh, it's still invulnerable. What was wrong with the elegance? How much time do you have? You will learn what was wrong with the elegance. Okay, okay. It won't stop me from continually judging them. Why are you still invulnerable, sir? That one is a nuisance to solo because of all the invulns. I can't see this choker. Dreadworm Choker of Slaying. I can't view it because it's not really visible on this outfit. Sad. Terra, look around at the place. Looks like the cutscene's gonna force me. The ads tether to each other and take less damage. Oh. By the 12 dragons and so many. We were aware that the Alligans possessed the means to control the creatures, but to imprison them... Oh, I didn't realize they're all dragons! To imprison them, thus, is barbaric. I would not wish such a fate upon my worst enemy. 'Tis plain that no love was lost between the Alligans and the dragons, but was it truly necessary to keep so great a number here? Dalamud did not want for defenses. This we have experienced firsthand. Such guardians as the Alligans created, both living and unliving, were surely no less capable of repelling intruders than these poor creatures. Tell me something, Alize. Have you not managed to determine by whose will Bahamut exists? No, I have not. At first, I assumed that Bahamut had no people of his own, that the Alligans had perhaps discovered a way to simulate prayer itself. However, Niall's words gave me cause to reconsider, specifically the Shade's mention of Bahamut's beloved children. From that, I inferred that the primal is given form by the will of worshippers whom we have yet to... Look around you, Alize! Oh. God, strike me down for a blind fool. Bahamut's beloved children, right there before my very eyes. How could I be so stupid? Who else but the dragons of Eld would summon Bahamut? Who else but they could sustain him? And to think I wondered why the Alligans kept them imprisoned here so that they would fuel... Oh my god, so that they would fuel Bahamut and he wouldn't dissolve. They kept the dragons trapped. Bro! Pretty fucking tragic is right. Bro, fuck the Alligans. I'm gonna say it. I'm glad they're dead. Holy shit, dude. Who else but they could sustain him? And to think I wondered why the Alligans kept them imprisoned here. Even should the flame of Bahamut's life go out, his faithful children would summon him back. For this reason, the Alligan Empire kept an army of dragons here in a perpetual state of duress, that they might sustain the primal's existence. Truly, the Alligans' ingenuity knew no bounds, and neither did their cruelty. Small wonder that Bahamut was so enraged. Let no one deny that it was man who sowed the seeds of the calamity. Turns out it's man! Badligans, literally. Alligans decided things should suffer so that they could have a really good power source, a really good battery. Isn't that the most fucked up part though? All of this so they could have a really good battery. Basically a Dyson sphere, but with Bahamut. I have the Twin Tanya mount, and somehow they thought it would be cool to give you the mount with the controller collar on it. I haven't used it since I did the coils and learned. Oh no, Mirka. I'm glad I didn't save my chocobo feathers for that and got the red chocobo instead. Will you now turn your hatred towards your own kind, dear sister? Do not patronize me, Alphino. I merely acknowledged our guilt. Lest you be in any doubt, I have no intention of allowing Bahamut to lay the world to waste, regardless of the atrocities the Alligans committed against his kind. We have no choice but to eliminate all who worship him, be they children or his thralls. It seems reasonable to assume that the system responsible for the Primal's regeneration is also responsible for sustaining the captive dragons. If we disable it, all should perish. Paris? I was reading press on. All should perish. Let us press on. Turning dragons into Duracells. Absolutely horrible behavior. Deplorable even. All should perish. That's some shit. That's some bullshit. Onto the more coils. Boop, boop. Solar energy seems cool. But what if we made it fucking awful? Alligans probably. Oh. Internment Hulk ICO6 Regeneration Grid. I love this set aesthetically, it's really cool. For me, I'm gonna say something that might be a bit of like a hot take. I love Alligan tech. I think it's cool. However, it's a bit too much tech for me, if you know what I mean. It's just a little bit on the too much side. I like Magitech, where it's a good balance, but Alligan tech is just, it's so much for me. It's either this or climate change. Remember, Crystal Tower was also constructed to gather sun energy, but for Emperor Zonde, it wasn't enough, so he decided to launch Dalamud. What a fucking monster. What's this? Oh. Can you believe we are in Dalamud right now? Kinda. I cannot. And then Amon res the bastard twice. Good time. Was that in 1.0? What are all these words? Hi, Vox! In summary, humans of old bad did atrocities, used other people as batteries, other beings as batteries, in summary. Are we still speaking English? Sort of. We're speaking Eorzean more accurately. Jolly, were you the only one that went on the right side? Alligan stuff always makes me think of Final Fantasy XIII. I'm gonna say what I said before. I don't remember a single thing about 13. I don't even remember like trailers or anything. I'm not trying to like shade 13, I just don't. I have no... Whereas with the other Final Fantasy, I can kind of place them by their characters. For 13, I can't even do that. Hi-yep! Let's go! Wow! Thank you for the raise. People are dropping like flies. They're dropping left and right. Oh, this thing is not taking a lot of damage for some reason. It's okay, we're getting there. Hey, let's go. The original Zonde wasn't that bad, but after, they tell you in Crystal Tower, after his res, he kind of lost his shit. Hence Dalamud and clones shit. Joke in this game is that it was so bad they turned 13 into the void. Oh no! Found a 14 voice actor doing Aranda's voice in WoW today. What, really? Can't let the ads cannibalize each other. That's probably what happened and why they got so tanky. Another MMO news, I got a duck plushie to put on my head in WoW from a baby dragon. How is the new X-Pack box? Why, this looks like a model of Dalamud, yes. For millennia, Bahamut must have gazed at this unchanging view, trapped inside a prison that was scarcely large enough to contain him, unable to move, denied the release of death. How his hatred for man must have burned. And that hatred found an ideal vessel in Niall Van Darnus. In many ways, Bahamut is to be pitied, not loathed, but knowing the true extent of his fury, I am more convinced than ever of the necessity of our endeavor. Besides, his is not the only soul that cries out for vengeance. Model of that Dalamusi. Jacob, no. A Dala model. I wonder if Dalamud inside the earth had finished. Would it have exploded the worlds to get out? How big was Dalamud? Because it was supposed to be the size of like a moon, right? Baha pussy, get out. Put a picture of the duck plushie in gaming channel.
Gods, he is almost whole again.
I'll open up the picture in a second. I wasn't expecting a voice cutscene. What the fuck? This is your 9-minute cutscene. Okay, chat. Bye. I love you guys.
His size is staggering. I can scarce imagine how Grandfather stood against such a monstrosity.
Bye, chat. I love you.
This cannot be allowed to proceed any further. Let us disable the coil and move on.
ARR Alize's voice isn't real. It can't hurt you. ARR Alize's voice.
Grandfather.
Grandfather.
No, that man is dead. I will not dishonor my beloved grandsire's memory by calling you such. You are but his twisted shape, the thrall of a mad primal.
I'm so glad they replaced her.
You were foolish.
No shade, but ooh, not a right fit. Not a right fit for Alize.
Are you so convinced of your own righteousness?
'Tis the rightness of our path that led us to return. Eorzea will never be safe whilst Bahamut remains to threaten all we hold dear. What of the hero who gave his life in defense of the realm? Do you truly dispute the justice of our cause?
My poor, ignorant grandchildren. Your world is shaped by naught but recent conflict. Listen, and I will speak to you of justice. 'Twas in the twilight of the third astral era. The southern land of Mericidia suffered invasion at the hands of the Allagan Empire. With no atrocity too depraved for their purpose, the forces of Alec were unstoppable in their advance. Desperate for salvation, the dragons prayed to one of their first brood, to their ancestor Bahamut. Infused by the power of their fervent supplications, Bahamut arose from the abyss of death and took wing as the Mericidians' newborn god. Yet this great miracle would only serve to further the maniacal designs of the dragon's imperial conquerors. The cruel fetters which bind my lord stand testament to the Allagan's boundless greed and hubris.
Their hubris.
I once summoned the 12 in an attempt to forestall the advent of the 7th Umbral Era. What then did the dragons of Mericidia do that I did not? Wherefore are they accursed and I exalted? 'Tis man's overweening belief in his own primacy that blinds him to the commonness of his condition and the truth of his own tyranny. As long as man is suffered to remain, the dragons shall never be at peace. Only when the plague of people has been expunged shall the children of Lord Bahamut be free. Then shall the world know true justice.
Stop it! Grandfather would never say such things. His belief that people were worth saving never faltered. He had faith in their strength, that they could stand together and push back against the darkness seeking to shape them.
A false hope. 'Tis folly to place one's faith in so flawed a race. Stand together? Huh. They would first need to agree on which direction to face.
I mean...
If history teaches us anything, it is that man cannot find common ground between his own 2 feet.
I'm gonna say it.
Even you,
Bahamut did nothing
twins,
wrong.
whose veins run with the same blood, struggle to fathom each other's reasoning. You hide your differing agendas behind the convenient banner of Eorzea's salvation. Given your obvious self-interest, can you truly claim no kinship with the Allagan?
He's low-key spitting
and
facts,
though
though.
I hope they might bring you closer, 'twould seem that the twin grimoires I bestowed upon you were a wasted gesture.
There may well be truth in your judgment of Alize and me, but such a one-sided tirade bemoaning the evils of man rings false, coming from the lips of Archon Louisoix. Tell me, do you champion the cause of dragons because Bahamut compels you as his thrall? Or is it because you yourself have transcended the limits of man's existence?
Final Fantasy XIV.
Final Fantasy XIV. The possibility did not escape your notice. What I prayed for, and what I have become.
Why?
These are the
Do you like
keys that
good
unlock
story?
the truth behind Eorzea's rebirth.
Final Fantasy XIV is kind of a single-player RPG first, and an MMO second. If you like a good story, holy shit, you're hard-pressed to find better than this.
Force. Come, rend this divine form asunder and claim your
Also,
answers.
Ririo, you can try the free trial. up to level 60 with the base game and the expansion for free, and you don't got to spend nothing. So you can try Final Fantasy without even dropping $1 to decide if you like it or not. Clears throat. There it is. There's the copy paste.
But I thought... No. He has become a primal?
Damn.
It is difficult, I know, but you must accept it. That entity is no phantom or imposter. It is our beloved grandsire.
Damn. Phoenix Swan. Kyo, exactly.
Please, for his sake and for ours, you must defeat our grandfather.
And do it I shall. Cool ass design. Okay, but that would be a cool mount. Finosi is Lua, no. I wish this was a mount with this color pattern. Yeah.
You should try the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV as a free trial, and includes the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime. Sing up and enjoy Eorzea today.
I want something to give me a challenge too. Might I recommend to you Savage Raiding at the end game, or play a challenging class like Monk. Monk has a very challenging rotation. Same with Black Mage, very challenging rotations. Black Mage I think is more about like positionals and where you should be standing and learning fights that way. But there are some classes that are easier and some classes that are more challenging. Depends on how you want to find your challenge, right? You can get a Firebird when you collect all the birds in Heavensward, but we want this color palette. We want this Phoenix. Ultimates, Savage Raiding, yeah. And Savage Raiding is supposed to be like ridiculously hard. Final Fantasy hard rating, way more personal responsibility than WoW ever will, yeah. Each player is way more responsible for their actions in the raids, right? Right now, this is a bad example of challenging content because we're doing it unsynced, which means we're doing it like potentially 40 levels above, but it's just because we want to experience the story that it has to share. Get me out! Get me out! We only have one more coil now, eh? This was challenging content like 8 years ago, exactly.
Is truly gone this time, but better it end this way than the alternative.
I am yet here, Alice, my dear, sweet granddaughter.
I knew this moment was gonna come.
Grandfather?
I must thank you, warrior of light. Without your valor, I might never have broken free of Bahamut's control. These last few moments are mine, to live as the man I once was.
And that's another good argument, Funky. The community in this game is also just absolutely incredible. If you want to meet some like real online friends, playing Final Fantasy XIV would be an awesome way to do it because the community is so forgiving, so patient, and just so nice. especially to Sprouts, which are the new players.
Yet, now that it is happening, I find myself struggling to believe it. Is it really you?
Aww.
Grandfather, pray forgive me my insolence. It was not my intent to demean you.
This is so nice.
Forgive
I didn't know they
you.
got their closure.
I am proud of you, child. You were wise enough to deduce the manner of creature I had become. Alphino, Alisaie, if any here should beg forgiveness, it is I.
Such insolence was not my intention.
Grandfather, I must ask, will you not tell us what befell during the calamity?
Yes, yes, of course. You have come far to hear the truth.
You're damn right we have. Bye, chat. I'll miss you.
Let us then begin the tale at the Battle of Cartano, where clashed the forces of the Garlean Empire and the Eorzean Alliance. 'Twas there in the sky above the surging armies that the elder primal Bahamut broke free of the Red Moon Dalamut.
Right.
In an effort to contain this avatar of destruction, I called upon the 12 to aid me in the creation of a prison of ether.
Right.
But Bahamut would not be caged by such feeble bars. Too vast was his might, too fierce his rage. Little choice remained to me. I used the last of my strength to entrust our hope unto the future, and prepared to meet my end.
I looked over in chat and saw that Vel said, "Grandpa, tell us a war story." Vel, why are you like this? Jolly, thanks for the hydrate. Oh. Hold up. Are the 12 crystals? Holy shit, Eorzea. Holy shit. Oh my god, dude. I feel emotional. Jesus.
As you have no doubt surmised, I did not perish. When the cage built from the essences of the 12 was destroyed, the sky was filled with a colossal cloud of ether. This drifting energy responded to the prayers of those fighting below, and to my own desperate wish that the dying realm be saved by infusing me with the power of a primal.
Wow.
I became the immortal phoenix, ancient symbol of rebirth. Rising into the sky, I struck Bahamut with all my newfound strength. The blow shattered his earthly form, and a shower of ether rained down upon the land.
Oh, part 2 of the 1.0 cutscene. I would love to watch that. Let's finish up this bit and I'll watch that. I don't think you guys successfully bullied me into watching it. I don't remember watching it.
Thus began the rejuvenation of Eorzea. Believing the deed done, I relinquished my hold on that staggering energy, desirous that it should be returned to the realm without delay.
Wow.
But I had not reckoned on Bahamut's tenacious will. Even as he teetered upon the cusp of oblivion, the dragon reached out to claim me. Alas, within my fast fading form, enough remained of the Phoenix's energy to offer Bahamut a hold, and he dragged me along in his wake.
And thus began your existence as the Elder Primal's thrall.
I cannot help but wonder at his will to survive. Though he was all but obliterated, Bahamut found a way to seize the power you surrendered.
No kidding.
That would explain why part of his physical form survived to be entombed underground.
It would also explain why Eorzea was so terribly warped. Even as the land sought to restore itself, the returning flow of ether was cut off.
By Bahamut.
Ah, very good. When his grip on existence was
Yeah,
once
jolly.
again
I was
secured,
thinking that.
Bahamut did not cease his feast until he had consumed every last mote of ether that yet floated in the air.
And still he was not fully restored.
You must remember that by this time, much of the freed ether had already returned to the land. That which remained was not sufficient to reconstruct so massive a form in its entirety.
And that's why he was just ahead.
But there did not need to be. Not for a being sustained by the marvels of Allagan technology.
Oh, shit, dude. So even though the moon fell and was basically destroyed, the technology there to keep to keep Bahamut alive
as long
was
as
still
some
active.
piece of Bahamut persists, the Coils will seek it out and continue their regenerative task.
Fuck.
The fragments of Dalamud appear motionless from the surface, but deep beneath the ground they had been searching, tunneling through rock and soil towards their escaped prisoner. And, as you have observed for yourselves, they found his heart.
Got you. Have to run now. Bye, Rando. Rando, be safe. See you later.
Warrior of light, heed me. You must put a stop to Bahamut's regeneration.
That's why we're
Whether
here.
it be for man or for dragonkind. The question of justice is irrelevant. The Elder Primal will leave naught but a smoldering wasteland for both his children and ours. I beg you to defend Eorzea and guide its people to the future they yet struggle to find.
Absolutely.
This portal will take you to the final internment hulk. 'Tis time for the tale of Bahamut and his part in the calamity to come to an end.
Hell yeah. WOL. Warrior of Light? Nah. It's Warrior of Louis.
Alize, pray, come closer. Your hopes and dreams must no longer be an extension of mine. You must needs find your own reason to fight for this realm, your own meaning in this sea of chaos. Will you do that for me?
I mean, Alfie already has his, I would say.
Of course, Grandfather. I have already made it my mission to see this newborn Eorzea survive and flourish.
Alize, while I was yet enthralled to Bahamut, you spoke of my faith in man's strength. Know that your words reached me, imprisoned though my soul still was. So forceful was your conviction. I wonder if that belief has not become your own. Perhaps, after all your anger and sorrow was spent, you found something greater within you.
Catnip, thank you for the hydrate.
See this fight to its culmination. 'Tis also your strength in which I have faith.
Thank you for everything. Pray, take your rest, Grandfather. You deserve it.
There are records of an art that allowed one to summon the power of a primal from the essence of its demise. And though I am no true primal, all that I have left, I give to you. Alfino, Alize, my darling grandchildren. May light's blessings ever keep and protect you.
Come, Warrior of Light. Our task remains undone.
Whew. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a quick little bathroom break, and then I'm gonna grab that trailer before we lose it. There it is. Sorry, not trailer, cutscene. Oh wait, it's 11 minutes. Shit. Oh no, it's at the point it needs to be, I think. Yeah, it's only 5 minutes. It's at the point that it needs to be. All right. Okay, quick bathroom break. I recommend everybody get some water. Yeah, it's time stamp though. Appreciate you. I recommend everybody get some water. Everybody stand up, stretch your bones a little bit. Maybe grab a quick little snack, and we'll be back. We're gonna watch that cutscene, and then we're gonna do the final coil and see how this all resolves. See you guys in just a minute. Bye.
Maybe. I don't trust myself to only base build, so I don't think I'm gonna do that.
Big werewolf. Who wants big werewolf?
There is a 68% chance of success.
That's good enough for me. Oh! I wanted to talk to you, not get thrown. Wait!
Wind, 3 knots, heading 274. Range, 95 meters.
The robot's
mass,
holding me, guys.
89 kilograms. Trust me.
Ease. Wait, I want to get back in. Wait, am I not supposed to get back in?
Get up, gamers! It's squat time and working out. Squats. And working out.
Did I win?
Take the train again? What the fuck?
I'm gonna celebrate with a drink. Refreshing. Delicious.
Oh! Dog!
I'm making a sky road. It's official. This is now a sky road. At what point does it break? Oh, at that point. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Okay, so anyways, it breaks.
Hey! A friend of hers. Get out of here, buddy. I paid. They paid a
Ooh, $7?
Damn animal. Come here.
How do I punch? I don't remember how to punch. That's a gun. That's a gun.
I paid for nothing. What the hell are you doing here?
That's not what I meant to do.
Trying to play him? Not very well.
You okay?
Fine.
You sure?
Yeah. Nothing.
Holy.
That like oh! The knocking one! The knocking one! How does the knocking one scare me more than frickin' the screamer? Frick your knocking. Frick your knocking. Can we get a laugh counter? That was great. I don't know if that was meant to be scary, but that was great.
How about you guys?
True, but I still want one side face, Okay.
Oh, I want that. Oh, fuck. I'm back. I'm back. Oh, Izagi said, the person who recorded this was on 14.1.0 when it was shutting down. The final 11 minutes, the end of Eorzea. So we saw the first half of this now, and we're gonna close it out with the second half. The really good YouTube documentary on 1.0. You might want to watch sometimes. It gets emotional at points. I wonder if I could watch it on stream. Whew. So the end of 1.0. Ooh, can we? This might be the highest quality available. 720. Saw the sequel to this in the cutscene in the break. Got you. So this is what came first, and what we saw was part 2. Dude, when you think about the fact that this is a representation of them literally blowing up the 1.0 game, like killing the 1.0 game, It's wild. They literally destroyed the world when they took the servers down. Yoshi P, thoughts on how to end 1.0? If it's gonna go with a bang. Seriously though. I could not imagine being a 1.0 player watching this. This would be devastating. Oof. Oof. Dude. Oof. My heart, dude. Holy shit. Oh, man. That hurt. Dude, I love the fact that the person that was recording it was like actually playing the game and seeing what would happen if they tried to get back in. Thanks for the hug. Are we ready to do the last coil now? Now that my heart hurts? Just an FYI, when loading A Realm Reborn character for the first time in 2.0, you teleport in instead of the normal intro.
I love you, bitch.
That's so cool. That's so cool. I love you too, Isla. Oh. A 1.0 character, not A Realm Reborn. No type good. It's okay. Terry, you look tired? I look like I was crying, Crystal. I look like I was crying. Because I was. Hi, Crystal, by the way. So yeah, Tara, answers hurts, doesn't it? Yeah. But, from that calamity came 2.0 Final Fantasy, and think of everything we've experienced because of it. Oh my god, what is that emote? No, you have to remove that emote. That is psychological warfare. That emote is illegal. How dare you? That's so sad, dude. Fuck. Especially, oh god, I'm gonna start crying again. Especially because of a certain scion that we know and love. Made the exact same fucking smile, dude. Oh fuck. Okay, we're doing the last coil. Fuck you guys. You guys are horrible. Why are you guys so mean to me? No, we will sit and cry. Hi G, welcome in. We're mean because we love you. I love you guys too.
Twas a long and arduous road, but at last we reach its end.
Okay.
Farewell, Bahamut. I banish you back to the ether.
I don't think he's gonna take it sitting down.
Not yet whole. I did not think him capable.
I kind of feel bad for Bahamut because he's angry for a reason. Yeah.
Alize!
Because the dragons have been left in perpetual duress, right?
I had thought it finally over.
14 won't let me hate any bad guys. If that's not the truth, I mean, hold on. One word. Asahi. Asahi. That's it.
No. Is this how I honor my promise to grandfather?
You must needs find your own reason to fight for this realm. Your own meaning in this sea of chaos. Will you do that for me?
Hey, my face is like her face,
In fact, I believe
all dirty.
I already have.
We are the same, Allie. We are the same.
That reason has been with me all along, guiding me. Eorzea's blade of light, shearing through endless shrouds of darkness. I have been shown the miraculous feats of which we are all capable, of which I am capable. Bahamut, you have wreaked enough havoc. I will not let your wrathful fires consume all that we know and love.
How long I have waited to hear you say that. You have found your resolve at last.
I'm gonna start crying again.
Let me join my strength to yours. In this place, in this moment, our purpose has become one.
Dude, they're using the Louis Swa shield. This is probably where Alize got some of her dedication to freeing people from primal influence. So much so.
For the future of Eorzea!
This last task is yours, Warrior of Light. You must destroy Bahamut's crystal core.
Hell yeah. Let's fucking get it! Pull me in, coach, pull me in! This is all unsynced phone. Yeah, we just wanted to experience the story. Ever so faintly, this theme was giving Tomorrow and Tomorrow vibes. Wait, it is! Oh, this is Answers? Why does it sound so much like Tomorrow and Tomorrow? It's Answers. What? Am I crazy? Do not gaslight me? It's probably not an accident, Terra. It's called theming. Leitmotifs, yeah. Whoa! Ooh, I don't know what this is. I'm scared of it. Help! Fighting it too fast. Gotta enjoy the music. Should we slow down? I'll auto attack. Oops. Our healer's dead. We can't auto attack. Shit, I should have been res mage. Alright, we actually have to sweat a little bit. Oh, you soloed this fight. 190 can clear this. Okay, we'll slow down a little bit. Slow down a little bit, gamers. Oops. It was bound to happen. It was bound to happen when I took my HUD off.
Shining is the land's light of justice. Ever flows the land's well of purpose. Walk free, walk free, walk free. Believe.
Chronecho, yes, go on the website. It's beautiful, Argon. Join us! Join us! Terra Flare. Oh, oh. Holy shit. I love that you can hear Heidelin's voice in the background. I love that you can hear Heidelin. I like how your character's face went from a serious tone into a soft little smile. That's cute. Rest in peace, you fucking lizard! That was so cool. That was so cool. And now they can all rest. Wait, come here, gamers. Shu, Lulu, Vel, come over here. Come to me. Come to me. Line up. Yeah, be in the background like that. All right, choose your emote. Choose your emote wisely.
Yeah!
Someone already left. They didn't know. They didn't know a picture was coming. They didn't know. They didn't know. Where's my G pose? I'm not gonna do any like fancy lighting or anything. I just want a generic picture here. Come on. Repeat the emotes. You can do it. Don't be shy. We need a little bit of this action. A little bit of this action. A little bit of this. I like Belle over there eating their cookie. A mother rabbit takes her 3 children for a nice walk in hell. Oh. Guys, thanks for coming. Whew. Normally I would do way more time in G pose, but I just wanted a quick little commemorative moment. Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, indeed, was very fun. Thanks for doing the coils with me, guys. I'm glad, dude. I'm glad that we chose to watch the trailer just then and there for like, well, not the trailer, but like the ending scene of 1.0 just then and there, because it really, I don't know, it tied in weirdly well with everything we were just doing. That was awesome. That was awesome. I love Lala so much. They're precious. They're precious, Funky.
You did it.
Maybe we just bring open the A Realm Reborn trailer watch anytime we want more emotional pain. Look at them beaten and broken, scuffed up, but we did it. Realm Reborn and Shadowbringers trailer never gets old. Dude, the Shadowbringers trailer was so good. The coils are a response to that scene.
But one task remains.
Final Fantasy has this magic about it, dude. It has this absolute magic of like build-ups to these huge moments.
With this last coil disabled, there shall be naught left to bind Bahamut.
And it just feels so special.
His beloved children will finally know peace.
It just feels so special. I don't know how they keep doing it. Game actually has payoffs for large moments, and they're so incredible. It can finally die. After an infinity of perpetual agony and anger.
"'Tis done. He is truly gone." You knew, didn't you? You knew what Grandfather had become.
Are we crying yet? I've been crying since we saw his chocobo saddlebag. Avalon, no!
I was not certain, but from all I had gleaned, it seemed a distinct possibility.
The problem with not doing coils is that you get to Aziz's Law and Heavensward and don't give a fuck about the dragons there. And are also like, why do I care about Tiamat? Meerkat, I wish I had done coils when I did A Realm Reborn. I'm glad we did it now. I'm glad we did it now for sure, but
the Battle of Cartano was one of unimaginable devastation. And 'tis through the combined prayers of the desperate and an abundant source of ether that primals are born. I merely put two and two together.
And you consider that a sufficient explanation?
the raids in this game, dude.
Well, however you stumbled across your theory, 'twas this revelation that made you wary of my attachment to Grandfather. You feared that in my obsession, I would fall under his primal sway. Is that why you decided to join us? To pull me back should I show signs of wavering?
Pray forgive me, sister. I wished only to protect you. Yet I see now that I needn't have doubted the strength of your conviction. May I ask you a question? What do you now intend to do with the truth you have uncovered?
Which particular truth was that, brother? The fact that desperate prayer gave rise to the primal phoenix? That this new god was responsible for setting Eorzea on the path to rebirth? Should such a tale become common knowledge, people would soon offer up their prayers in earnest. They would beseech Phoenix to complete the healing that
And
was
then
begun.
Phoenix would.
Yet as you and I know all too well, the very act of calling forth this savior would do more harm to the land than good.
Yeah, seriously.
We cannot encourage such worship for this very reason. Were Grandfather forced to return as an ether-draining primal, it would undo all that he had worked to protect.
Damn, doesn't that
Your
suck?
abiding love for him was the key that unlocked the truth of the calamity. But keys may also serve to seal doors that were best left unopened. Let your love now guide your actions, and lock away deep inside the fate of both Grandfather and Bahamut.
Dude, the twins got their closure, but they can't tell anyone about it because of the risks it would pose. If Phoenix was summoned as a primal.
Fear not, Alfino. I understand what must be done. The realm need not know the truth for it to be saved.
Aww.
That the Elder Primal is banished, to return no more. That is enough.
That's so bittersweet, dude.
Let us make our way back to the surface. Poor Eorzea must be beside himself with worry.
Silent protectors of the realm, yeah. I don't care what anyone says, I love them. I think the twins are generally extremely well received. I didn't know that early on, but holy fuck do I love them. Dude, if I cried at every fucking raid. Oh. That was awesome. That was awesome. I fucking love this video game. Let's go. Yes, you have. And there we are again.
I love you, bitch.
After the love you too, Becky Bones. After the descent into darkness, the desolation of northern Thanalan seems paradisal. As promised, I shan't reveal the truth of the calamity to a single soul. However, the nations of Eorzea will require certain assurances that the threat of a new primal is gone. Kept in the dark over long, 'tis only a matter of time before they seek answers of their own accord. Let us recommend that the fragments of Dalamud are sealed off, that the truth may rest undisturbed. But first, we must go and report to Eorzea. It would not do to keep him in suspense. I dare say we shall find him pacing up and down the cerulean processing plant. Eorzea, my husband, we got some news for you. Hi, Argon! Oh, is it a beautiful Elysian boy? Hello, beautiful Elysian boy? Hello? Hello, it's good to see you. Hello, hello, fancy meeting you here. Dude, I love Elysian males. They're a bit too much of a rarity, but I fucking love them. Oh, is your adventure plate safe for a sprout? I feel like I have to ask this because people love to use spoiler quotes in their adventure plates because feelings. But before I click it, I want to see it. But before I click it, is it safe? Is it secret? Is it safe? If you don't cry with Alpha, you're not human. It's safe. Okay. Greetings and salutations. I love these super close-ups. I love these super close-ups. I did one of my own on my plate. I need to update my plate again, but I love it currently. If I had a nickel for every time I was considered not human for not crying at events and stories, I'd be a rich man. Poor choice of words. Yeah. Not crying does not make you human. It's just, it's an expression because people have feels. If you don't love Alpha though, yeah, you will be questioned. You'll be sat down and thoroughly investigated for crimes of not being even remotely human. I want to see my adventure plate real quick. I need to update it so my face is dirty, but like, it's cute. I love it. I love it. All right, let's go say hi to Eorzea. Eorzea bestie. I guess I could fly there. I'm not that lazy. Such a beautiful Elysian boy, Argon. Yo, Terra! Hi, Chicky. How you doing? I watch streams to indulge in tears. You're all emotional vampires, and I love you. Okay. Oh, Gaia, you rebranded to Tricky Tricks Games. Hi, Gaia, or Tricky. Considering your quotes, your face isn't the only thing that's dirty, Terra. Jolly. Straight to prison. Straight to prison with you. I love the fat cat's fat butt. The fat cat is so cute. The free trial says I can only play at level 60. That means I can't continue playing once I reach a level, or just a level. It's just a level cap. It's just a level cap, Coroneko. You could switch to another class, get that one to 60. You could get every single class and crafting and gathering to level 60, and it will not cut you off. So play as much as you want on the free trial. And there's so much story to experience on the free trial, like what we just did. Part of the free trial, by the way. The warrior of light returneth undimmed from the depths of darkness. By thy triumphant bearing, I take it thou hast succeeded in thy mission, and yet thou art alone. Mistake me not, dear friend. Full glad am I of thy safe return. But where, pray, are Master Alphino and Mistress Alisaie? God, they're so scuffed up. Battered and bruised, but victorious. Every unlockable class. Some are tied to expansions, so those are locked. Yes. All content, Heavensward and below, is available forever. Yep. Here, my friend. Forgive us our lateness. We took the scenic route. Bahamut is no more. The realm is safe. By the heavens, look at you! What horrors your young eyes must have seen. What suffering your young bodies must have borne. Pray tell me, where are you hurt? Your wounds must needs be cleansed and dressed at once. I shall make for you a poultice which draweth out... Be at ease, my friend. We are hale and whole, I assure you. We took a few tumbles, but the worst of our hurts are healed. I believe we have grandfather to thank for that. Master Louisoix? Then you met with him once more. But wherefore should Bahamut's thrall seek to ease your suffering? I promise to reveal all to you in due course, dear friend. But first, there's a matter which requires our immediate attention. Now that Bahamut is defeated, we deem it best to bar entry to all of the fragments of Dalamud. To this end, we will convince the nation's leaders that the danger is past, and invite their cooperation in ensuring the fragments are never again disturbed. Come, let us depart and seek an audience with them forthwith. A moment, sister. You need not burden yourself with this task. Eorzea and I will more than suffice. Might you not take this opportunity to rest? The gods know you have earned it. But I am fine, brother. Besides, you have been through as much as I have. Oh, I see now. You would play your game of diplomacy and wish me out of the way. No, Naught could be further from the truth, Alisaie. My lady, 'tis mine earnest belief that your brother hath your best interests at heart. You have more than done your part, and he desireth but to relieve you of a burden he might easily bear alone. I have some experience treating with dignitaries, you must allow, and as you never fail to remind me of my fondness for diplomacy, I feel it only right that I remind you of your aversion to it. Then it is settled. Eorzea, pray make arrangements for a chocobo carriage. The ride should give us ample time to prepare our story. Louis Swizzle and Bahamut. Bahamut seems somehow worse than regular Bahamut. It's Bahamut, but composed entirely of an angry swarm of bees. Alphino! Though our paths are different, we share the same goal, do we not? But of course, dear sister, that which we have just achieved together stands as testament to that fact. Whatever path we choose to take, our hearts shall ever lead us to the same end. Of that I am certain. Thank you. Dude, the twins being loving towards each other makes my heart melt. I love it. There's a place that I would visit. Might I ask you accompany me?
My superstar. The time flies. Hope you have been having fun.
Chad, hello. Happy 5 months. I've been having a blast. But first, I do believe a change of garments is in order. It won't take but a moment. Don't forget to claim your Wind Up Louis Swizzle. Wind Up Grandpa. Here we go, it's a swarm of angry bees and they all know final sting. How terrifying. The landscape is the same, of course. There's no reason that it would be otherwise. Although it would be poetic for the fragment to magically disappear, I'm well aware that they shall remain long after you and I are gone. What's that weird circle on that rock? The world may change irrevocably, but life shall ever go on. Let us take a closer look, shall we? Do Lalas have kneecaps? Maybe they don't. Oh, it's one of the deities. Gotcha. Any cat-like race in the game? Oh! Oh! Crow Neko doesn't know. Crow Neko does not know about the cat race. Only the most popular played race, the Mikote, cat boys and girls that are cute as heck. Oh, you sweet summer child, right? There are also cat dads, but that you have to pay for. You have to pay if you want to be cat dad. I have no doubt that Alphino will do an admirable job concealing the truth of the calamity, and such truths as were revealed in those dark depths will never see the light of day. I myself agreed that it must be so. Yeah, you have to pay for cat dads. But you can be a cat boy or girl with the free trial, no problem. Femroths are supposed to be coming soon. Haven't they been saying that for like a year, Avalon? But the thought that the people of Eorzea shall forever remain ignorant of their savior, of your deeds, the injustice of it is almost too much for me to bear. No, he's fine. I'm but a humble chimney sweep, you see? How typical of you, sir. Ever the hero. Even so, I cannot deny that I feel better for your reassurance. But I want you to know that I will never forget. You are the one who freed Grandfather's soul and saved Eorzea from Bahamut's wrath. I want to be a femme lion. Lions are cats, but thick. Dude, do you think they're going to be hypersexual? Like, do you think they're going to go like Thylander route with femproths? And we're just going to have a bunch of hot as fuck cat mommies running around? And though these great deeds will never be remembered in their song, There are consequences will be felt forevermore by every soul who calls this realm home. I will not speak on that. Have we seen the design for Femhroths at all yet? Or are they just saying they're coming, TM? Coming soon, TM, to an Eorzea near you. Yes, this spot will do. For grandfather, Niall, and the dragons of Mericidia, for all those who were taken by the calamity. At long last, our struggle with Bahamut is over. The realm, given new life through the prayers and sacrifices of countless souls, may look to a brighter tomorrow. When the dust of our adventure has settled, I shall embark on a journey. I mean to find my own reason to fight for Eorzea, and when I do, I will fight with all my being. You have done so much for me, sir. One day, I hope to be able to repay you in kind. Little does she know, we know the future. I have no doubt but that you will continue to help those in need and grow ever stronger in so doing. I do, it's cute, Chicky. I don't think we've seen any Femhroth stuff yet. Not yet, okay. Still just soon, TM, one day. We haven't seen any concepts, but Yoshibi says the last race he's adding to the game. Of course, he also said about the Viera, so we'll have another one before long. Ere long, we will have more, as is our wont. I shall endeavor to do the same, and if the 12 are kind, I hope one day to become Eorzea's sword in the darkness as you are. She doesn't know, chat! She doesn't know! Come what may, you may rest assured that I will not be outdone by Alphino. When next we meet, I promise that I will not disappoint you. Till that day, fare you well, my friend, and thank you from the bottom of my heart. And off she goes into the wilderness. Not to be seen for an entire fucking eon. Hello, Argon! In the cute little outfit change. Let me see this. Let me see this. I like. Oh, this is your monk. Also level 70. Me too. I am also become tornado. Until they meet again with a new VA afterward. So healer role quests, that's exactly what I was thinking, Golsef. We'll start dipping our toes into it. So, okay, we are switching gears a little bit. If you are not currently in the Shadowbringers expansion, I highly recommend you either go hard lurk or just like leave entirely, because you're gonna see some spoilers. We're gonna be doing the healer role quests right away. I'm just gonna take one more quick little break, and then we'll dive into that for the rest of the stream, and that will likely take up whatever time we have left. Who was asking about cat races? Kuroneko was. All right, let me just ban everyone. Easy clap, easy clap. Uptime? Yeah, we got an hour. We got an hour left in stream, maybe a bit more. So we'll do some role quests. Sound good? Sound good, everyone? We'll just take one quick little break. Maybe I'll run one more ad to prevent pre-rolls. And yeah. Any classes you could recommend? I'm more of a caster-like player, more focused on damage than healing. Summoner. Summoner, I think, is a very good beginner class. You can stream as long as you want. I know, we don't have to end in an hour. Despite Mac's consistent uptiming of me. Molly, do your mods uptime the fuck out of you, by the way? Or is it just me? Do I just get bullied by Mac? Or do you get bullied as well? Oh, okay, we're gonna take a quick little break. The starting class is Arcanist, yes. Yeah, you make the rules. Dang right I do. Dang right I do. Dang right, dang right. I was gonna go for Tricky the Trickster, but it was taken, so I went for this instead. I like it, it's cute. They learned it here, I blame Mac. If you like difficult casters, Black Mage is the answer, yes. Also, when did, Red Mage came Stormblood, right? So Red Mage isn't an option, but I love Red Mage. I love Red Mage to death. I've been really enjoying Monk, but I love Red Mage. Red Mage is so good. So good, so nice. Surely I didn't do such a thing. Okay, quick little break, everybody. Ooh, what is that little hat? Is that the level 50 Red Mage hat? I keep getting distracted. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. I love that code as well. Farlander Acton of Casting. Ooh. Just learn the fight easy class. Easy clap. Absolutely, absolutely. Oh, what a sweet bean. Boop. There we go. It's a dungeon from Stormblood outfit. Do you know what outfit I love from Stormblood? It's from Malika's Well. I want this, but the caster version. It's perfect with like my little street urchin. Little street urchin aesthetic. And it's on my healer, but I don't have the casting version yet. And I really want the casting version. I love the little pouch and everything. He's so cute. The only downside is it can't be dyed. That's the only... You son of a gun. You son of a gun, you have it. You son of a gun. That's what I want. I got it, on me, yeah. I'll kill you. No, I won't. Okay, I'm actually going BRB. Everybody stand up, go get water, go get snacks, and we will be back in a second. Cool. Very cool weapon. Be a droppy boy? That's what No, please don't. Ah! I was like, is he gonna snipe me? That's a bit more than sniping. That's a little bit more than sniping. Jesus Christ. Okay, I need to switch to mouse for this. Watch me. In Spicy Land for a minute to get our batteries. Holy fuck. Holy fuck! I forgot about you! I forgot about you! Oh, from Ari to...
Is this a fucking
Where is he? Just terrifying face. And wait, Pine. Wait, let me get rid of the extra ones. Oh no, wait, I gotta line it up. Hang on, here we go. Let me... Quick, someone screenshot it. Uh-oh.
Oh, there goes my spear.
Did you throw your spear at it? You know what? Yeah.
There you go. Did you hit him with the spear?
I hit him with a harpoon. What's this? Okay. Oh, he just so quietly came around. Oh, okay, we're fine. It's fine. She stepped on me. Step on me, Roxy. I was really hoping something would come out of its neck when I jumped on it. Kind of sad. Okay. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go do some role quests. Let's go do some Shadowbringers shenanigans, shall we? Welcome back, Tanko. Let's go get up to some shenanigans in the Shadowbringers. In the Shadowbringers shenanigans. I love that you went with painter aesthetic. I so see it now. With the paintbrush, and you got your little bag of paints and goodness. The top you're using right now is the final near casting top. How does it look on, is it female only or? Oop, wrong one. Oh, no, it's for both. Wait, that's kind of cute. Even on males. It's kind of cute. It's not bad. Shenanigans. Molly, I love you so much. How was your day, by the way? Hiya! Alright, final warning of Shadowbringers content. If you're not currently there, hide your eyes, hide your ears. Don't look! Don't look at this! These spoilers! Don't let your kids watch it! I forgot where to go. Norvrand. Hi. Crystarium. Day is great, thank you. Love you so much as well. Not that it's a competition, but I am in fact winning. Okay, just thought we should like get that out of the way, establish it. Also, hang on. Can I make an argument, guys? What is the deep singing from the Bahamut fight? The deep part singing. I'm just gonna look up Bahamut fight theme. What about it? It's the argument I need to make. Okay, listen. Listen with your heart. Right? 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 You heard it? You heard it? Now. I'm not saying this is a bad thing that they sound similar. I'm just saying that they do sound similar. And it actually like got me hyped up. Definitely on purpose. Right? Definitely on purpose. It got me hyped up because they brought a really cool theme back from the Bahamut fight to Shadowbringers. Copium? Don't fucking copium me. It sounds so similar. Raid reclears, bye bye. Gulsub, good luck on reclears. Answer's theme is core of 14's story. Also, I'm just gonna let this play while we're doing what we're doing. Because I just love this theme. And it's daytime right now, and I was hoping it'd be nighttime. I need to unlock more dances. I only have bee's knees. This is such a cute outfit, by the way. Adorable. Adorable. Not the transformations mid-dance. Harvest Dance is just a quest in Grid? Alright, I'm gonna have to grab that. It's different lyrics despite the vocal tone. Yeah! But it actually gave me like a little bit of chills and got me hyped up because it sounded like Tomorrow and Tomorrow. Anyway, good night now, Jolly. Have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging out with us. I don't have any idea what you're talking about, but the music is amazing. Molly, I love this game for its music. Holy heck. Holy heck is the music good. It's so emotionally charged. It's so beautiful. I forgot that the role quest for healer was with a dwarf. Hey, little buddy. How you doing? Traditions and travails. A hardy-looking dwarf stands before you, draining a flagon of ale remarkably swiftly, given the helmet. Don't you know better than to sneak up on a dwarf mid-flagon? Not even a proper greeting, neither. Look here. Lally ho! The name's Giot. What the who? Lally ho? Oh, is the music overpowering? My bad. It's on, there we go. It's not on my game. Tomorrow is so good. I love it so much. Easily one of my favorite themes. And that's hard to say because there's so much amazing music. I know you can get Lally Ho, I want it. You have to put your arm into it, like this, and a little enthusiasm don't hurt. And speaking of what's right and proper, I see you're wearing your helm. For shame. Oh, you're not wearing your helm. You're from the same strange lands as the Crystal Exarch. I suppose your people have their own customs then. All right, I'll say no more of it. Because he thinks I'm a dwarf. He's like, where's your fucking helmet? Time to sleep. Have a good night, everyone. Jacob, thanks for hanging out with us. I hope you have a good, comfy sleep. It's still a little loud. My voice still goes over it, Molly. It's fine. It's almost over anyways. Hi! I'm choosing to end it there. BGM! BGM! Oh! Alright, now we're just gonna sit here. I don't get to turn the music on. We're just gonna sit here like this. He's an odd sort, the Exarch is. He knows things, right? And he's got some sort of mystical power. Don't suppose you... The thing is, Molly, I didn't put that song onto audio balance. I love you for looking out for me. I love you. But I wanted to be overpowered by that song because I fucking love it. Don't suppose you're the same, are you? Because I could use someone with the power of likes of which the world has never known. I'm hunting sin eaters, you see? Well, one in particular. Peppy smoke. People leave. Molly, I love you. I love you. A healer. Not half bad at the job, eh? I like your confidence. And I wish I could take your word for it, since you sound just like what I'm looking for, but I have to ask you to prove it. Well, you want me to heal you? There's no need for that. Listen here. The Sin Eater I hunt ain't your average abomination. You can't blame me for wanting to make sure that I'm not leading you to your grave. That would be bad for both of us. So get yourself over to the Forest of the Lost Shepherd, and we'll see what you've got. Okay. And then we can turn our BGM back on. I like how the quest was like dead quiet as well. I have a sage. I'm level 80. I'm level 80. I have a level 70 sage quest to finish. Whoopsies. Do I, listen. Oh, I probably would have Penheimer right now. Listen here. Listen here. Unlurk, welcome back, Ray. You don't need it? I don't need Penheimer. Did you just slap me? Rude. I want to do a little bit of role quests. I'll go back for the Sage's Focus later. It's just a healing spell. I don't need the healing ability on my healing class. That is fine. Also, what is Penheimer? Penheimer erects a magic barrier around self and all party members to absorb damage. Okay. Grants 5 seconds. So it's like a Haima, but AoE. Okay, cool. Cool. Very nice. You have the whole Sage quest line to finish. Well, here's the thing. Would you guys rather I do role quests right now? Ooh, yeah, role quests. Ooh, exciting. Nice. Or Sage quests. Ooh, stinky. Ooh, I don't know about that one, Terra. Sage quests? Role quests? Nice, cool. Sage? Unless someone can attest to the strength of Sage quests. I say poll. Sage quest isn't too bad. All right, /poll. /poll. Question, roll or Sage? Question, not save. Sage, question mark, question mark, question mark. Response 1, roll. Response 2, Sage. Hiya. You guys have 3 minutes. Poll it. All right, decide my fate. Decide my fate, you little stinkers. Sage is one of your favorite stories? Okay. Okay. Furiously Googling what this means. Welcome, traveler. I'm an authorized trader. Oh, I didn't realize who I talked to. Trader! I need to do more fate farming. I also need to do more... A card? A triple triad card? Is that a triple triad card? I love triple triad. There's no better expenditure of my money than triple triad cards. Yes! Yes! It's probably a hot garbage card though. Let me see. Let me see. Where is it? Oh, it's so garbage. It's so garbage, but for the collection! Sage story is indeed pretty good. Not on the level of dark or anything, but pretty good. You voted for the opposite of popular vote because you know that chat is likely trolling. Oh, Sage quests are in a big lead right now. Sage quests are in a very large lead. I think the poll is like half done, and I think we might have our answer already. All right. We don't even need the poll to finish at this point. Fine. Let's go do the Sage quests. One of these days, Terra, you and I will have to go on a triple triad card farming expedition. I would love to. Also, at some point on stream, I would love to gather all you little aspiring blue mages together and go for the achievements that you have to do blue mage things in a big group of blue mages. I really want to do that. So y'all, get your blue mages ready. I don't know when we're gonna do it, but I would really love to do blue mage content on stream. Would you like more incentive? There's a bun boy. There's a bun boy. I don't mean to alarm you guys, but there's a bun boy. What color is his hair? What color is his hair? If it's good color hair, my favorite color hair, there's even more incentive. I don't remember. It's probably white. Let's be real. Let's be real here. Huh. Sage's focus. All right. I'm not even gonna let the poll finish. There's no way that the role quests could possibly win at this point. Oh, it's blonde. I guess that's okay. I guess blonde is fine. Hey, my shoes are too fancy. I need uglier shoes for my street urchin aesthetic. Those shoes are too nice. I see the crystal has imparted to you its knowledge, as expected. Excellent. You are ready to embark on your training, and naturally it begins with the armaments, a set of short staves known as noliths. Noliths trace their roots to healers of Eld, who employed naturally occurring objects of power known as adderstones. These stones, this name, by the way, I'm gonna have a death. I'm gonna die. Lala Jinjal. I guess it wasn't that bad. It was just so many like letters beside each other. What did he mean by this? If you don't love him, I'll have a tantrum. Heard. Okay. All right. I believe there said Nalith. Thank you. These stones, which harbor spiritual energy, were placed around the sick and ailing to create an etheric confluence through which the ether channeled his... Oh my god, wait. Our sages, wait. Are sages just those people that really love crystals and they charge their crystals in like full moons for their healing energies? Is that is that sage summarized? Because I don't think I got that. Yes. From this primitive design, Noliths gradually evolved into their present form. While their construction is far more sophisticated, the basic principle remains unchanged. Now listen, you guys just don't understand the healing properties of jade, okay? No, that's astrologian. No, astrologians do that through tarot. In practice, the sage wields Noliths as an extension of his mind, sending them darting through the air to weave the arcane patterns through which he unleashes advanced magics. If they sound difficult to wield, well, it's because they are. Even the Studium's most talented require years of training to become proficient. But you have an advantage that transcends talent. The crystal has chosen you. With its knowledge, the technique will come naturally, more naturally to you than others. Now, as much as I would like to have you try your hand with the Noliths at once, I have just received promising intelligence from command. Welcome back, Valk. How are you doing? Astros play Yu-Gi-Oh! Sages throw rocks at their friends. I also like that like most of Sage's abilities are based off like science names. It's just like, I am healing you with science. Apparently, our fugitives have taken themselves to Idleshire in the Dravanian hinterlands. Let us make our way there at once. Oh god, I haven't heard the Endwalker like quest theme in forever. Like not since I picked up Reaper like 10 moons ago. Best astrologian ability is, of course, Pot of Greed. Hey, what are those? Those don't look like shiny heal crystals. They're like tweezers. You got floating tweezers, but they're very cool looking. I want some floating tweezers. Oh, Cripplurkers. Cripplurkers, okay. Does that mean I have to do Shadowbringers MSQ? Tweezers. To quote Joe-Cat, Sage is a healer that decided to stop being nice and pick up a gun. 4 of them to be exact. Science magic. Smagic, we call it. Not too bad, y'all. Very good. We had a little bit of a cry. We had just like a little... Who are you? No, you're not who I'm talking to. We had just like a little bit of a cry during Bahamut. Also, we watched the 1.0 like ending scene. All I could think about while we were watching that is the 1.0 players who were alive when that was happening. Crazy. I would be bawling. Just need tomestones for Cripplurker stuff? Good thing I'm capped on tomestones. I have nothing to spend them on. So this is Idleshire. The tales do not do the place justice. Truly impressive what the goblins and their fellow scavengers have managed to build upon the ruins of our colony. To the task at hand. As I mentioned before, we have reason to believe that the fugitives have recently passed through this town and may even still be here. For the sake of efficiency, I suggest we split up and search. I will see to the town south if you could tend to the north. Okay, to think of a name, because I can see Kuro for Kuroneko has already been taken. Oh, Avalon's onto something. The naming conventions of the Mikote are much like that. And if you're a virgin, you put Tia as your last name. Kuro Tia. I don't know if that's true. Somebody just said all the fuck, I can't talk. All the Mikote that end in Tia and NPCs are like canonically virgins. Somebody said that and I believe them. It's true. I think it's something to do with like there's like a patriarchy. That might not be right. Tia doesn't mean virgin. It means you don't have a harem of women. That's what it is. There's like one in those clans that has, as Izagi so eloquently put, a harem of women, and the Tias do not. Help! Somebody please! I need help! Whoopst. Did you hear that? I don't know why I made her like have an accent all of a sudden. Nuns are the tribe leaders with breeding rights. Nuns are landlords. We don't like them. That man is in trouble. Whomstedidiv. Bun boy. Wait, evil bun boy? Look at me. When I'm talking to you. Healer, by the way. Healer, by the way. Stop this at once. Oof. Oh. Is that Haima? I think that might be Haima. I can't remember the spell animations. A Sage's Barrier? Oh. Huh? Loifa. Too many eyes and ears. We'd best leave. He's so edgy. I don't know who you are, and I don't care. Do not get in our way again. You've been warned. Bro, he's so edgy. Wait! I mean that, like, affectionately, by the way. That's not an insult where I'm from. God, I love bun boys, right? I love Lalafell so much, but if I'm gonna race change, it's gonna be a bun boy. I already have the bun boy designed. His look is saved, and occasionally I load up the character creator and just look at him and go, do I need this? Do I need this more than my Lala? And it's tempting every time. But then I wanted hats again. That is the biggest thing that keeps me away from bun boy. I couldn't wear cute hats like this. Can't change. Make alt. Make alt would be a good solution, actually. What would I play on the alt? Something drastically different from Red Mage. Maybe a Paladin. Am I entering my slut era? Terra whispers to himself. That's what, right. Unironically, that happens every time I load up the bun boy design. I go, am I there yet? Am I there yet? Is it slut era time? Is it time? And then we have street urchin instead. So I'm resisting with still colorful outfits. Paladin story is the worst, but the class looks so fun. You can't get buns to look how you want. Yeah. Izagi, I think I know what you mean. I think I know what you mean, and I've complained about it before, but I still love them to death. You're a fun boy, is emo as fuck. Oh my god. Okay, part of why I love this game so much is the fucking, like, role players. I love to poke fun at them, but dude, I love them. I was walking through Gridania, and I saw this one, like, all black, like, black hair, like, dark eye makeup bun boy, and they were, like, RP walking through Gridania, and I was like, what is this person doing? Because they were just kind of, like, wandering around, and then I saw them wander back, and I was like, okay, what is this person? I viewed their adventure plate, and it was, like, a zoom in on their face, and they were looking really sad. And their, fuck, I can't remember what their bio was, but it was like, oh fuck, I can't remember what it was, but it was some pun about like being stressed and depressed, and it killed me. I was like, holy shit, they're committing. They're full sending to the emo bun boy, and I love it. It's the nose and the mouth for you? Really? That you don't like about them? Is it because they kind of have the slightly bunny noses, or what? Now that I think about it, being a black mage would be fitting for your character. I mean, black cat. Do it. Do it. Black mage will be a learning curve, but a well worth one. I went to an in-game rave with some friends, and there were people explicit role-playing, and accidentally posted and say, the entire party stopped and went, yo. That person now has like genuine PTSD, I guarantee you. Nothing worse than like a mistell. Oh no, that poor person. Holy shit, the trauma. Thank you. Had you not intervened when you did, I dread to think what might have happened. Permit me to introduce myself. Falgernet of Charlayan, at your service. I don't know, I haven't put it into words. Just know that the region bothers you. You're like looking at it, you're like, it's not right. It's not what I want. That person's gonna have to transfer worlds. Yeah, genuinely. Oh, hi, Mac. What are you doing right now? Sage quests, Valk. We took a poll. I wanted to do the healer role quest for Shadowbringers, and everyone was like, Terra, you're fucking Sage quests. I was like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Truly? I'm Charlene too. A recent graduate of the studium, in fact. Would you mind telling us what happened? Oh, that an alumna should come to my... is it alumna? It is alumna. Alumni is the plural. An alumna should come to my rescue. Thaliak watches over his own. As to what happened, what is there to say? I was going about my business when they set upon me, without warning or provocation. I see. What is your business, if you do not mind my asking? Healing. The provision of it, that is. I am a sage, you see, and I travel the realm providing treatment gratis to those who cannot afford it. A sage besides! Speaking of which, one of your assailants, the Vieira man, also wielded sage magic. Was he known to you? She has the same eyes as my cat when there's only one working brain cell. Oh no. Not a thought behind those eyes. Cute though. As a Spanish Lala, it's alumna, as you pronounced it. Okay, right on. No, I had never so much as laid eyes on him before. I do have an inkling, however, as to why the villains have come here. If they use Sage's art for ill, then their destination is to be the Saint Mosian's Arboretum. The Arboretum? What could they possibly seek in that abandoned place? Following the Exodus, the cultivation of certain plants became forbidden in Charlene, but that which can no longer be found in the motherland still grows freely there, among which are potent but dangerous herbs. I see. That does stand to reason, and I dare say it was for your knowledge that the fugitives attacked you. You too are a sage, yet you do not appear to be Charlayan. How did you come by your soul crystal? The good people of Physis Technon had entrusted the crystal to me, and when it exhibited a strong resonance to Insar's presence, I in turn entrusted it to him. Then you were chosen to inherit. Is aught amiss, Master Faldrenet? Arboretum. Thank you, guys. Arboretum. Thank you, thank you. I love how I don't need to look up words anymore, because 9 times out of 10 you guys got me with the pronunciation. No, 'tis nothing. I was but struck by the remarkable providence to have crossed paths with sages so far from home. Ours is a reclusive nation, after all. Our policy to observe, not intervene. This did not sit well with me, and so I left Charlene behind, as the great Master Louis Sois once did. He's so fresh in our mind, too. And though I would never I would never dare equate myself to him, I too believe it my duty to alleviate suffering in the world. So that's what brought you to Eorzea. You're a noble soul, Master Faldrenet, and I commend your resolve. Well, I must return to the road, and I thank you again for coming to my aid. Till next we meet, let us both endeavor to seek out new knowledge and possibilities for the betterment of mankind. She has the same paladin glam that you do, and you're still mad about it? Is it a glam that you made up yourself, and she just so happens to have it? That would hurt my heart. If I ever came across a Lala that looked just like this, I'd be upset. I came here to poke you. Sage quests, indeed. Let us head to Saint Mosian's Arboretum at once. Given that we know the fugitives, I had considered that they might be after knowledge sealed in the Great Google Library, but Master Faldrenet presents a compelling theory. And for an all but proven theory of my own, our quarry have clearly enhanced themselves with sage magic. I had suspected as much given what they stole, but the leader's actions earlier leave little room for doubt. Not that it gives us any greater insight into what their ultimate goal. Regardless, to use a sage's soul crystal for ill is unforgivable, and I'll not rest until the criminals have been brought to justice. Right, the Arboretum. Our mission aside, I dare say it will be an ideal place for your training. Also, what does Haima look like? They did cast Haima on me. Huh. Damn. The Bun Boy used 120-second cooldown on me. What an honor. What an honor, you guys. My goodness. What theme do we want to listen to right now? I want to hear, Rose Lantern? No. Dark Lantern. We got a little bit of a flight ahead of us, so I want to listen to this theme. I still can't believe players hit a point where they just turn off mount music and never turn it back on. I fluctuate between wanting to hear it and not wanting to hear it. Oh wait, which side? This side. Poking the D. It wasn't intentional. It's just my height, okay? It's not exact, but close enough that I'm like, bro, one of us has to change. This is getting awkward here. There's a triple triad match over here. No, I don't have time. God, I fucking love triple triad. Although plus and same can go fucking burn in a hell. Plus and same mechanics in triple triad stink. So stinky. So stinky and gross. By the scholar. So this is the St. Mosian's Arboretum. From the illustrations, I did not think it would be so immense. It may interest you to know that the place holds special meaning to sages. From ancient strains to crossbred creations, myriad medicinal plants have been cultivated within its halls. Alas, in the wake of the Exodus 15 years ago, this once magnificent institution has fallen into ruin. Still, there's a certain charm in seeing nature reassert her dominion. Why, it must be a veritable menagerie of rare wildlife within. I should like to spend a day studying them, field guide in hand. Forgive me, this isn't a field trip, but a mission. Our objective is to find the fugitives, and failing that, clues that will lead us to them. Please see to your preparations. A spot of practice with your spells would not go astray, and then we shall venture in. Oh shoot, I have to leave the party. Izagi, I'm giving you the boot. Love you. Love you, bestie. I'm just swearing vehemently at the messenger. Why do you play it, Mac? Why do you play it? If our assumption is correct, the fugitives have come and may still be here. Keep your eyes peeled and your guard up. These halls are home to dangerous creatures. I will draw their attention that you may focus on applying your techniques. How many cardi are you? There you go. Dude, the Arboretum is beautiful. So, shall we practice some summonative fundamentals? To begin with, cast Cardia on me. The spell will establish a magical link between us. Way ahead of you. The residual ether of your attacks will be channeled unto me, healing my wounds as you deal damage to our foes. Just noticed your camera bugs me immensely. Wait. This? Wait, wait, what bugs you? You have it set to a lot higher? All right, how's this? How's this here? I switch it on the fly. This is one of the optional dungeons I have to do it. This time, augment your spells using Eorzea, then cast Eorzea Diagnose. I know how to play Sage! I got to 80! This will bestow a berry on me that provides both protection and healing. Chaos, thanks for the pets and hydrate. How you doing? Guys, if we have time, do you want to run the Arboretum? This is so beautiful. You got to 80 without doing your quests! I feel like I'm in trouble. I feel like for some reason I'm getting a lot of flack. Doing okay, and you? Doing really good, thank y'all. There's a disaster. This is true. Oh god, my camera feels so fucking high now. Listen, also Argon, it's not my fault. Like Lala's camera position is always pretty fucking low. It's just the Lala curse for being so short. I'll log on for that, though I think your stream time might be up by then. I feel like we could go a little longer. I feel like we could go a little longer and do the Arboretum as a treat. Just because this is beautiful. I love it. And then we can continue the Sage quests first thing on Thursday. Also got to 80 before doing your Sage quest. Cause listen, all my roulettes have me doing fucking level 50 shit. What do I need my level 80 skill for at level 50? Remember Dahaima? Oh, I should probably heal them, huh? I should also be caracoling and toracoling them alternatively. I'm being a stinky sage right now. I can't with how tiny you are compared to everything around you. I'm so little, Echo. No fiends here, but what might this be? Haima's good for mob pulls. That makes sense, actually. Because it's a bursting barrier that heals, so during the pull, I can just focus on DPS, while Haima does a lot of the healing, alongside the tank's mitigation. Huh. That's big intel, Argon. That's huge intel. I wouldn't have thought to use Haima like that. Arguably, that's probably one of the best uses of it. Some manner of plant seem to be harvested here. I can't identify it by the remaining parts, however. There may be other clues nearby. We should just investigate further. Someone knelt here to draw water. Flurries of tiny bubbles break the water surface at regular intervals. Some manner of creature hiding under the lily pad, perhaps? Bro, I keep failing my scholar quest. I don't know what more it wants from me. Probably gear related, I would guess, Crimson? More of the same plant taken. What could it possibly be? Oh, that was a crit! Quick, go into combat! You have such a big shield. Oh, I wasted my crit. You're over 100 deaths. Oh no, Mac. Fine scorch marks are in evidence on the leafage, reminiscent of those left by sage magics. Traces of ice. Someone recently fought here, a proficient wielder of magic. Resting at the bottom of the pool is an animal carcass overgrown with plant life. Perhaps it fell while foraging for food. It's level 60, you're level 76? Proficiency difference. Proficiency issue, we might say. I'm kidding, that's so toxic. That's so toxic. Do you have your fairy out? Are you galvanizing yourself? Are you... I don't know. I've never leveled scholar, so I can't say. I can't speak for it. Fugitives, in the name of the forum, I demand you surrender yourselves at once. Okay, this person on the right side is so attractive to me. Somebody send help. This person right here. I mean, this one's also not bad, but this person in particular is so attractive to me. I need help. Keeps asking you to remove the void stuff. You play on controller, it's hard as fuck to target the NPCs. Oh shit. Anyone proficient with controller have advice? There's probably some setting that you could turn on. Power of the Thylander. Oh, they're both Thylanders, aren't they? By panic. By panic. Of all the weapons to bear against us. No matter. I warned you once, and I won't warn you again. Those two are in one of the level 80 dungeon gear. It looks so good. That's it, I'm starting my sled era. I've got this. Stand back. Ansel Rockfist. Very well. Go get him, Lala. Here, you can have a Haima as well. You ready for lots of healing? Okay. Does Toxicon do more potency than Dosis? No, no it doesn't. Oh, I wanted to slide cast that. Let's finish them quickly. Let's not and pretend instead that we did. What are those? Bro, how come you get so many sage weapons? I guess I should dose this thing both, huh? Yeah. Excuse me, ma'am. I don't see any mitigations. This tank SMH, right? Making me work hard. Making me stop DPSing. Can you use a mitt, Lala? Hello, can you mitt, please? Oh, I'm in danger. I'm in danger of dying. I'm in danger of dying. I pressed the wrong button. Hang on, this camera angle is weirding me out. Might want to heal yourself? I don't want to. I don't want to, but I did out of necessity. Imagine looking at your own health. I think my issue is I want my cast bar to move. If I'm going to use a camera angle like this, I need to move my cast bar not dead center. Some HUD layout adjustments will be in order. You have enemy cast bar dead center? That's legitimately what I want to do. For all those look away mechanics. Loifa, we don't have time for this. You held your own against the enhanced. But that's enough sport for now. The mission takes precedence. Confound it, not again! Not a thought behind those eyes. Cute though. Cute though she is. What is the Black Mage story, for curiosity? Actually, Valora just went through it, and she said she found it fun. At least the thaumaturgy part. What's this? Tiny gremlins use dark arts to rule the world. Thaumaturgy story is good. Black Mage, I got bored. Which is a damn shame, because that happened with Monk as well, Vel. I liked the Pugilist story, and then I didn't really care for the Monk story. The level 51 in particular pissed me off. But that's neither here nor there. The pouch they dropped contained a plant. What they came for, I shouldn't doubt. 'Tis some manner of herb, but none I've seen in the course of my studies. And as I made my way out, I also stumbled upon what appears to be a diary by the entrance. Though much of its contents are magically obfuscated, I could make out some somanotical terms, so we may assume it belonged to a sage. Dead center and set to 200%? That's probably what I'm gonna end up doing. Also, hi up legs. Wait, what time does the stream end? I just got back home. Usually about now is when stream would end, but I'm gonna go a bit longer because I want to do the optional dungeon. The Arboretum. I want to do it. As we continue our pursuit, I will work on lifting the enchantment. When you have a moment, please feel free to peruse the contents in Idleshire. On that note, let us head back to the settlement. What's up, peeps? What's up there, gigs? How you doing? Let me Google that for you. Oh, I took a hard mode quest like a long time ago and forgot to follow through with it. Black Mage is a pretty good story, particularly if you have a fondness for a certain short Black Mage with long pigtails from Final Fantasy XI. I always have to think so hard about the new girls. Hello! I probably won't talk much because I'm shy, but I'll have stream open. There's never any pressure to chat, Uplinks. Don't you worry. You vibe out. You vibe out. We're going to pretend we didn't see you. Mwah. Free forehead kiss for you. Oh! Had to take your guy to the hospital. Today feels like a trip for real. Ah, I'm sorry to hear that, girl. Having a bit of an ass day, so decided to hop on Twitch, see what happens. You missed crying. You missed crying. Hello. Now we're only good vibes. The HUD is going to need adjustment. 2 bars isn't enough. What level's your Black Mage now? Well, I guess I could just spy on you. 67. Oh, that's your bard. Holy shit, your bard's high level. What the fuck? Your bard is insanely high level. Terra did the old A Realm Reborn raid tier. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. What did I come here for? Oh yeah, we want to do the Arboretum, but I want to turn in my quest. Does anyone know where the Arboretum quest unlocks? I've dispatched the plant to Charlene for identification. When we learn what it is, I believe we will gain insight into the villain's objective. Look at the spelling, Terra. The raid tier. It should be an idle share? Okay. I just want to go in pretty location. That's all I care about. Now tell me, sir, have you been practicing with the Noliths while I wasn't looking? I ask because even with the crystal's knowledge, you demonstrate remarkable proficiency. I am level 80, madame. I am level 80, yes. Hard arbor or normal? I want to do hard, but do I have to do normal to do hard? If you follow me, I can lead the way. Okay, nice. Regardless, 'tis plain you have a gift for the art. The sages whose memories reside in the crystal must be beaming with pride. Normal first? You guys want to do both? Don't do normal and hard? Though sometimes I cannot help but wonder, if the sage's art was created for the betterment of mankind, why then does it incorporate techniques which inflict harm? And the fugitives? What could have compelled them to spurn our homeland's prescribed policy? As Master Louisoix and Master Faldrenet but I muse to no avail. It will be a while before we hear back regarding the plant. Until we do, please take the opportunity to continue honing your skills. As you go about your training, remember to heed the voices within your soul crystal. Do so, and your predecessors will surely grant you the wisdom to protect those you hold dear. For those we can save, for those we have, I can't remember the quote right now. Might as well do both? Yeah, hell yeah, let's do it. Pretty sure hard is 70 as well? Fuck yeah. How does it go? For those we have lost, for those we can yet save. Diary of a Sage is now available for perusal. More entries will become legible as you progress through the story. What? That's cute. Where does it go? Key items? No, it's not there. Sag. Where is it? I want to read the diary. I literally was about to go read the diary. Also, Argon, lead me. Oh! Don't lead me. Diary of a Sage, entry 1. A young child was brought in today, so very young to be suffering so. But if anyone could save her, 'tis we sages of Physis Technon, and save her we will. Though it took many days and repeated treatments, we have managed to stabilize our most recent patient. We adapted the Eorzea spell, as my clever husband proposed, and it worked wonders. His brilliance truly belies his youth. Belies, sorry. Bellies? Fucking, oh my god. We're gonna redo that. His brilliance truly belies his youth. Despite being 50 years my junior, he has already achieved so much. Do not laugh at me. Listen here, you. Listen. What does this spell do again? Oh yeah, 1 Adder's Gall. Fuck it, I'm not doing Sage for this. What should I do? It's gonna be level 60. Let's do goldsmith. We'll do goldsmith for this. Imagine. Bonk people with my hammer. Wait, was it that dude there? Oh no, it wasn't that dude there. Do, 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 do. This guy maybe? A striking opportunity? No, I don't think that's it. Could you check the map real quick? Gladly. We got an unexpected proposal. The Fires of Som Al. Level 73 Sands of Despair? What the fuck? Bum, 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 bum. Why did these quests lock on Red Mage? I'm confusion. Oh, Sands is Sage. Okay. Sands of Despair is Sage. Okay. Why did an unexpected proposal lock? Weird. Wrong class. So is it not here for the Arboretum? Because it should be blue, right? And yet... Do I maybe have it unlocked already and just didn't do it? Heavensward! No. No, I don't have. Unexpected proposal is crafter. Oh. Oh. Shit. Wait. Are you sure it's crafter? It unlocked on my monk. Oh, it's for relics. Oh, it's for relics. Red Mage wasn't out in Heavensward, so that's why it's locked on Red Mage. Oh, okay. That makes so much sense. I'm coming, Argon. I'm coming. I might head out in a bit. Me and my friend are taking shifts. Keep an eye on Mr. Spitting in Cops is a great idea. Carl, be safe. Be safe, friendo. Hi, Neon. Welcome in. Something Due, it's called, from Ephemeral. Something Due. An Overgrown Ambition? Wait, is it an Overgrown Ambition? I bet you it's an Overgrown Ambition. That one. That sounds like Arboretum. Also, chat, do you guys use Legacy controls or Standard? I recently made the switch to Legacy because I couldn't stand how Standard controls will turn you around if you're trying to move and cast. Legacy, okay, that's what I thought. The number of times I've been hit by AoEs because of Standard controls completely turning my character around to use an ability. Legacy, okay, kind of resoundingly Legacy, hey? Hard is outside Idleshire. Okay, boop, Overgrown Ambition. What? There's one right behind me, isn't there? No? Thank the gods. I've done enough running for one day. Those goddamn beasts came out of nowhere. It's a wonder we made it out alive. But we can't just leave the treasure there. You look like the sort that's used to risking life and limb. Might you be able to, might be, as you could help clear a way through those seedkin that damn near made a meal of us. We'd see that it was worth your while, of course. If you're interested, let my friend Sonny know. Should be somewhere near the entrance to St. Mosian's Arboretum. Well, I reckon it's safe to go back to Idleshire and look for a few more hands. We'll need as much help as we can get. Hope to see you at the Arboretum. Okay. Never mind, bad memory. You're good. You're good. You did your best, Ike. That's all that matters. Nobody told him? Jesus, people. What do you mean nobody told me? They did their best. I want to play in an arboretum. Reddit saved your ass? Oh, on how to do it, Crimson? On how to do the Scholar job quest? Is there any Monster Hunter event in the game? I'm asking because there's a Bigimo hunt on Monster Hunter World. Yes, there is. Kroneko, yes, there is. I think it's post Stormblood. I still want to do that. I still want to do that at some point. We'll get around to it eventually, TM. Post Stormblood, yeah. You're here to help with the Seedkin? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Usually places like this are more trouble than they're worth. But if the parchments we found are anything to go by, there's something in these ruins that could benefit everyone in Idleshire for generations to come. A proper priceless treasure. It goes without saying that a site as old as this is sure to be stuffed with all sorts of precious relics, which you'd be welcome to keep if you help beat a path for us. Oh my god, the sun rising scared me. We'll follow behind you once it's safe and see if we can't find what we're looking for. Boing. You finished the mission! Proud of you. So proud of you, Crimson Queen. Let's fucking go. Boop. Who wants to come for dungeon? Who wants to dungeon? Shit, you're on Adamantoise. Because I thought we were going to be queuing for Coils, so I thought we should come to a currently more populated... Ray, I'm sorry. I should have told you. I should have told you, Ray. Usually we would be on Madeline. Usually we would. Give me a second to come back. Okay. There's a Monster Hunter trial. Yes. There's actual monsters to hunt. People arrange hunt trains so you can get special currency. I've never done a hunt train. Are they worthwhile? No one ever queues for Coils. Well, almost no one, yeah. It would be like a 10-hour queue. How much of the game is free? A third of it? No. A fourth of it? A quarter of it is free? No, a bit more. A good chunk. A good chunk. The level cap is 90 and you can play up to 60. And you get 2 expansions that you can play through. Base game and first expansion, yeah. It is a staggering amount of content that you can play for free. There's literally a clip of me like bawling at a cutscene, and somebody's like, still on free trial, by the way. Level-wise, 2/3, story-wise, about a third, yeah. Oh, and you get some awesome story in Heavensward. Do you want me to join too? Yeah, Neon, hop in. We'll bring Ray and we'll bring Neon. Whoop. The little parasol, I have one of those. I have a classy checkered one. Unironically, the checkered umbrella kind of fits with my street urchin aesthetic. Hold on, I'm logging in. Okay. 2 out of 5 expansion-wise. G's got the right of it. Bahamut is part of the free trial. What you saw me doing, Bahamut, yep, that's part of free trial. I've got 90s on top code if you need a 4th, absolutely. Which dungeon so I can see if I can join? We're gonna do the Arboretum, but we have 4. Neon's gonna come and Ray's gonna come. I love the umbrella twirl. I love my little street urchin aesthetic. He's so cute. Cute little Lala. XTD tree, time to make it. How goes the re-clears, Golsef? Poor Golsef. Probably wiping. Steam has it, yeah. I've never played it on Steam. Can anyone vouch for playing it on Steam? Does it launch the game directly or does it launch the game's launcher? Good on P8S. Now after quick break. Nice. You do it fine. It launches the launcher. So yeah, there's kind of no point in going through Steam then, eh? Launches the launcher, gotcha. Blessed be the sacred tree, clear for me. Unironically, I'm excited to raid. When I picked up the game, I didn't think I was going to want to do any of the endgame content. I genuinely want to do like Savage raiding and ultimates when I get there. You just used the launcher, wasn't on Steam when you bought it. That was centuries ago now, Izagi. Not centuries. It was a long time ago. Yo, you want to join the static Terra? Yo, at me? At me, Argon? I'll do it. I'm crazy. Never mind, you go ahead. Okay, we got room for one more. There's room for one more. By the way, the game is downloading, and for what I can see, I can only play on a party if someone invites me. Yes, so you can't whisper people and you can't start parties, but you can still do the roulettes, which is just like partying with random people. If you want to do stuff with friends, they need to invite you. What level do you have to be? You have to be level 60. Level 60? Yeah, level 60. 60 yes, and access to Idleshire, I guess you'd say. Bet, I'm coming. All right. They don't let free trial people whisper and invite because of bots. Yes, exactly. Hard is 70. What server? Aether Adamantoise. Hello, bestie. How you doing? God, that's such a cool mount. Aether Adamantoise. And did you see where I unlocked the quest as well? It was like right around here. I think it was like literally right there. I honestly don't even remember this dungeon, so this should be fun to watch. I want to start unlocking more of the side things and the hard modes. If you guys have not done hard modes in A Realm Reborn, a lot of them are actually very fun. I was in a Discord call with Valora, and then she was running one and she was streaming it for me. And I was like, this actually looks good. And then I unlocked them and I've been having fun with them. And they show up in roulettes as well. So if you unlock them, it's just more roulettes. So if somebody's running it, you have faster queues. I love the Arboretum. It's one of my grinding dungeons of choice. Oh, why do you grind it? If you don't mind my asking. Selling gear for company seals? Or something else? Oh no, you're on Crystal! You won't be able to join. RIP! Grind it for levels? Oh! Of course, of course. Grind it for levels. That makes sense. Poetics 2, gotcha. Okay, so instead of Crimson, who do we tag in? Izagi? Izagi just whispered me. Boop. All right. Oh. You can't just got a data center travel? Wait, can Crystal? We have a full party anyway. Next time, Crimson, next time. What data centers can travel? Like, what are all the NA data centers? Dynamis, Ether. I don't remember what else. I don't remember the other ones other than that. The Arboretum. Wait, where's the Arboretum? Am I blind? Saint Mo. Ah, there it is. I was literally looking for something called the Arboretum. Yes, blind. Yeah, blind. Where, Terrab 16 blind when? I need this emote. Dynamis, Ether, Primal. Oh, gross. So you could have data center travel. So what you do, Crimson, for future, if you're going to come play with me, you log out, go to the character select screen, and when your character's standing there in the blue abyss, you right-click their name and say visit another data center. I think that's what it says. And that's how you can jump to any data center. At least if you're in NA. Steam accounts is weird versus Square Enix penis PC account. Oh shit. I'm done. It's over for me. I'm gonna get canceled. Square Enix PC accounts. What? A little bit of a Freudian slip, perhaps. Clip it, ship it. He's done. Cancel him. Square Enix PC accounts. PC accounts. BGM 100? BGM 100? They can't keep getting away with it. They can't keep getting away with this beautiful fucking music. What? Oh, but they can. And they will. I want to jump to those far ones. Square what account? Mac, you're canceled. Mac, you're canceled. You're done. You would never. I wouldn't. I love you too much. Let me change the question. The Steam version of the game share servers? Yes, yes they do. Both versions are identical other than a few small things, right? And none of them are major. Like, you'd lose out on nothing being on Steam if you wanted, right? Hop. God, tornado kick, so satisfying. I love Monk, dude. I really love Monk. I'm glad I just followed my gut and tried it out. I love it. I just punch and kick and I go, ha! Even if I can't join, I'll come to say hello in person when y'all get done. Absolutely. Steam version could be for convenience sake. Literally that. If you want all your games in the same place, I could see you doing it. Refresh my buff. Feels bad. I'm greeting. I'm greeting. I don't want to kill the ads. I should probably kill the ads. Kuro sees tentacles. I've seen enough animes to know how this ends. Easy clap. Steam basically just hosts the game so people can find and buy it, since not many people would think to go to the Square Enix website. Good argument. Good argument, well made. Bracelets. It's so cute, Lala punching his enemies into a bloody pulp with his tiny fist. I think that's part of why I love Monk so much. Because of like the idea of little tiny little street urchin just punching and kicking the crap out of people. Uh-oh. None of that. Don't worry, I got you, bestie. I land that stun. Oh god, oh god. I don't got a stun again. Yo, where do I get party members that stun? I'm shook it. I actually learned it from tanking because it's for so the wrong reasons. I learned it while I was tanking because I was lazy and I didn't want to move out of AoEs. So I started stunning mobs that were annoying me. And now it's translated over to my melee DPS. It was born of laziness though, I should be honest. And if you want to play on Linux, Steam's Proton, with some tweaking, is pretty good at running the game. The launcher has some issues. Wait, can you play? No, because it's not a Steam game. I was about to ask if you could play Final Fantasy XIV on the Steam Deck. But I don't think you could. That's a bit of a stretch, eh? You can? Wait, that's kind of sick. People have got it working? That's kind of sick, dude. What? That's kind of cool as shit. The guy that runs Steam Play 14 on the deck. God, that's actually kind of sick, dude. Yeah, Gaben. Praise Lord Gaben. He plays it with his son. Dude, oh, what was the show? Somebody brought this up. Was it Rando or Izagi? I don't remember. Somebody brought up a show. No, it might have been Ray. It might have been Ray that brought it up. A show that, it's about Final Fantasy XIV, about a dad and his estranged son that, like, bond over playing the game together. Dad of Light, is that what it's called? I cry, dude. I haven't seen it, but it just sounds so beautiful. I'm loving these environments, by the way. Arboretum, cool as fuck. Ow. Is that normal? Should I be concerned about that? Targeted. Help me. Help, they're shooting so many. Holy crap. They're shooting so many stingers at me. Oh, gotta kill the ants. You remember this dungeon now? This boss is cool as heck. It makes me feel weirdly nostalgic for Terraria. Don't ask me why. I will not elaborate. But it does. Let me land my tornado kick. No! Quick! Pull the next mobs! I have a tornado kick ready! Pull! I have 10 seconds. My tornado kick! No, I lost it. I'm sad. How dare you laugh at me? I just wanted to tornado kick something. You haven't done this dungeon yet? It looks sick. Dude, I just want to experience as much of this game as I can. I'm so in love. What am I doing? I forgot to put on Formless Fist. How do I play Monk? I guess I should be AoEing. I was more distracted by big angry plant man. I was recently informed that all classes, it's a DPS boost to AoE if there's at least 3 targets. Some classes are a DPS boost if there is 2, but they're few and far between. Most, the general rule is if there's 3 targets, you AoE. Rule of thumb. Oh, I need to spring. Have you heard of the latest Ultimate? It has a sick story, but to experience it, you need to be really good at the game. I want to do that content, Diot. I really do. I was just talking about that. How when I started this game, I didn't plan to do like endgame content. I was just here for the story. Now I'm just here for everything. This game got me hook, line, and sinker, dude. God, I love AoE. At what level do I get to use my Riddle of Fire? 68 for Riddle of Fire? That's a scam. Ow, that hit me. I just recently unlocked Riddle of Fire. I want to get used to pressing the button. Increases damage dealt by 15% for 20 seconds with a 60-second cooldown? That's insane. It has a penis. It has a penis. Hell, are you thinking of going, Terra? We'll probably end after this, I'm thinking. Formless Fist. I'm ready to go. Booba. It has Booba, and look, it has little penis there. Little pointy penis. I can't be the only one that sees it. I will not apologize. The spear! That's way too much pressure. I'm thinking I shouldn't be in that circle. Maybe? I don't quite know what's happening here. I love Heavensward battle theme. It's been a minute since I've actually heard it. Bing, bing. Tornado kick. Yeah. Love it. Wide vibe, indeed. Wide vibe. Wait, I guess I could have limit braked. I was so focused on my rotation, I forgot about it. If it's too hard, like for me, you can check it on YouTube. But it'll be all the sweeter if I achieve it myself, Dion. You recently saw the Christmas hats on the screen emotes. Yes, I'm blind. We need that Terrab 16 blind emote more than ever. Do we? Wait, hold up. You guys want to do the hard mode? Do you want to do the hard mode before we end stream? Want to do hard? Do we want to see what hard looks like? I like things that are hard. Oh, this is cute. Sure, I can run one more. Ayo. Ayo. Let's do hard. We know. He's like, yes, sweetie, we know. We know you like it like that. I knew the thought of the Arboretum's treasure would be enough to get your juices flowing. Oh, if you only knew. Oh, if only knew. Thanks to all the pruning you did for us, we were able to have a good look around the ruins. Didn't take us long to find what we were looking after. I can't wait to tell Midnight Dew the good news. Speaking of which, would you mind coming with us to Idleshire? Midnight Dew will want to thank you personally. Dare say an adventure like you would be interested in our finds. Look at all these little sprouts. We love to see it. Wait, Crimson, is this you? Is this you or is this one you? This one is you? Come here, you. And whoop. Ah, a human of culture. A human of culture. We love to see it. We love to see it. Ultimate raids, fishing, role-playing. Browse. Oh, are you gonna ferry me to Idleshire? Put me in. Get in, loser. We're going dungeon crawling. Dude, it's been a minute since I heard this mount's music. Are they ever gonna bring this mount back again? Is there any way for me to get this? Argon, what is that emote? Eventually, don't know how long till though. It's okay. I'll just suffer and sprout. I'll suffer and sprout until then. It's a jive, it's a whole ass bop is what it is. It was just back last year, Pepe Hands. Maybe they'll bring it back yearly? Hopium? Hello, Sony. Come here, you. You've come at last, adventurer. Well, let's give Midnight Dew the good news. This hair is wild. Now that's the ending I wanted to hear. Let's hope these seeds live up to their reputation. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did you guys see that? This hair has jiggle physics. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Why it needs jiggle physics? I don't know, but I appreciate it. What fruit do you reckon they'll bear, adventurer? I don't know. Same with the Pompadour. Legendary. Something wrong? You seem surprised. Sonny, you did tell our friend here what you're looking for, didn't you? Now that I come to think of it, that little detail might have slipped my mind. It's so jiggly. Oh my, it's out of control. You see, the treasure we were looking for was seeds and sprouts that we were cultivating. The devil's lettuce. Especially by the Charlayans. Years of research went into breeding them, apparently, and they produced plants like you wouldn't believe. As of now, Idleshire's main industry is collecting the junk left behind by the Charlayans, but it won't last forever. Fun fact, the clown nose is just that hairstyle, but very small. Is it really? That's legendary. Oh my sapphire star, there's a Rathlos mount in the game. Yes, there is. Which is why it's important we find a new way to make ends meet, before we end up with nothing left to trade. Acquiring those sprouts and seeds was the first step to accomplishing that goal. Look at how fucking... It's out of control. This hair, it needs to stop. If we can find crops that'll flourish in this land's changeable climes, we'll have a new industry that should keep Idleshire going for generations to come. Well, these seeds ain't going to plant themselves, so I'd best be about it. Something tells me growing them, make getting them seem easy. Growing them will make getting them seem easy. There you go. It'll take a few moons, 'tis true, but I look forward to seeing those seeds bear fruit. Make sure to visit us from time to time, adventurer. One day, we'll treat you to a feast grown by our own hands. Smiley face. I don't know how my little Lala doesn't break his fucking neck looking up at all the players and NPCs. Like, Jesus. Jesus Christ. Alright, where's hard mode? Probably out there. Maybe not. Perhaps no. I don't see it in here. Same way Asahi didn't break his spine. Watching Asahi crumple in that cutscene is very, very satisfying. Might be. Oh, Rhalgr's Reach would make sense. Rhalgr's Reach, or perhaps. No, the Wandering Minstrels, but other things. Rhalgr's. Probs Rhalgr's, yeah. Secret of the Ooze? To kill a Coil. Sonny? Ah. Sir, you're a hard bloke to find. I heard you'd thrown in your lot with the Resistance, so I came here looking for you. Truth is, we run into a spot of bother back at the Arboretum and could use your help. If you're not too busy breaking your fast on Garleans, or whatever you've been doing out there, we'd be glad of your expertise. If you fancy lending a hand, I'll be over at St. Mosian's. This is incredible. This looks incredible, but like so much food. I got some salmon. I got some rice. Life is good. Life is good and nice. All right, back to Idleshire. Minstrel is always the trial extremes. That's what it is. I'll need to grind out the Rathlos mount. Ray, you said that in-game? We can totally set up a mount farm for Rathlos whenever I unlock that. I'd be glad to do that on stream. Oh. I need it. I need it. I need it. Same. I need it. I love Monster Hunter. It's tedious, but not hard. Argyle got lucky and it dropped from a chest. You lucky bug. You want to know the #1 synced extreme I got pulled into in Mentor Roulette? That fucking dinosaur. No way. No way. On extreme. Get fricked. Get fricked. That sucks. Yeah. Alright, Sony, I knew you couldn't resist. Now, before you go slaying everything in sight, let Midnight do explain our predicament. No, I would kill for a Kingdom Hearts event. A Kingdom Hearts crossover, I would, like, murder for it. What is this? I love it. It's good to see you back in Dravania, sir. The place hasn't been the same without you. Hello? Are we gonna... You're probably wondering why I sent Sonny to fetch you. It's all down to this mucky little court booker. Wait, it's so cute. Oh, the problem with Kingdom Hearts is the Disney licensing. The mouse. Why does the mouse have to ruin everything? Why? Mentor Roulette is 4 players. Calm. It's Rathlos EX. Panic! When I saw it come bounding out of the Arboretum, the first thing I noticed besides it being covered in grime was how bleeding lively little sod seemed to be. We had our old friend Edgith take a look at it, and she reckons that layer of mud is what's making it so excitable. It's got this daft seedkin jumping around like a mad pirogo, so imagine what it could do for our crops at the green grub mud plots, and that's where you come in. There should be more of this gunk inside the Arboretum, and we have one small problem. It also affects the more troublesome species of flora, making them downright lethal. We want to send Edgith to look into it, but it's not safe for the bunch of botanists eating plants making a nuisance of themselves. What say you, sir? Fancy giving them a bit of pruning? Yeah, I do fancy. I do fancy it. I think any crossover like that would probably have to be, yeah, exactly, Linny. I wonder what matter of brown gunk would make... Oh. Ew. Ew, Izagi. Disgusting. Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. Boop. Hello? Hello? Stormblood? Stormblood? I'm screaming. I'm screaming? This makes no sense. This makes no sense. I want you guys to know I am furious. After all you got in Rogers, shut the hell up. That makes so much sense. Shut the hell up. That makes complete sense. You just picked up the from Rogger's Reach you need. What happened? It's all rotten. Oh, it was so beautiful before. Terra does the big dumb. Yes, most commonly. Hey, at least I have my Riddle of Fire now. But what happened? Oh, there's the first boss from before. Dude. What happened to my beautiful Arboretum? It's gone to shit. Literally, look at this mob. It's gone to shit. The music change is also interesting. Also, hang on. If this is technically a Stormblood dungeon, do we get Storm of Blood, born from blood, and our fallen brothers? La da 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 da. Yes. Argon right away. Yes. I'm so excited. I fucking love the Stormblood battle theme. Dude, I cannot get over Riddle of Fire. What a good ability. Every 1 minute, I do 15% more damage for 20 seconds. Crazy. With only a 40-second downtime? That's nutty. Nolchu. Hello, Nolchu. How you doing, bud? Whoops. That's embarrassing. I definitely didn't fat finger open my character profile. Don't come for me. I wonder if any of this gear would be decent. Item level 355. No, it would not. Hard pass. Although I should greet it for company seals, actually. I spent a lot of those. Dude, the fact that it's all rotten makes me so sad. It was so beautiful before. Thank you. Thank you for interrupting that. Too much mud. Too much mud made it all sick. It's all sick and sad now. I forgot to mention the other game. Demo free trial. To be able to play. I'm trying to read this in between my DPS. At least an hour. 14 free trial. Oh yeah. You can play the entire base game. Enjoy. Yup. Yup. It's because they want to hook you. That's how they get you. That's how they get you, girl. They're like, hey, you can play literally hundreds of hours of content for free, smiley face. And then they tear your heart out and you go, I love it. It's so good. And then you buy the game. Like me. Smiley face. Oops. Hey, my stun was fully resisted anyways. And the entire first expansion and its post-expansion patches and the post-expansion patches for fucking Heavensward as well. It's crazy. It's absolutely staggering when you think about just what the free trial involves. I remember playing a demo, it was 15 minutes long. Yeah, it's kind of standard. You jump scared me, you monster. Is that a knife? What do you have there? A knife! No! I guess I need that to eat with her. I love 14. Me too, Crimson! Best game / community on earth. So true. The lack of time limit is appealing. I may let myself get sucked in, Mac. Mac, you should try the free trial. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? You can play for free. Sign up and enjoy Eorzea today. Mac. What the help? Help! I don't know what's happening here. I'm just gonna follow everyone else. What the fucking hell is this? Help me. Oh. Oh, that's neat. I like that one. I don't know what this is on my head. Oh, I think I was supposed to move away from the tank. Sorry, Argon. I forgot to move away. It's a cleave. Thank you. Appreciate you. What's my second wind doing down there on my bar? That's so embarrassing. Oh, shit. I get it. That's a cool ass mechanic, dude. Oh, I think you missed my comment earlier. Do you plan on doing some serious raiding or hopping casually for lulz? A bit of both. A bit of both, G. Genuinely. I would like some relaxed raiding experience, and I would genuinely love to experience the serious, sweaty, rip my eyes out content as well. Leans in. Hello, Molly. Hello, Molly Berry. Nice sound spot. Game's got me by the heart. It does. Dun, dun, dun. My riddle of fire isn't ready. This is so sad. Really need to get married on here. I wanna Spess, I don't know if I told you guys this. Spess finally caved. Spess finally caved and is playing a little bit of 14. And I want to do the little marriage. I want to do the little marriage event with Spess. I think it'd be so fucking cute. But unfortunately, I think you have to be home on Modoin in order to attend the wedding. But it's not like I wouldn't stream it anyways. Yeah. Why is it set to only home worlds? Do you guys know? It seems like a strange limitation. Ooh. Probably because the characters appear in the cutscene? I don't know the science behind it. Good guess. Well, it's late for me. Keo, have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging out with us. La, 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 la. Are we cleaning them off with water? I'm gonna cry. That's so cute. Wait a minute. Wash off the dirty boys? Wait, that's so cute. What the heck? We just need our Dawn dish soap. If it's gentle enough for ducks, it's good enough for me. Give the stinky turtles a bath. The mud makes them damage resistant, so we clean them off. That's fucking precious, dude. Unlurk, welcome back, Warlord. And I want to live the life I can have. Relatable. Relatable. Now for the royal mud. No way. I am the great mighty Pooh. Conker's Bad Fur Day, anyone? It's cute. I don't like that it's cute, but it is. Those are kind of cute pants. Triple Triad card! This is the best reason to come here. Give me your Triple Triad card. I have a need. I have a great need. Oh, I see. I muddied one of them up. Okay, okay. I see what I did wrong. I am learning. Shit, I gotta go there. I think I muddied two of them up. Oh, I didn't. Good. I did something far worse. I did something far worse. I'm so sorry. I did something so bad. I'm sorry. I made the mud explode. It's my fault. Let me die. I don't deserve to live. Can't believe you still chose to heal me after that behavior. Howdy, Kova. Hi, Curls. Curls, how you doing, bestie? Bum, 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 bum. Oh no, I'm gonna do it again. I didn't do it again. We're okay. Shit, I don't know what colors I have in my rotation. I did it right. Okay, good. Wait, you can push away the mud slimes? Oh, that's so cool. And then they do way less damage. Oh, I'm gonna die. Woo! I didn't die. On a scale of 1 to 100, 144. Oh, barely not a passing grade. Curls, I love you. I'm all out. Have good time zones before you go. Gamble 469. Oh, Satch. So the little poo monster was clogging up the place. And we had to kill the poo monster. And now everything's better again. Water hath returned. The drain was just clogged. Disgusting. Disgusting. Thanks for coming, gamers. That was fun. Rip Mudchan. Did I see the conal move? No. Did it throw its shit at you? When I play Monk, I'm just staring here. It's called Feculent Flood. It's a blue spell. Ew. Ew. So it did throw its shit at you. Triple Triad card is a 2.7. We got it, boys. We didn't get it. I just thought you might enjoy that for a moment. We did not, in fact, get it. So what you're saying is, I come back here on Blue Mage, I farm it. You got it! Argon, get out. Argon, you're banned. Argon, you're absolutely banned. Fun fact, a version of Mudchan is one of the A rank marks in Shadowbringers, regularly caused wipes back in the day. Damn. Damn. Fresh air at last. It's clammier than a goblin's arse crack in there. I got out just a few moments ago, so I won't be going back in anytime soon. I saw that you'd clear a path for the Midnight Dew in Edgith, though. Hopefully they'll be on their way back about now. That's a dope dragon? That's the Monster Hunter dragon. I want it. His name is Rathalos. He's a good boy. He's not a good boy. He's a fucker. Sorry to keep you waiting. Oh, you must be Sir. I'm Edgith, a botanist of sorts. Perhaps Sonny or Midnight Dew mentioned me, or perhaps not. Anyway, I'm very grateful for you helping us discover the secret of that bizarre ooze. You see, the research materials we found mention a concoction for rapidly turning plant matter into compost. It seems the mud was used to cultivate the ingredients for the formula. According to the Charlayan reports, well, I'll spare you the details of its botanical jargon. Let's just say the mud makes seedkin, in a word, angry. Growth formula for plants is all well and good, unless they're the sort that's liable to bite your bloody head off. Yes, I'm surprised the Charlayans didn't keep it in a safer place. In any case, we can use their findings to breathe new life into the soil of Dravania. As for the seedkin, a little water washes the mud right off. Allow me to demonstrate. Sploosh. Very much not a good boy. No, very much not. 48 minutes till you can play Chronicle. That's so exciting. Do you have any idea what class you want to play first? You said Black Mage, right? Or, well, Thaumaturge it would be at low level. What is this? A shame you can't wash off that stupid expression off its face as well. I'm not choosing that line. How about a bit of pruning instead? I'm with Sir on this one. Covered in muck or not, it's a bleeding nuisance either way. Now, leave the poor thing alone. I'm sure it'll behave itself, and more importantly, it looks like we found a way to improve our dwindling harvests. As we couldn't have done it without you, sir, I'll make sure that the locals start tucking into all those lovely crops. They'll know who to thank. Bang. I need to start up again and download for mine. What class is good? Depends on what you want to do. Depends on what kind of gameplay you prefer. Exactly what Lenny said. All of them are good in their own ways. I started out as Lenny, is this you? Lenny Lotus? Is this you? Yeah. Hang on, you come here. You come here, dang it. What a cute Leochia. What a cutie. What a cutie. What are you into? The hunt. Deep dungeons. Nice. Giggity. Fishing. Casual. A lot of people like fishing, huh? A lot of people like fishing. Something tells me I gotta get into fishing. Ankle down. There we go. There we go. Fishing's pretty good. Golsif, a friend of mine, has been doing ocean fishing like non-stop for the past, like 2 weeks? I don't know, just forever. Did your first dungeon with NPCs? The possibly pirates one. Satasha, I believe, is your first. Ah, I see you once had $25. I too once had $25. We are not wise with our money. I know someone who does nothing but ocean fishing and has never done the role quests. Really? Fishing was my first crafter. I gathered a 90. Fishing is addictive. I gotta get into it. I gotta do it. One day, my dream is to be an Omnicrafter. We will get there. We'll get there one day. Wait, how come he didn't make the squeaky noises? Make the squeaky noises! There we go. Alright, gamers! I'm gonna kick you guys out now. I'm kicking you guys out! I don't know where I'm gonna send you, though. We'll have a quick little look at my list. We'll raid out somewhere. Do we know of anyone that's playing 14 right now? Anyone we love and adore? Because I would prefer to keep it in the 14, but let's have a look. Gonna head out now since you're allegedly ending soon. Allegedly. Watch some TV with the hubby. Izagi, love you. Hope you have a great day. Thanks for coming along for the fun. You can fish in game. I know what I'm doing. Yep. I once spoke to someone that was talking about how much they love the game, and yet they didn't get past Stormblood. Despite having access to Shadowbringers and further, they had all their crafters maxed out. Or like maxed out at the time. Wishing I was fishing. Alright, who's on? Oh shoot, we have a lot of options. We have so many options. Where to go? I don't even know. But we're going to raid away. The ocean fishing title takes a long time. Golsif, is that what you're working towards? Also going for the big fish title, not just ocean fishing. Okay, extra. Okay, relax over here. That song has haunted me since 2016. I'm sorry, I don't know why I started singing that. Okay, we have our options. We could, hang on, I have to poke my head in here. I'm gonna do it really quick, I promise. I promise I won't see spoilers. I promise. It's an ad. It's an ad. We have two options. Both are playing 14. What is Tiffany doing right now? Tiffany and Lockhart. First playthrough. Wait. 5.0? There's no way Tiffany caught me. Wait, did Tiffany catch up to me? No shot. If anyone's like brave, maybe they could check what Tiffany's doing so we know it's safe. I have no idea what's going on in this one, so that one is not safe. How far into Shadowbringers am I? I'm at level 77 MSQ. Send me the link, I can check. I'm just being brave. I'm just gonna poke my head in. She's in Raktika, we're fine. I'm gonna send you guys to Tiffany. Tiffany makes cool ass fucking edits and shit. And Tiffany's just really good vibes. A little chaotic. So we're gonna send you there. We're going to send you there. The first time we ever rated Tiffany, she played this like insanely well edited video, culminating like her journey so far. It was incredible. It was incredible. She's good vibes. You guys will have fun. Boop! Tiffany Lockhart, we are going to... There's our raid messages. First is if you're sub, second is if you're not a sub. Hop in that Discord where I always post my schedule on Sundays. Nobody in my chat question us. Nobody say nothing. Don't say nothing, okay? Every Sunday I post it. I promise you. Okay, I love you guys so much. We'll be back. We're not live tomorrow. I want to catch up on the YouTube posts. I wanted to catch up on some editing, but then I keep getting distracted and then I just play 14 instead of editing as much as I could. Such is the struggle, I suppose. Love you guys so much. We'll see you Thursday where we will do the sage quests. We're going to do the healer role quests and maybe a crumb of MSQ as a treat, as a sweet little treat. Imagine. Terra doing MSQ. It could be real. Okay, I love you guys so much. See you Thursday. Bye. Take care of yourselves. Eat water, drink food, take meds. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Bye.